Interesting. Yeah, what's good? What's up? What's up? Um, Someone's asking me why I'm going live now because I normally live stream at American friendly times. So for today, I wanted to live stream at a European friendly time for once. Okay, so opinions on I'm being thrown into the deep end. Opinions on Telfar. I quite like Telfar. It's one of those brands that I haven't looked into enough to give you a really concrete opinion. But yeah, I like the aesthetic of it. It's like an Americana version of Hood by Air. So still on kind of like gay black culture, but interpreted in a Western American way instead of kind of what Hood by Air was. Let's see. You said it's late where you are. Yeah. Someone said finally. Yeah, I know. I normally live stream through like my time, midnight to like 5, 6 a.m., which is not European friendly at all. But it's weird because most of my viewers are American, which means that I expect there to be less people in this live stream, but it's not really about numbers, it's about speaking to the whole community. Thoughts on Ken versus Gizmo? I'm not really going to speak on that. If you're interested in that, there's many different places you can go to find out about that whole situation. Where do I live? I live in London. Why is everyone asking me about Gizmo? This is a strange question. Very, very strange. Very, very strange. Oh my god. Let's see. Someone said, "Have I read Huey Newton?" No, I haven't. I haven't. Did I see the CSM graduate show? No, not yet. We can watch it now. Actually, wait, hold on. Let's see, and I can react to it live because I haven't seen it. Is it on YouTube? Because if it is, then I can. Let's have a look. I can't find it. Ah, okay, I found it. I found it. I found it. I found it. So we can have that on in the background as this live stream goes on because it's quite long. It's like 30 something minutes. Interesting. Oh yeah, while you guys are here and while I'm sorting this video out, if you guys want to support the channel in any way, I do have a Patreon and the link is in the description below. And there's a lot of like content that's Patreon exclusive. You guys will know when you head over to the Patreon anyway. So yeah. What do I think of Celine? When you say what do I think of Celine, what are we talking about? Are we talking about Phoebe Philo? Are we talking about Adi Saman? Yeah, because that's a very broad question. Is this going to be a long stream? I never plan for things to be long, but then the conversation gets really good at some point, And then before I know it, it's a 6-hour stream. So we'll see. We'll see. We'll see. Yo, shout out to Kyron. Everyone subscribe to his channel. Thanks a lot for that, bro. Oh, someone is asking why Acne Studios is cancelled. Now we don't do cancelling here, but long time ago, years ago, I made a video on Acne Studios, and it was basically like free promotion because what was in the video was just me talking about the history of Acne Studios, and they copyrighted it and then took my video down. And I was just like, wow, that's a bit of a shitty thing to do, considering that was just straight up free promo. But clearly, they must not have realized that. All right, guys, let's have a look at the CSM show. This is quite interesting because everything was online, which is quite interesting. Gus Langford, interesting. I like this comment. Celine or Celine? The first one being Adi Saman, and obviously the second one being Phoebe Philo and before. When am I releasing the magazine? When the quarantine ends, essentially, because I have like some of the articles written and all sorts of stuff. The only issue is obviously shooting people's collections and shooting portraits of like people I want to feature in the magazine. So all of that really won't happen till after the quarantine. So yeah, literally. What direction do you think fashion houses are going 2021 beyond and beyond style-wise? I think because of the financial effects of COVID-19, I think now is more of a reason for brands to be really commercial and not take risks, which is sad. But I feel like that's the direction fashion will go in for a little bit before people creatively express themselves a bit more. I also think that as time goes on, a lot of brands are being more sustainably conscious, whether they care or whether it's because they just want good PR and good press. Ultimately, it's still a good effect going on in the industry. So yeah, we might also see the fashion schedule a bit muddy. It might not be the same as it used to be. So those are the few things that next year I think will change. Yeah, this is very true because the students had to, from my understanding, they had to make their own like editorial videos, which is insane. So everyone made like a separate video for their collection. It's pretty cool. Because they had to damn near become editors, videographers, designers, all types of stuff, creative directors, stylists, all at once. And the work that they've been able to produce is actually really, really impressive, especially with such a short time frame. How do you find your own style? Example like Sanjeev or Jacob. Honestly, just gravitate towards what you personally like. I know that sounds a bit vague, but like, for example, when I buy clothes, I just consider if I like it or not, and then if it fits my body proportions or not, and that's really it. I think the issue is with social media, people keep seeing the same things over and over and over again on Instagram, and then like whether you mean to or not, you end up thinking that you like it, but you might not necessarily. You're just buying it for hype, but not that you meant to. It just kind of happens. So sometimes you also have to distance yourself from like a lot of style influencers who will just like wear all the same stuff, and try to follow the right people on social media who kind of dress individually in their own way, because that will push you to really think about what you like as an individual. The whole last live stream was about this. So I'm not sure if you're on Instagram, but if you send me a message on Instagram My Instagram should be in the link in the description below. So yeah, if you send me a DM, I'll send you the link to that live stream. What she say? Also feel like it benefited the students in some way, like they got to showcase their pieces and artistic vision exactly how they wanted to. That's really true. That's definitely really true. But that being said, I think where they missed out was like so many people, especially a school like Central St. Martin's, a lot of journalists and a lot of publications always cover the CSM shows, and I feel like some of them kind of missed out on that, which is quite sad. Let's see. What brand do you see yourself working with in 5 years? Well, I want to be a journalist, so I'm not sure I'll be working necessarily with a brand, but in terms of like publications, there's so many publications I want to work for. There's GQ. I feel like I didn't like GQ before because GQ was very much 5 ways to tie a tie the right way, like a real man. That was kind of the content that was there. But ever since Will Welch became the editor at large or editor in chief of GQ, it's completely transformed into really good content. So now I would really want to work for GQ. I want to write for System magazine. I feel like System is a very purist fashion publication. There's also publications like 032C that have really good stuff. ID magazine, of course, Dazed magazine, Luncheon. There's many different publications. What CSM student says of this video from what I've seen on Instagram is so cool. My collection was cancelled. I'm going to graduate without a collection. That's insane. So what school do you go to? So they didn't have any initiative to make kind of like an online graduate show or like digital show like CSM. That's crazy. That puts your class at such a disadvantage. Yeah, exactly. They did miss out on the press show, and that's true. No buyers at all. What's your favorite food? I'm Nigerian, so my favorite food is some Nigerian stuff like jollof rice, plantain, that sort of stuff. Oh, this is a good question. Has Chanel as a brand lost its way? Yes, it has. Ever since Karl Lagerfeld's death. So the thing about Virginie is that when she was under Karl Lagerfeld, they kind of, as a team, they worked really well in unison. I think we can attribute that to the ideas of Karl being relayed back and forth between him and obviously his assistant at the time, who was Virginie. So it's a situation where now she's solo. It almost seems like she's trying her best to, how do I put this in a way that's not offensive? Basically, her collections come across to me like she's trying her best to pay homage to Karl Lagerfeld instead of just finding her own design language at the house, because you'll never be another Karl Lagerfeld. So you would never win trying to do that. And yeah, the collections, like, I'm not sure if you guys have seen the Cruise collection, but it was horrific. Wait, let me see if I can show you guys. I'm going to have to pause this CSM show for a bit just so I can show you guys the Cruise show, because it was just so bad. Give me a sec. All right. Let me pause this video. We'll come back to it after I answer this question. So essentially, let me just get this up quickly. All right, so this is the resort show. And like, oh my God. Wow. Where do I even begin? The first thing I don't like about this show was that we get that, like, a staple of Chanel is tweed. But some of the ways that tweed was implemented in this collection was so off key. Okay, this is one of the examples. This material on denim is some of the worst stuff I've ever seen in my life. And like, Chanel's supposed to be the epitome of luxury. And looking at this collection, I really don't see luxury. I saw a post by Pierre Panboy where he was saying that even Zara wouldn't copy this, and this is kind of true because it does look like Zara. It's quite bad. It is quite bad. I feel like Chanel has really, really, really lost its step, big time, and it's quite sad to see. I think at this point they should just stop with like the direction they're going in and just get a new creative director at this point. Who's someone who will kind of give the brand a refresh, because this whole trying to pay homage to Karl Lagerfeld and not doing it successfully is not a good look. But yeah, that's my thoughts on Chanel as of recent. But yeah, back to CSM show. Let's say GQ, interesting. I see that now because they have changed well. You got me in System, no doubt. Yeah. System magazine is amazing. I'm actually moving houses, so I literally have all my magazines in a suitcase beside me. If anyone wants to know like what any of these magazines look like. Advice for someone who's going to join a fashion school. It depends on what you're studying. So what are you going to be? Are you going to be a journalist, a photographer, a stylist, I don't know, videographer, designer? Depends. I can see virtual shows being the new norm alongside press shows. Yeah, I can see that too. I can definitely see that. Carl was an arsehole, but he knew how to make a good collection. Someone said the collection looked like it came out of H&M. Oh my. Do you have any insight into the world of buying? Would you say an undergrad is necessary? So this is actually a really good question. So if you want to be a buyer, you don't necessarily have to have like a buying degree. Buying as a subject in school is really rare. The best way to become a buyer is just to be an intern. So a lot of brands in London, at least, they hire assistant buyers. And for the most part, assistant buying is like, for the places that I've seen, is very much like an intern. So you don't really have to have that much experience, but you have to have knowledge of the industry and an interest in fashion, of course, and then they just teach you everything. Because buying is really complex. It's very statistics based. So yeah. Oh, my mistake. Clicked the wrong thing. He said feels like Chanel put tweed on some of Jacques Muscat designs. That's hilarious. Phoebe Philo for Chanel would be perfect. That would be perfect. Someone said Shane Oliver at Chanel. Nah, I can't see, as good as a designer Shane Oliver is, that's not the best fit in my opinion. Okay, so first he said we could do the collection in October, but then they changed it again for the next year with the next graduates if we want to. It's optional. It's not going to be evaluated. Wow. Wow. That's terrible. What I will say is if you guys want any like promo, just DM me, because I'm actually making a video on someone's CSM graduate collection, because I want to make a lot of videos on graduate collections now, because fashion is not just about like Charles James and Christian Dior. Like there's more to, apart from the history, it's good to look at the past and the current, the past and the present. So yeah, definitely send me a message. Someone said, how do I handle my money? Like, are you saving up for the future or live for the moment and buy everything you want? So this is actually a really good question, actually. So I can't remember the last time I even bought clothes. I must have bought clothes maybe like 4 months ago. That was the last time I bought any garment. It's kind of funny because I have a fashion channel. So people just assume that I'm like, I pick up all this stuff and like I buy loads of clothes. I buy clothes maybe like once every like 6 months, and I don't have that many clothes at all. I just have a wardrobe of things that like go with each other. And the reason is because from a business, from like, okay, let's talk about like finances. From a financial perspective, this is going to get really deep, but like, so I'm not rich, right? And I feel like an advantage rich people have is capital. So to talk, not to, I don't want to talk too much about this, but essentially, if you're from a rich background or from a rich home, you can spend money on anything you want because you have capital. Someone like me, say I had £5,000 in my account, right? If I spent all of that on clothes, then I'm back to square one. But if I had £5,000, if I saved £5,000, invested in a magazine, for example, which I'm doing, kind of multiplied my money into, let's say, £40,000, and then when I have the £40,000, I then spend 5,000 on clothes, and then with 35,000 left, invest that, and then my money grows. That's a better way to do it. So because I'm still at the beginning stage, I'd rather just not buy unnecessary things, including clothes, until I've multiplied my money to a like sensible standpoint. And I'd urge everyone else to do that. Like, I feel like people, as much as we're all into fashion, people should not feel peer pressured into buying all this expensive stuff to try and like fit in or to seem stylish. But yeah, that's my short answer to that question. Someone said, what are your top 3 staple must-have fashion items? I won't lie to you. I'm not the type of person that has grails. And that goes back to the question I just answered. So before, when I first got into fashion, I used to have grails and like items I must have. But the point I am at my life right now, I'm more interested in just the fashion journalism side, so the writing side of things, and then multiplying my money to a sensible standpoint before I start spending excruciating amounts of money on clothes. So like I'll look at stuff like, okay, there's this Acne Studios shirt I really wanted and it's sold out. But to me, it's just like, if I could find something that was as good as that Acne Studios shirt that I really liked, there's probably something in the future I'm gonna find that I'm gonna like just as much. So I don't dwell on it too much. But yeah. Someone said, thank you for introducing me to Mo. Another man, wife jacket is beautiful. Yeah, Mo Lola is amazing. She is an amazing designer. Someone said, thought that consumer insights would give me valuable skills, but I wasn't aware that buying internships was a thing. I even looked at assistant buyer positions, seemed to need... Yeah, so it really depends on where you apply. So some buying positions, so it's quite complicated. So some companies have buying interns. So that means if any company that has a buying intern position, it means that an assistant buyer would actually need to have experience. But there's some companies who the title of assistant buyer actually means intern. So actually, and they don't have one buyer, they'll have like 2 senior buyers and then 1 assistant who's the intern. Or some, their hierarchy is like a senior buyer, an assistant buyer, and then an intern. So it really depends. But what I mean is like the lowest tier of the job, there are internship opportunities in it. I was literally looking at a buying job today that didn't need any prior experience. But of course, as you know, with any job though, if you have prior experience, 9 times out of 10, you're going to get the job over someone who doesn't. So that's another thing to consider. What do you say? Also, the CSM show in the background also reminded me of a 3D rendered show I saw on High Fashion Talk. Do you think that shows like that will be viable in the future? Do you think people still want to? I feel like right now people are doing all the 3D shows because of necessity. I do think everyone still prefers runway shows. That being said, with the quarantine, I think people are now looking into the possibility of these things happening. And I think in the future, we will kind of mix and match it. It won't just be exclusively runway shows like it was before. This guy said the financial advisor. Started looking into Ziggy Chen because the last I see my wallet hurts. Yeah, Ziggy Chen is amazing though. It's definitely worth the money. That's all I will say. That's what I'll say. Oh my god. What do you think about essential pieces like, let's say, a leather jacket, boots, etc., where you know you'll have them for years and can get them again for a good price? That's a good idea. So, basically, going back to the financial stuff. So because once again, I'm like trying to multiply my money before spending dumb amounts of money on clothing. So the clothing I do have, or the clothing I do buy, because I said I buy clothes very, very infrequently, like once every 5 months type of stuff. I make sure that when I do buy stuff, it's stuff that lasts forever. So I don't really resell my clothes. In the past 5 years, apart from stuff that I bought specifically to resell, the clothes, I haven't resold anything. So I have jackets that I've had for 5 years, 4 years, 3 years, 2 years. Shoes, same thing. So in that respect, it's good to have essential pieces that are high quality, that go with everything, that you can wear on a day-to-day basis. Like I have a Rick Owens jacket, and in the winter, I wore it maybe 5 times a week. So yeah. Yeah, Acne has a sale. I'll show you guys something actually. Actually, no, I won't because I don't want anyone to buy it. Actually, I take that back. Like paying a little bit of your saved up money so that you have like 4K left instead of 5K because you want something for the long term. Yeah, so I work with percentages. So in my head, at least from a financial standpoint, if you have £5,000, spending £1,000 on just clothes, percentage wise, what's that percentage? I can't be bothered to think. Can someone calculate that? But anyway, percentage wise, it's too high of a percentage to spend on clothes. That's just in my opinion. Like if you have 5,000, spending a fifth of all of the money you have on like clothes, to me is a bit wild. Like as much as I'm into fashion, I also realize I'm not as rich as like people that actually consume fashion on a daily basis. Like people that go to Chanel shows and like are invited to cruise collections. I don't have money like that. So as much as I can be interested in it, I don't feel the need to have to consume fashion on such a big scale. And then also I like live in London. Like rent here is not a joke. Like seriously. Like my rent is £1,400 a month. Do you know any Canadian fashion magazines that you recommend? I checked out Vestoy and I loved it, but I'm trying to stay local. If you can make a database of your favorite. I'm not too aware of Canadian publications, but I'll look into it for sure. I'll definitely look into it. What do you say? To be fair, I consider your Kiko Asics to be a girl. That's interesting. Okay, that's fair enough. But also the Kiko Asics aren't expensive though. So like the Kiko Asics cost me like 200 and something pounds. I can't remember. That's a bit different to like a £2,000 Kiko Kostanov jacket, which is something that if I had more money, I would 100% buy. But yeah. Who in the fashion world would you most like to meet and interview? So many people. Oh my God. From a journalist perspective, I would like to meet people like just great fashion minds. People like Susie Menkes, people like Tim Blanks, people like Robin Gavin. So many people. Who else? That's a really, really good question. I have to think about this one. Wait, give me a second. Give me a second. Who else would I want to interview? I'm just thinking of journalists before I go to designers. Grace Coddington is a crazy mind. I'd like to meet her. Charlotte Sinclair, Chloe Fox, Linda Watson. Yeah, many different people. Designer-wise, I would like to meet Demna because I feel like Demna is very, very misunderstood. And I'd like to just get an insight into how he thinks. So I'd really like to meet someone like Demna Vasalia. I'd also like to meet designers who I don't know too much about because there isn't too much information. So, because someone like Christian Dior, well, he's dead now, but I mean, like, okay, that's not a good example. Someone like Mucha Prada, there's so much information on her that I'd rather interview and meet someone like Marina Yee, who's like a ghost, or Dirk Van Sané, like those type of designers. Or even Andy Millamista, as much as I love Andy Millamista, the information on her is so limited. So those are the type of people I'd really like to interview and just ask every single question under the sun. Do you think going forward the COVID situation would affect international students in terms of finding a job or to stay back in the country? Yes, 100%. Because, for example, because of this COVID-19 situation, a lot of international students jumped ship and went back home, which will affect, first of all, immigration, visas, because how the UK works, if you're a student and you're on a student visa, if you get a job, sometimes you can have a good case, especially if you're paying tax, to get a permanent residency or a temporary residency for the course of that job. But when you leave and then you allow your student visa to run its course, it's going to be a lot harder to come back, like immigration-wise. It feels like yesterday's channel was on 1K sub. Thank you so much. Yeah, it's been a long journey. Yo, he's an OG. I had 2K like 2 years ago. Jeez. Damn. Someone said, "Do I ever get fed up with fashion?" Every person who goes a bit too deep in fashion gets fed up with it. Especially when I read this book about like fashion marketing, and you guys, I brought the person on the live stream who wrote that book, Professor Olga. She's a fashion marketing professor, and she teaches fashion marketing at the London College of Fashion. She wrote a book about fashion marketing, and it went deep into kind of like the psychology of, let me move this mic closer, kind of like the psychology of fashion and how brands use psychology to kind of convince people that things are worth certain things. And I think after I read that book, it kind of made me consume fashion a bit less. So yeah. People are doing, so someone said 20%. Damn, I must be so far back. Why can't my financial advisor? That's hilarious. No, I can't think because I've spent all day packing. So my mental capacity right now is extremely low. I have the IQ of an apple right now. Thoughts on chains? Would you invest in one? Have you done so? I mean, solid gold and more high-end materials. Once again, I'm not the biggest jewelry person. I don't think I'm the best person to ask. I like silver jewelry. First of all, because I'm dark-skinned, and I don't like the way gold as a color looks on my skin. So I like to buy silver jewelry. And the next step from that would be stuff like diamond, platinum, but I can't afford that stuff. And I don't think spending that much money on jewelry is even sensible. But when it comes to like sterling silver jewelry, I like it because it's a good enough material to where it won't like rust. So it lasts long, you can shower with it. And even if it does tarnish, you can clean it with like baking soda and stuff and vinegar. So in terms of that, I do have a few. I have like a Margiela ring. I have a Margiela necklace. I want to get a pearl necklace soon, but I'm not sure like where to get it from. I'm still looking into what brand and like which one. But yeah, I do buy jewelry, but I wouldn't say like crazy expensive stuff. But I'd say the stuff I buy is still good quality because sterling silver is not like, it's not going to rust. Your fingers aren't going to go green. It doesn't like break. It's not the type of thing to just like snap. So yeah, it's quite durable. Okay, someone said grails don't need to be expensive. Okay, fair enough. I don't know why I always think of grails as like something expensive because when people say grails, they say things like Ras Simmons bomber and all that stuff. So in my mind, a grail is expensive, but actually, you guys are right. a Grail doesn't need to be expensive, to be fair. To be fair. Someone said, I'm a stylist, I love your channel, it's educational. Shout out to you. So sorry I don't make styling videos. But yeah. I know it's not exactly your thing, but will your interviews or any part of your magazine have an eye kept on the streetwear scene at all? So far, because I'm still in the process of making my magazine, there isn't any streetwear aspect to it yet, but I'm not adverse to it. There's nothing wrong with streetwear. Like, streetwear is a cultural thing. It influences fashion a lot. I know a lot of people like to hate on streetwear and look down on it, but yeah, there's nothing wrong with streetwear. I'm definitely not adverse to featuring it in my magazine, for sure. Someone said, you got on Margiela numbers ring. Do you mind sharing how much you paid for it? So I paid retail for that ring. And at the time, the numbers ring was £250. So yeah. Relatively expensive. For me, at least. What major fashion house do you see Craig Green being creative director at in the future? Margiela. Because Craig Green is a deconstructivist, so there's no other place than Margiela. Like, immediately John Galliano is no longer at Margiela. I want to see Craig Green there, like, ASAP. Oh, someone said, can I repeat the book? Oh, I'll just show you guys the book right now. Let me show you guys. Actually, I won't show you because one time I showed the I showed the book on my channel and I got into legal trouble because apparently you're not allowed to market the book as a secondary. It's so weird because you would think people would want the book to be promoted, but hey. So it's called Fashion Marketing and Communication, Theory and Practice Across the Fashion Industry, and it's by Olga Mitterfellner. So I'll just type her name down, and if you guys Google her, I'm sure you'll find the book. Hold on. Let's see. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Why are people talking about Yeezy? Did I miss something? People started talking about Kanye West. Streetwear to me is anything, not to be vague, but inspired by the street. So going further into what I mean by that is anything that is, how do I define that? Sorry, hold on. Also, if you guys can't find the book, let me know. It's more of a cultural thing. It's not just the clothes. It's the clothes and the culture around it. So let me give hip hop for an example. What makes hip hop the clothing streetwear is the culture around it. So the garments kind of being in tune with the culture of hip hop. You'll see kind of the references in the clothes from good example, hip hop style. Let's see. What can I? There's so many things I could get into right now. Where do I start? So, a lot of streetwear. What happens is things are done out of necessity, and then high-end fashion reinterpret that in a more artistic way. So, streetwear is something a lot of people who are into hip hop are trying to be really stylish, but they can't afford a certain thing, so they DIY it, and then that DIY becomes an actual trend, which then high-end fashion brands reinterpret. So let me think of an example. My mind's gone completely blank. But, okay, good example. With jeans, right, some people, when they wanted to hem their jeans, and a lot of people know this, they didn't have a sewing machine or a proper way to hem their jeans. So they would roll it back and then use a rubber band to tie it. And then what happened was it became a trend to do that. And then people started doing that. And that's kind of streetwear because it's DIY, like do it yourself, sort of also part of the culture type of thing. It's so broad, but it's kind of weird because in the modern day, what people think of streetwear is like commercial stuff, which isn't streetwear. Like streetwear isn't commercial; it's more cultural. So stuff like Off-White, as much as Virgil comes from streetwear, I don't really consider Off-White streetwear because it's not very cultural. It's extremely commercial. I think the idea of streetwear has kind of been lost in translation because people think of streetwear as an aesthetic rather than something from a culture. I don't think streetwear is a specific look, for example. Wait, can people find the book? Okay, that's cool. People can find it. This guy said, if a girl wears it and she belongs to the streets. Jesus Christ. How much do I make monthly? I can't really bait out how much I earn monthly. But I'll just say it's more than like £2,000 a month. I can say that. Where can you buy the book? I think it's available on Amazon. I'm not sure. Yeah, stuff in streetwear comes organically and is born from what is happening in the culture at the time, and is highly relevant for the time period it's come from. This is really true. I feel you, but I think of like A Cold War and how a lot of people consider Sam Ross a part of streetwear, but I think it's intellectually and aesthetically on another level beyond. Yeah, I've reviewed an A Cold War show. I reviewed the Spring Summer 20 runway show. It's way too conceptual, way too intellectual to be considered streetwear, and it's not even, it's no longer cultural what he does. It's just artistic expression. A Cold War is nothing, is like not even remotely streetwear. Like I said, people just think of an aesthetic as streetwear. Streetwear is not a specific look, is the point I'm trying to bring across. Also, if you guys have any more videos you want me to put on the screen, be my guest, because that CSM video is over. Do you think high fashion is overpriced nowadays? 100%. It 100% is. Because the quality of these brands is the same as it was 10 years ago, but the prices are not the same as 10 years ago. So yeah, the prices are always going to stay the same, and the quality is either going to stay the same or go down to increase profit margins. So yeah. And also when it comes to fashion brands, from what I know at least, when they are independent, the quality is always high, and then once they like get snapped up by a conglomerate, they start to care more about profit margins, and there's too much business, not enough artistry, and then what happens is they cut costs and cut corners in many different ways. So yeah, so brands like Gucci, brands like Balenciaga are very, very much overpriced. Someone said, I love the last in Anna Wintour. That's pretty much the whole industry. As much as we're affecting the industry today, they still don't want us in. Yeah. Thank you very much. Also, everyone, check out Greg. Greg has an amazing channel. He makes amazing styling videos. And obviously his Instagram is amazing as well. But yeah, the Anna Wintour video, looking back at it, I feel like I was a bit too harsh. But that being said, it needed to be said because that's how I felt at the time, to be honest. But yeah, it's just in fashion, a lot of people make these blanket statements and make apologies. But so many, like Anna Wintour, for example, has made so many of the same apologies that at this point, I'd rather just see actions than words. I'd rather she just didn't say anything and just implemented change. Because words don't really mean anything. Like, actions speak louder than words, as the saying goes. So, yeah, it's insane. But that's why I feel like a lot of these like fashion elitist types, they hate things like YouTube because people like Bliss Foster, people like Portland Mo, people like Greg, people like me are building our own platforms as independent voices. So we aren't like, I am not kind of crippled by advertisement money. So if I say something negative about Prada tomorrow, I'm not really going to lose any income. So because Prada don't pay me any money, so it doesn't affect my bottom line, which means I can be a bit more honest and truthful with the way I speak, and I feel like there's a lot of power with that. But yeah, that being said, though, I also have a responsibility to not talk rubbish on my channel and not like spread false information, which is really important. Why I study fashion journalism, why I read books to make sure I don't get stuff like completely wrong. But yeah, I feel like I'm so behind. What's the best way to break into the industry? Right now, build your own platform. That's all I'll say. A constant reminder that Galaxy considers himself. But Galaxy is a fashion influencer. He's a fashion influencer, though. If you influence people to buy stuff, then you're an influencer, I guess. So that means I'm not an influencer because I don't influence anyone to buy anything. I just talk about stuff. What did you want to be before you wanted to be a journalist? This is a really good question. So I wanted to be a fashion designer. So my first internship was actually a fashion design internship. But I learned so much. Like I learned how to like design stuff. So I learned how to make patterns, how to sew, many different things during my first internship. However, when I learned that much stuff, I kind of got more interested in fashion as a whole. So I started reading loads of books on fashion and I kind of just got stuck into it. And before I knew it, I was more reading than I cared more about reading books than I cared about designing clothes. And at that point, I felt like it's clear that my passion is not the design aspect of things. It's more the information and the writing and the expressing my opinions on an online platform like YouTube. So that was when I realized that journalism was what I wanted to do. Do you think that brands that raise their prices due to COVID will keep them up? Of course they will. There's no way they're going to bring it back down after. No way. How do you know if you're over or underpaying for a vintage or archive designer piece? To be fair, I don't like archive, the whole culture of archive, because say a jacket retailed for, I don't know, £2,000, right? If someone is selling it for 15,000 because of hype, to me personally, it's not worth that money. So like the Raf Simons Riot Bomber, for example, it went on sale, but because of hype, because Kanye wore it, Rihanna wore it, ASAP Rocky wore it, now people are selling it for 40,000. That says more about just what people value rather than the value of the actual piece. So in that sense, I don't overpay for any. I'm either going to pay retail, close to retail, or less than retail for everything. If once something goes like way over retail, I don't care what it is, I'm not paying that money for it. Because it's like the money I could spend on some super expensive archive piece, so to speak. You could just buy a really, really nice Kiko Kostadinov piece in the moment that could probably be a grail in 10 years, and then you'll be the person who's kind of selling grails for extortionate prices. I never want to be on the losing end of that stuff. Do you think Bodhi and Our Legacy are underrated? Definitely, especially Bodhi. Our Legacy, because Bodhi is like very new. Our Legacy, I feel like, has cemented its place in fashion as like this Scandinavian minimalistic aesthetic type of brand, kind of similar to Acne Studios. I think most fashion people know what Our Legacy is, but Bodhi is still kind of on the rise. And in that respect, Bodhi is definitely very underrated. That being said, Bodhi is so pricey. Oh my God. Like one time, because sometimes I'm like, let me see what is being stocked by this brand. And then I like Googled Bodhi and everything was like £1,000 and above. I was like, yeah, no way. I'm not rich like that. Can I do a video on jobs in fashion? You know what, I'll write that down because that's a good video idea. Only because I feel like a lot of people don't understand how like broad the industry is. When people think of fashion, they think of like models, they think of stylists, maybe photographers. Who else do you think of? Designers, maybe journalists. But there's so many people that work behind the scenes. It's insane. Even from like accountants to like buyers, merchandisers. Yeah, it's broad, really broad. Let's see. Oh, I'm still behind. Let me try catch up. So someone said, to be fair, I think you've influenced people to learn more deeply about fashion. I guess so, but I think that's what all journalists do. And considering I want to be a journalist, I don't think I'll call myself an influencer because of that. I feel like that comes hand in hand with journalism. So I don't know. And also, I see influencers more of a financial thing. So I see influencers like having a direct influence with money. So like I buy this, then you guys buy it, then I get a cut because you guys buy it. Or brands pay me money because they know I influence you guys to buy certain pieces. When it comes to my content, I don't think I'm ever going to get brand deals like that. And those are like the big money brand deals because it's like, I don't really make styling videos. So I'm not going to influence anyone to buy anything. And then when it comes to style, I don't even believe that like people should dress like me anyway. I feel like style is individual to each person. So I'm very against if I was like to buy a piece and then tell everyone to buy it. So in that, I just can't really see myself as like an influencer in that regard. Do you think Vogue is now filling up with adverts and has little journalistic content? 100%. 100%. Vogue is garbage right now, like journalist standpoint. When I say Vogue, though, I have to really specify because I read Vogue, just not the magazine. So Vogue still makes incredible stuff. Let me give you an example. Vogue make books and they commission people to make books under the name of Vogue, and those are always good. Vogue have a YouTube channel, their content's really good. Vogue have their online platform and the articles on their website are really, really good. What is wrong is just the magazine. Like Vogue as a whole, so if we talk about Vogue Global, there's nothing wrong with like Vogue Global, but the magazine itself is just half of it is adverts, half of it is like journalists getting stuff wrong. Like, do you know how many times in the past year, just a year, that I've seen cases where Vogue mix people's names? Like the most recent one I remember was there was this like Muslim woman who was really excited because, I have to find her name, but basically she was really excited that she was being featured in Vogue to talk about like Middle Eastern fashion and stuff like that. And they totally like, not only did they get her name wrong, they also put the picture of who the wrong person they depicted her as in the magazine. That is the level of mistakes that Vogue makes now. Vogue is the only place that I've read that Martin Margiela is in the Antwerp Six. So yeah, right now Vogue is a shambles. But when I say Vogue, I have to specify it's the magazine, not Vogue as a whole. Vogue as a whole to me is fine. I love the books that Vogue produce because Vogue have some of the best archives across the board. And when they commission journalists to write those books, they are like allowed to use all of Vogue's archives. So yeah. Someone said I'm an influencer, but in a subtle way. Interesting. Someone said, where can you find internships for designers? Checked a lot of sites, but there really seems... Well, now there'll be a lack of positions available because so many people have already been sacked because of COVID-19. So I think the best thing is just to wait for the effects of COVID-19 to kind of fizzle out first and then start applying. But just applying to jobs is not... Because my first internship, I didn't get it by applying. I got it by networking. So put as much time into applying as you do into networking. That's all I'll say. Someone said you influenced me to buy a piece from Paria Farzaneh at least before it sold out. Did I? Interesting. But I don't own any pieces from Paria Farzaneh. So it must have been a situation where I was talking about Paria Farzaneh as a designer, and I must have said, if you like her, check her stuff out, and you bought it. So that's nothing to do with me. I just told you about the designer, and then you decided that you liked her work, and then you bought some of her stuff. Is that direct influence? Is that as direct as like me buying a piece and then telling you about it? Someone said, "Do you think Kiko will be archived in some years?" I do. I do think it will be, because brands that are archived now. Sorry, I can't even speak. Are brands that have a cult following. So Kiko, Craig, 10 years from now. In fact, some Craig pieces are already grails. Like, if you guys know that the underwater collection from Craig Green that had all those like scuba diving jackets and that sort of stuff. Those are grails already. They go for so much money these days. So yeah. Tom said the Riot Bomber was customized military surplus, so it didn't cost much to start with. Exactly. Someone said, I would kind of disagree when you consider the deeper meaning of a design and a cultural impact. Okay, that's a good point in terms of the deeper meaning, but I still like, okay, so let me give you what I mean. Let me give you an example of what I mean. So let's talk about present day. So present day, when Raf Simons goes to Prada, because he's going to design at Prada, whatever he designs, whatever the price is at the end of it, means that Raf Simons and the whole team have all come together and decided that my artistic work and the value of my artistic work right now is this retail price, which might be 2,000 for a jacket. So he has decided that his work is worth that, right? So in that case, how can it be worth it to because it's 10 years down the line, spending like 50,000 for it? Because if we talk about the deeper meaning of the Riot Bomber, the deeper meaning is not what makes it expensive. The deeper meaning is not why people are selling it for 30,000. So that's why it's very difficult to kind of agree with that. The reason why people are spending that much money on it is because celebrities have worn it and because of hype. Because you can't tell me that Raf Simons collections are inherently way deeper than like a past, I don't know, Christian Dior collection or a past Anti Millamista collection. But that being said, if you buy old Anti Millamista, it's not super expensive, it's affordable. Someone said Kiko. Right now, I really don't know the answer to that. I haven't really thought of where Kiko would be a good fit in terms of like major brands. But in terms of, someone asked Craig Green before, Craig Green and Margiela, perfect fit. Perfect. How do I feel about Gosha currently as well as GR Uniforma? I like GR Uniforma. There's actually a shirt that Devon Street Market are selling that I've been looking at for a while. But like I said, I don't really buy clothes that much. But if I do decide to, I probably will buy it. But yeah, the whole Gosha controversy has kind of led me to kind of second guess if I should invest into GR Uniforma. But from an aesthetic standpoint, I like the brand. Am I interested in sneakers? Very much so. I used to play basketball, so I'm very much a sneakerhead as well as into fashion. But yeah, I feel like in fashion in general, though, it's good to have a wide viewpoint on fashion, not just like super high end fashion. It's good to like know about streetwear, know about different subcultures. It's good to know about fashion, not just in Europe but in Asia and Africa. It's good to know about sneakers. I feel like when you take a holistic approach to fashion, it's a lot better. Someone said, I feel like to have influence is more of the ability to educate, to form people's taste, to direct attention to other ideas. I guess so. I don't know. Maybe I don't want to call myself an influencer because I feel like there's a negative connotation to it. And then two, well, in my head, there's a negative connotation to it. And then two, I feel like if you call yourself an influencer, that is so egotistical that it's insane. Like people that write influencer in their bio, I'm like, geez. I feel like influencer is the type of thing that you just, if other people want to call you that, then so be it. But you should never really call yourself an influencer. I feel like that's really egotistical. Someone said, I watched Hort Lamed and just found your channel this morning and subscribed. Yo, shout out to you, shout out to Hort Lamed. Buyers are the most important in my eyes. Kind of true. But what about designers though? Yeah, the label influencer is so muddled now. Exactly. Someone said, I don't think the adverts in Vogue look nice. At the same time, I feel like when most think of fashion journalists, they think of specific publications, be it print or web. Okay, let me just give you guys a tip, right? So apart from some really exceptional journalists that I will tell you guys in the future, because I am working on a few videos of like, I have like 50 fashion journalists that I respect and I read their stuff all the time. And over time, I will like make videos about all these journalists because like, as much as I want to be a journalist, I'm not that experienced or my fashion knowledge isn't high compared to these 50 guys, like people like Robin Gavin and the like. So they are the real experts. They are the real professionals. These are people who have written books, essays, critical analysis on fashion runway shows, blah, blah, blah. If you want really good fashion journalism, 9 times out of 10, don't look at big fashion publications. And the reason is because, once again, fashion publications can't be critical about fashion because it affects their bottom line. So a journalist in Vogue cannot be critical or say anything constructive about a Prada show because Prada pay them $1 million in advertisement money. So if Prada are like, we're going to pull our advertisement money if you give us any bad reviews, then it affects the integrity of the journalism. So you want to read fashion journalism from people like, I always say Robin Gavin, but she's a really good example. Robin Gavin writes for the Washington Post. So the Washington Post don't earn revenue directly from fashion brands, which means that Robin Gavin won't go into any trouble being critical about anything because it doesn't affect the bottom line of the Washington Post. Therefore, she can be a bit more critical and more integral with the way she writes. So same thing, Evening Standard, the fashion writers there, or the New York Times, the fashion writers there. If you want to see really good fashion journalism, I would advise you guys to read journalism from those places. Thoughts on Panboy? Panboy at Love Magazine is very inspirational. For guys who don't know, he is this guy who has been spearheading the fashion journalism scene for a while now. Really young, studied at CSM, and he became a senior editor at Love Magazine. And as a fellow Black perspective journalist, I really respect it, and I respect him. So yeah, it was a good look, and he's someone I can look up to as what's possible as a Black designer if you work hard in this industry. So yeah, I just have a bad feeling that I would never be able to work at a fashion publication because I would be so bad for business because I just want to be critical all the time, and I don't feel like I can do that at a fashion publication. I'd have to work at like the New York Times or like Evening Standard or something like that. Let's see. Would you say Ye is the most important figure of fashion in the past years? Also thinking of like his designer team and their influence. He's definitely one of. I wouldn't say he is the most important figure in fashion. I definitely wouldn't say that. Definitely not. Even Ye respects people more than him. Like Ye says it all the time that Margiela is one of the most influential designers of the modern era. So yeah, I wouldn't say Ye is, but I would say he's definitely one of them. A lot of high fashion people won't agree with that because they're very stuck in this narrow-minded mindset. But in terms of influence across the board, yeah, Kanye West is definitely up there for sure. Do I think fashion is overinterpreted sometimes? Sometimes, and sometimes it's not, because sometimes there is a lot that goes into these collections, which is why I like to break them down. Um, but yeah, I feel like a lot of times, okay, basically this goes back to that fashion marketing book I read. A lot of times when people spend a lot of money on things, they have to justify the cost in their head, which means that they have to over conceptualize it. Otherwise, it's not worth what they spent. So that's one way to look at it. Also, as I keep saying, and I will keep saying through the live, if you guys want to support my channel financially, by the way, I do have a Patreon, and I do post content there. There's like a lot of exclusive content, and I'm working on a few videos, like how to grow a YouTube channel and some other stuff. So if you guys are interested, definitely consider subscribing. The link should be in the description, I think. Yeah, it is. Let's see. What is the best way to dress well without spending too much? Just finding deals. I'm not sure where you're from, but if you're from London, you can look so good on a budget. It's insane. First of all, you can thrift. That's the first option. There are these guys who I follow on Instagram. I'll show you guys, because I consider them to be really stylish, and they thrift everything. Because people think that like you have to buy high fashion, you have to spend loads of money to be stylish. Not really. You just need to find what you like, hone in on that style, and dress to your proportions to an extent. Let me just show you guys their Instagram quickly. Let's see. So these guys, Wack and Mo, you guys would have seen them because they're in a lot of live streams. They do come on the live stream sometimes, but these guys thrift everything they wear. And to me, they are super, super stylish. Super stylish. They just have an understanding of silhouette, proportion, just everything to wear, even though they thrift clothing. Like, look at the way their clothing fits. It's so good, it's insane. Like, just look at the way their clothes fit. That's what really stands out to me. So you can definitely be stylish on a budget. I don't think people should subscribe to this. Like, unfortunately, in fashion, the way fashion is going, and it's very unfortunate, people believe that the more you spend, the more stylish you are. And that just is so far from the truth, it's unbelievable. And part of that issue is videos like how much is your outfit worth? No shade, but it just is the truth. But yeah, also, while I was saying I don't know where you're from, but like in London, let me give you a good example. There's this Instagram page I follow. I can't remember the name, but there are sample sales in London all the time. Like the last sample sale I went to, there was Rick Owens, Acne Studios, Comme des Garçons. Like, let me show you guys a hat I own that I bought for £10 at a sample sale. Wait, hold on. Just bring up my pictures real quick. Okay, so this hat that I own, right, so this Comme des Garçons hat is made out of wool and stuff, and I got it at a sample sale for £20. That same sample sale that like had all the Acne Studios and Rick Owens and all that stuff. So also, if you live in London, sample sales are insane and they happen all the time. You just need to follow the right accounts to kind of know when they happen. So there's so many ways around it. And then obviously look out for sales. Look on the secondhand market, places like Grailed, Yahoo Japan auctions. There's so many different avenues you can take. So like not spending a lot of money, but still dressing in a stylish way. So you got to consider that artists this all the time, like Leonardo da Vinci didn't sell his paintings for as much as they go now. Yeah, that's true. That's true. But so my opinion on this is, you're very right. I definitely agree with you to an extent. I think where we are disagreeing And for guys who just hopped in the live, what we're talking about is why people spend loads of money like on grails, like for example, the Rasmussen bomber costing 30,000 and stuff like that, and art being really expensive because the cost of something is not just about the quality; it's also about the artistry that goes behind it. I think my counter argument is Leonardo da Vinci himself didn't decide that his artwork was worth a lot. It was other people who did. So in my head, I'm like, why do I have to spend loads of money because other people decided that this thing is now worth $1 million? Like, I can respect why people think it's worth $1 million, but I just won't be the one to spend that type of money on it. Is basically my point. Yeah, they're also this is also true. This is also true. Could you do a video on black designers to support and your favorites? I do have a video on black designers. I'm sure if you like in YouTube, if you search like black fashion designers, you might find the video I made. But I definitely need to make more. Like, I haven't made a video on like Oswald Boateng. Yeah, there's so many black designers I haven't talked about. But I talk about designers from everywhere from time to time. So eventually, at any given point in time, I'll be talking about a black designer. Like, I have a schedule of like hundreds of videos I want to make. So yeah, there's a lot of black designers on that list. One of them being Shane Oliver. Okay, yeah, someone literally said, yeah. Thoughts on Loic Pigeon? Loic Pigeon is a legend in fashion, and he is a very, very influential fashion journalist who now has a YouTube channel, which is quite interesting. Let's see. Someone said, "How do I feel about fakes of Rick Owens, Raf, Comme des Garçons?" I've expressed my opinions on this. I will always support the artist. I hate fakes. This goes back into like what I've been preaching throughout this live stream. So if you can't afford something, is it a necessity to get that exact piece? I think the mentality of people buying fakes is this whole mentality of like, it comes from this idea that style correlates with money. So it comes from this idea that the more you spend on clothes, the more stylish you are. And that means that if someone can't afford a piece, just to feel like they're part of a group, they will buy the fake because they have to have that specific piece. I'm just not a fan of that. I feel like if you can't afford it, just don't buy it. Find something that is affordable to you. And in that respect, I've already given examples of sample sales and thrifting and Yahoo Japan auctions. There's so many ways to get really, really good clothing. Even like stuff on the secondhand market for good prices that I don't feel the need. I don't see why anyone buys fakes. And fakes undermine artistry because a fake is basically taking someone's research, because designers do research for years or sometimes months, and then make this really amazing collection. And then someone is just like, yep, I'm going to take someone's 6 months of work and then I'm just going to copy it and sell it and earn money from someone else's ideas. I'm just not a big fan of that. Yeah, it's just not my cup of tea. Oh my God, I'm so behind. I think I'm going to have to skip a few questions. So sorry, guys. Someone said I'm 10 minutes behind. Oh my God. Okay, I'm now up to date. Finally up to date. Okay, so people are talking about Virgil Abloh following me on Instagram. So that really has nothing to do with me. So shout out to Bliss Foster, because Virgil Abloh followed Bliss Foster, and Bliss Foster put a video that I made on his Instagram story, and then Virgil Abloh saw me from that Instagram story and then followed me on Instagram. So that's actually why Virgil Abloh follows me, is because of Bliss Foster. So yeah, not really much to do with me, to be honest. Someone said do a live stream with Bliss Foster. I have, and it is on Patreon. So if you want to support the channel, but at the same time get some really good content, then I have a live stream with Bliss Foster on my Patreon. Mid-tier brands nowadays make interpretations of Rick and Raph to an extent where it's almost copying. Where do you think the borderline of copying or being inspired by? I think that a lot of brands change enough about the design for it to be an interpretation of the design rather than just plagiarism. But there is a fine line though, and it's hard for me to verbally express what the fine line is. It's more of a visual thing. Sorry. Thoughts on Mo Lola leather pieces? I love Mo Lola. I love everything she does. However, I'm not skinny enough to fit in that stuff, so maybe one day. How do you think designers from developing countries can build a global platform? Social media. You have to leverage. Now is the time of social media. You have to, especially if you're not in somewhere like London, New York, where you can just network your way into the industry. The only option is social media. And there's so many classes, courses, resources on how to build a social media platform at this point that, you know, at this point, social media. DM me for the link. I unlisted it because it's like an 8-hour stream, and like I wanted people to watch my videos, but I will like post it at some point. This is also true. High-end design is still from Designers 2. Have you heard of Kangdi? It's basically Korean recurrence. That's true. That's true. That's true. So what I mean is, like, I don't, from any point of view, I don't support copying. So if it's a high-end brand copying like a smaller designer, which is what happened a lot to someone like Shane Oliver at Hood by Air, I don't support that. And I don't support the other way around, like fast fashion brands copying high-end fashion brands. Oh yeah, I keep forgetting. By the way, guys, what I always do on my live streams is I leave the link, because there's quite a lot of few. I said few. I can't even speak. Jeez, there's a lot of new people watching the live. So if you don't know, I normally post the link, and you guys can join and just talk about whatever you want to talk about, or like talk about your work. I've had designers on my live stream talk about their work. Just other people just discuss stuff about fashion. So I just dropped the link in the chat. So if you guys want to join the live stream, join the live and share your thoughts, then be my guest. I feel like nowadays stylists have a huge influence on what's popular now. What do you think of them as a job position? When you say stylist, do you mean like editorial stylist? Because then, yes, I would agree with you. But even celebrity stylists do as well, because what celebrities wear really, really influences what people wear these days. So yeah, I do agree. I do own a few pairs of Jordan 1s. Yeah, I feel like they look good. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with Jordan 1s, to be honest. Ray or Yoji, I don't compare designers. that are that great. I just like to appreciate what they've both done in the industry. So I can't really answer that question. Am I into any other arts besides fashion? I don't. No, I'm not. Now that I think about it, I'm into architecture, if that's considered an art. Like I look at, well, I've been studying things like brutalism and modernism and stuff like that, if that counts. So yeah. Show me your minimal jean collection. Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ. Oh my God. Thoughts on Kenzo? So if we're talking about like Kenzo as in Kenzo Takada, I'm a big fan. But if we're talking about what Kenzo has become in the modern day, then I'm not too much of a big fan. Yo, what's up?
What's good?
What's poppin'?
It is 4 a.m. here in Singapore, but the rules have been reversed this time.
Yeah, last stream I did, I was the one who was tired at like 5 a.m.
Yeah. Yeah, I was just wanting to hear your thoughts on because I heard you say just now that you like more Lola, even though you can't really fit in it. I saw this post on the High Fashion Talk where someone was talking about like, do you think it's weird if you like a designer stuff but you can't really fit in it? And so, and there were some people like, yeah, no, it's really weird, man. Because like, for example, I really like Hedi Slimani's work. I've been looking a lot into it recently.
Right.
And like I could never fit in his stuff because I'm the opposite of what his target body type is. So yeah, I just wanted to hear your thoughts on that.
Yeah, I feel like you can appreciate something aesthetically without being the target audience for it. It's the same way like financially, let's talk about like money-wise, for example. I appreciate so many designs that I can't afford. So like there's so many designers whose work I'm a big fan of, but I can't afford that. So I guess that could also be seen as like I'm not the target audience for that clothing, but I'm still a fan of it. So I think the same can be said about like body types, because for example, I love Hedi Slimani's work as well, but as you can see, I'm not like a size 0, like women's size 0. So bro, that's just not going to happen. But I feel like you can still appreciate it. You definitely still can.
I mean, we can always do what Karl Lagerfeld did.
Yeah, like I mean, one of my favorite designers is Andy Millamista from a cultural standpoint. But okay, that's a bad example because I do own a lot of Andy Millamista. But what I was going to say is like I don't own as much as like a fan of a brand. Like people who are normally fan, like Rick Owens stands, just all their whole wardrobe is Rick Owens. Like they wear Rick Owens head to toe. But like I'm not like that, even though Andy Millamista is my favorite designer. So.
Yeah, I feel like there are a lot of brands that like, or a lot of designers that really admire the work, but
yeah,
like, they can't afford it, or like it just doesn't fit me. Like, which is unfortunate.
Yeah, that's the case with a lot of designers, especially because fashion still is very much for like ultra skinny people, which is kind of weird because like I've never been quote unquote like let's say out of shape, but unfortunately my natural build is quite broad. So even if I was like, I can't ever be skinny, I don't think like my skinniest I've ever been, I wouldn't be like considered even skinny. So I wouldn't still fit in a lot of high-end fashion.
Yeah.
So it's fine to just like appreciate things from a distance. I think that's completely fine. But what brands do you, from like wearing standpoint, would you say you wear a lot?
Well, I don't, because I've just started like getting into high fashion like recently, about 2-3 months ago. So a lot of brands I wear aren't really high fashion, to be fair. But the brands I've been looking at are like obviously Hedi Slimani stuff. So I think I can fit in their boots because I've been looking at boots recently as well.
Right.
And I actually really like his work at Celine, his most recent collections.
Yeah, I love it.
Yeah, because I remember I watched some of your videos on his Celine in the past, and I remember people were saying that his earlier, like his first or second collection, it looked almost like his stuff at Saint Laurent.
Yeah.
But then he started referencing a lot more of the previous
Celine archives. Yeah.
and you can really see the progression away from it. Like it's straight up from the color palette, the way he styled the hair on the models, the silhouette of the trousers and all that. So I really, really like that a lot because for me personally, I like more colorful stuff. I don't really like a lot of black, a lot of like excessively like all black stuff.
Yeah.
So I think his stuff at Celine appealed to me more. And then I started looking into him as a designer. I started looking at stuff at Saint Laurent, started looking at stuff at Dior. And yeah, it stemmed from that video where you were talking about how to get into high fashion. And you said pick one designer that you really like and just go with it.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Because I feel like if you pick one designer, it leads you onto a loophole. So like a good example is like, say you said you're interested in Adi Simon, right? So if you're interested in Adi Simon, you're gonna find out the stuff he did at Dior, at Saint Laurent, now at Celine. And in the process of that, you're going to you're going to probably wonder, what did Celine look like before him? And now Phoebe Philo. So like that's how you kind of navigate it. Because otherwise it just gets too complicated if you try to like do too many things at once.
Yeah, it's very overwhelming. But yeah, from Eddie Saint Laurent stuff at Celine, I looked at, because people are talking about Phoebe Philo. So I looked at Phoebe Philo stuff, and it's so different. But I think they're both so beautiful. It's just that the different aesthetics. And it was great. And I started to like really admire Eddie Saint Laurent as a person himself. Because I think with his attitude, you either love him or you hate him. Right?
Yeah. I agree. It's when it comes to Adi Simon, I think what people don't understand at Celine is, I think people don't understand that Celine ultimately is a fashion house. It isn't Phoebe Philo's personal brand. And there have been designers who have come before Phoebe Philo who have had different aesthetics as well. So people like Michael Kors. I think Michael Kors was the first ready-to-wear designer at Celine. And his work was way different to stuff like Phoebe Philo. But because Phoebe Philo is the most recent, so people that are into fashion now, their most recent memory of what Celine looks like is the Phoebe Philo era. Yeah. So that's why people are so mad, like, oh, he destroyed Celine. But not really. I feel like a good designer will bring their own design language and kind of find a way to combine it with the archives of a brand rather than just keep copying what has been done before, which is why. Wait, what are you going to say?
I suppose also because Phoebe Philo was at Celine for 10 years.
Well,
so
that's also another thing.
Who got into like Celine at the time, they got into it when she was designing.
Yeah.
And it's similar to like I remember your video about Alexander Wang at Balenciaga. He came right after Nicolas Ghesquière. Was there for like what 15 years or something.
Yeah.
So a lot of people like they've only seen that since they've been into fashion. So, like to them, like that's all they know. Like for me, like I've only seen them at Balenciaga, so like it was really interesting to look back at Alexander Wang and Nicolas Ghesquière stuff at Balenciaga as well.
Yeah, it's crazy because even like people don't. I don't think a lot of people even know that Adi Simon references Celine archives. I don't even think people are even taking the due diligence to even look at the difference aesthetically between his work at Celine and Saint Laurent. When they just say that it's the same, like they're not noticing. They're not noticing like I remember. I'm not sure if you're in the live stream when I was showing the differences between the lapels and the silhouette of the actual suits and stuff like that. Like people don't take the due diligence to actually look at the difference. I think people just like to hate in fashion. They just like
straight up.
That's trash.
Yeah, but it's weird though because it's not like. I mean, there were some changes which are pretty subtle. Like if you only look really closely, like for example, the lapels. But for example, the shape of the pants, anyone could see that from a mile away. The flares and even the color scheme as well, with the hair. So it's straight up. I think, you're right. People just love to hate on people.
It takes growth because to be honest, like I made a video. You know when Adi Simon first went to?
Oh yeah, I saw the video.
First went to Celine. I too was part of the problem because I too said, oh my God, like this is no longer Celine. And then over time, when I read more books, did more research, learned way more, I was like, I am talking absolute rubbish. And I took the video down because I was just talking rubbish. So also it's good to own up when you're wrong because I was definitely wrong. So, and also take responsibility. And also like now I'm talking about the correction and the growth I had in terms of understanding his work. But yeah, I do agree for the most part that people do really love to hate. Yeah, it's only comment someone said, can we make Phoebe Philo go to Chanel? I don't have the power to make Phoebe Philo go to Chanel. I think you need to ask someone like Anna Wintour or someone really influential.
I feel like Magic said minimal Celine.
Oh my god. Since the Preston is easy what I'm dressed in. Oh my god. Wait, hold on. I feel like I'm quite behind. Someone said, "Do I buy any paintings?" I don't have the money for that. One day, though. You can answer this question first, and then I'll answer it after.
So the turning point. I think for me it was a Cold War and a leaks because I used to be, well, I'm still really into streetwear, and a
Right.
Cold War and a leaks had that streetwear appeal, so I started doing more and more research on it. And at that time, I was already watching stuff from your channel, and this was the channel, but I never really decided to pivot what I liked into high fashion. But then I started watching your videos about how a Cold War is not just a streetwear brand. Because actually at the time I wasn't I honestly didn't know that they made runway collections and all that. Because all you see with a Cold War, all you see is the logo, the bag, the utility
the
bag.
stuff on Instagram, like the
t-shirts.
And okay.
Because I'm not gonna lie, I follow Gala. I used to follow Gala. So that's all I saw, right? So I was like, what is that's all I knew a Cold War as. And then I saw your video, and I think it was one of your videos on a Cold War's runway collections. Right. And I think somewhere I saw people talking about Alix's, their tailoring and stuff. So from there I looked into their runway stuff and their other offerings, and I was really like, oh, this is pretty cool. And especially I think Samuel Ross's runway shows really appeal to me because this is very utilitarian.
Definitely.
And I don't know much about architecture, but I just know that one style of architecture that really appeals to me is brutalism. So I could see
he is obsessed with brutalism.
Yeah. So I could see a lot of the influences there, and I was like, oh, this is so cool. And then from there, I started to take a super dive into high fashion.
Yeah, he references brutalism every collection, and even he has a brand called Concrete Objects.
Oh yeah, I have.
Where he just makes brutalist furniture and homeware and stuff.
Yeah, I saw they have cups or something.
Yeah. I definitely want to buy a few stuff from Concrete Objects for sure.
Some most of the stuff was sold out though the last time I checked.
Yeah. But yeah, it's crazy, man. So to answer the question, I'll answer it. So for me, it wasn't really a specific collection that got me into fashion. It was people. So I had two friends who, when I was in school, they were into Rick Owens and Yohji Yamamoto, and they used to wear it. And those were the only guys I had seen dressed like that ever. So I was so curious, what is this stuff? Why do you dress like this? Who makes this stuff? And then I started to learn about Yohji. That's why I said the first fashion pieces I got were Y3 pieces, because I was so into Yohji and I couldn't afford it. So I could buy Y3. And my first two pieces were the Y3 Kaza Highs, the sneakers, and this Y3 zip jacket that I still own till today. It's quite funny. So I think it was my friends and their influence that got me into fashion, and then I did the research for myself, and then I kind of got stuck into it.
Speaking of getting to high fashion, nowadays, of course, we see a lot of rappers of course we have ASAP and we have Gunna and all that. They started wearing more high fashion stuff. I think a lot of people who are more into streetwear, who follow a lot of these rappers, they're getting into high fashion. So what do you think of that? Because for me, I think it's great because I have the mindset that the more the merrier. But then there are also a lot of people who they only see Rick Owens and all that, and then they don't go further in. And then I think maybe that leads to this sense of how we always talk about the Rick Owens elitists, oh, do you bastard or whatever. And that just give them more fuel to shit on people. So what do you think of that?
Yeah, it's crazy, man. It's I do kind of like that rappers talk about fashion now, especially, I mean, ASAP Rocky, especially, and Kanye West. those two people especially have put people onto a lot of brands like Rick Owens, Adi Milamista, Dame Doma, whatever. But unfortunately, there's a group of people that don't like delve into it further, which is fine. Like, you don't have to be interested. But the issue with that, what happens with that is they then buy what they see A$AP Rocky wearing, and they feel like if you don't wear any of that, then you're not dripping or you're not. And it perpetuates this idea once again of like, you have to have certain pieces to be stylish, or you have to wear Rick Owens, otherwise they're not stylish. That's what it perpetuates. And that's the negative stuff that comes out of it.
Yeah.
Wait, someone has some really good questions. Someone said, do you think that simply putting black creators in positions at brands helps solve the diversity issue? Does there need to be? Hell no. Just placing random black people in positions of power is the worst thing that you could possibly do, because they have to still actually be qualified. Otherwise, what's going to happen is they're not going to do the job properly, and then that's just going to further perpetuate that. See, black people, this is why we don't put them there, because when we put them there, they're not good enough. So I don't believe in just like placing people in places just for the sake of it. But there are many, many, many situations where like a black person is really qualified and they still don't get the job. So I think that's more what I care about, that people who really deserve positions get it, rather than just putting random people there just for diversity. That's like trying to fill diversity quotas, which I'm really against.
Yeah, I sent you that long ass like essay on Instagram yesterday.
Yeah, it's because it's like, me as a journalist, like by the time I apply to, I don't know, a magazine like GQ to write, that would be 4 years from now when I graduate from university. I would be so much more experienced, and like, in my respect, I think I'll be way more knowledgeable about the industry, that I would feel like I deserve the job. That's very different to just some random person just placing them in the industry just because, like, let's make it more diverse. I hate that, because it undermines the hard work I'm doing, because I'm actually doing my due diligence to try and do it the right way and learn what you need to learn and be at a certain level before I even attempt to try to be a fashion journalist in the industry. And I feel like what happens when you just place random minorities, it just, like I said, it further perpetuates the idea that they're not good enough, which is why they shouldn't have been there in the first place. Yeah,
actually, I saw on High Fashion Talk this morning, Kering appointed 3 new people to their board of directors. So as this guy who came from Credit Suisse, this Chinese lady who she did some stuff in the transport industry, and Emma Watson. So people were talking a lot about, firstly, of course, Emma Watson, because they're like, no, she's not into fashion, blah blah blah. But people also talk. It was very interesting because so the guy from Credit Suisse is black, and so obviously you have a white lady, black guy,
and then Chinese.
So it's a diversity thing. It's a PR move. Then Yola was like, "Nah, dude, they decided it before the whole thing went down." But another interesting thing that came out of that was that people started talking about the guy from Credit Suisse, because apparently the reason why he left Credit Suisse is because he was involved in this huge, like, weird scandal.
Yeah,
like he sent private investigators to follow one of his competitors around, apparently.
Damn, what the hell?
That whole post is wild, dude. There's so many things.
So cutthroat. What does someone say? Seems like non-traditional designers that don't come from proper fashion education don't get much respect. I think that stems from elitism, because a lot of designers who we see as great didn't have a traditional education. A good example is Rei Kawakubo, or another good example is Karl Lagerfeld, or there's so many people I can mention that didn't go the traditional route of design, but because I don't know, people have decided in their heads that they are really conceptual designers, and then people pick and choose. Especially, I've seen in the industry a lot of black designers, especially people like to just reduce everything they do to streetwear, which is something I want to change. Like the worst example of that one is Shane Oliver. Shane Oliver is the worst example of a really, really conceptual artistic designer whose stuff got reduced to streetwear. He is like the worst example that I've ever seen. So I think that stems more from like prejudice than anything else, because there's so many white designers I know who didn't have the traditional route. Even people like Jacques Mus. Jacques Mus is a self-taught designer, but no one says, "Oh, he's a streetwear designer." People are like, his clothes are beautiful. We like the patterns, the prints, the silhouettes. So I think people just pick and choose who they decide is conceptual and who isn't. Someone said, "Is Virgil qualified?" Yeah, Virgil's qualified. He had Off-White. There's many different reasons as to why he's qualified, but ultimately conglomerates are businesses, and Virgil Abloh is big business. So that in and of itself is a qualification, because he made his own brand from the ground up and basically he proved to the industry that he can sell garments.
It's probably a strategic move by
it's a money move
by LV as well, because they were like, oh, we know that a lot of the streetwear market is trying to get into high fashion, and people from that area of fashion already know Virgil, so they were like, they just follow him around. Which I suppose is why like people were talking a lot about how Virgil's first collection was trash, or just like streetwear with the LV logo slapped on. I remember you said that his second collection is way better, and I looked at it, it's very different. So I think a lot of people, I see it, like I saw this with Eddie Suleiman at Celine as well. I think when designers go to new houses, they'll like from what I see, they tend to have like this transition collection whereby like it's still sort of their old stuff or whatever, and then they'll like grow into the house, and then they really start to find what they are like, start to like so-called improve the collections as they go along. Which I feel is pretty like. I see a lot of people just criticizing it, and then because they criticize the first collection, people just write off the other collections. So it's hard to really like understand and to give them like a second chance, so called.
Yeah, I don't like it. I think people just aren't objective enough with themselves. So it's like that's another thing. Like people don't judge collections on a case by case basis. What people do is they have a decider of what a designer represents in their head, and they don't sway from it. So that happens with a cold wall. Samuel Ross's first collection was like the epitome of just like t-shirts and hoodies. Like if you look at his first runway show, but that can be attributed to maybe he had less means, maybe he had less of many different things. And now that he has more means, the collections are art, but people still have that mindset of what he did in his first collection and bring it to the next collections that are literally tailoring and suits that have nothing to do with that stuff. And I think that happens with a lot of designs, like you said, Adi Saman. There's only a few designers at big houses who are able to do that transition collection really well. Like Kim Jones, when he first went to Dior, his like transition collection was amazing, and no one had anything negative to say about that. So it does depend. Someone said, "What do you think about guys painting their fingernails?" I don't know. If that's how you choose to express yourself, so be it. I mean, it's not that deep. It's just colors on fingernails. It's really not that serious. I know people in reality will be like, "Oh my God, colors on fingernails," but it's not really that serious. Like, if people are calling you names or saying funny things because you put a color on your fingernails, then it says more about them.
I think Biz talked about it in one of his live streams as well.
Oh, did he? What did he say?
Yeah, he was just like, he said that he did it when he was a kid because, you know, he just wanted to stand out. But his parents were also saying, like, should I see it? Well, I mean, yeah, he put it on his live stream. So his parents were saying that because, like, he had, like, he should wait until he's 18 because when he was, like, in school, like, they didn't want him to get, like, shit on by other kids or whatever.
Oh, no, that's a good point. I think if I had kids, for example, I wouldn't. If it was a girl, then it's fine. If it was a guy, the only reason why I'd be against it is because, like, now at my age, I can do anything, and I'm so sure of myself, like in my own skin, that I'm not in a position where, like, if someone calls me names or tries to bully me, it would really affect me. But when you're in school, that stuff can really affect your mental health, and I don't think kids consider it that deeply. So I think I would be adverse to things that could get my child bullied in school. But that being said, I don't know, man. It's a tough one.
Yeah, I think that kind of thing just comes with age, to be honest.
Hey.
Yo, what's up?
Hey, it's Daniel with the books again.
Yep.
This guy has a
In all their
million
glory.
books behind all the time.
Cause I'm always studying, always working. These summer classes are killing me right now.
All the
but
physics books, man.
Yeah,
figured
for
I'd
guys who
take
don't
it.
know, this guy's a brain box. He studies physics.
Yeah, I'm doing taking differential equations right now, and it is not fun.
Damn,
Not fun at
this
all.
guy's. Yo, I do not miss that stuff, bro. I don't miss engineering at all, and I don't even think we're doing like stuff as hard as you. Because when I did engineering, we did like engineering maths, but I still don't think like it's as bad as physics, bro. But then, do you guys like? Because we had a module in chemical engineering that was fluid mechanics. Do you guys do any sort of like mechanics or anything along those lines?
I think we do, but I haven't gotten to it.
Okay.
It's probably like a higher level class, and
Yeah, if you do fluid mechanics, good luck. Like that stuff is hard. Oh my god, I feel sorry for anyone doing that stuff.
yeah,
I
it's
do
just
not miss it.
not fun. Not fun.
Hey, what's up?
Oh, hey.
Jesus Christ. Hi. I look like I just woke up and it's like 4 p.m. It's sad. Quarantine
Yeah,
life
we're over
sucks.
here too.
No, I heard the conversation about painting your fingernails.
Oh yeah. Give your thoughts on that.
I mean, I don't see a problem with it. I read an article. Was it in Harper's Bazaar? I think it was Mark Jacobs that was talking about that. And
Okay.
yeah, I'm sorry.
No, I was just agreeing with you. Yeah.
Yeah, he was talking about like painting his fingernails and like wearing women's bags, and he said even about the bags, he's like, I did not see gender being associated with a bag. It's a bag,
Yeah.
you know. So I mean, like I follow him on Instagram, and he paints his fingers like every day. So I don't see a problem with it. He also made he had a funny story about, I guess he was wearing a Celine coat, and he was like walking into these like guys that were like in construction, like these like butch, like strong guys.
Yeah.
And one of them was like staring at him, and Mark was like, okay, like let's hear what he has to say. And this guy goes like, hey dude, cool jacket. So like that is like so nice to hear. But I don't see a problem with it. I don't see, if that's what if you want to express yourself, if it's gonna make your outfit full, go for it.
Yeah, I think we've taken like gender roles a bit too far to the point where like people have such an issue with literally when you think about it, it's just the color on a fingernail or like a bag. It's just a thing you put something like it's so crazy that like people can get comments and stuff for that. Unless it's
I think what a lot of people don't realize is that
I mean, it's not a big deal. Like
people really don't care about it that much.
I mean, I think it's funny because like people are more okay. Like even like guys that like they're in rock bands. When you see them like wearing black nail polish, everybody's like, "Oh, okay, he's like in a rock band." Like, you know. But when you see somebody like wearing like pink one, oh, he's gay. So I don't think that.
I think it's more how arbitrary it is, because like it's like unless you're like a part of like a certain aesthetic, like maybe it's just like something that you wanted to do, otherwise people are gonna look at you weird. But like if you're like you're pretty much like being pigeonholed, I guess. So it's like only, painting nails is only for people, if you're a male at least, it's only if you're like, part of like a punk or a goth or that kind of scene. But anything else outside of that, it's like looked down upon, even though it's like I think it's ridiculous. I don't think it's that deep at all.
It's fashion. Have fun with it.
Yeah, I agree.
Speaking of that, I'm picking my nail now.
Me, it's not a thing I would do personally, but hey, as an anime fan, I almost did it when I saw Itachi pull up with the. I was like, oh.
Oh my god!
This he might be onto something.
This guy really said Itachi. That's hilarious.
I'm telling you, he's like,
Influencer.
I'm sure if he had like a bra under his trench coat, people would think twice. People would think twice. Be like, I don't need it, but he's just so badass. Like, maybe I might take a look somewhere in Victoria's Secret. I might get one. I'm not saying
what's up?
I might get one.
Yo, man, what's up?
Nobody's recording this because I might get taken out of context.
Wait, this is the first time I'm seeing you on the stream. So where are you from? What do you do? Like, give us the rundown.
Yeah. So guys, I'm from Portugal, but I'm living in Austria. So my real name is Miguel. Nice to meet you all. I've talked to some of you on already on Instagram and so on.
Yeah.
I got to know a lot of you all also here on the lives, and it's been really interesting to listen to everyone.
Yeah, for sure. Obviously, I know who you are, but just for the sake of everyone.
Yeah.
Yo. Good?
Yo.
Good. All right, I'll let you introduce yourself before I start talking.
Wait, someone has a good point. Someone said a man can have his hands stained with motor oil and this is accepted if he paints his nails or hell breaks loose.
Yeah,
that is true. That is really true.
I think for me the oil is all hell breaks loose with the oil, man. If that thing gets on my clothes, it's not getting out.
That's so true.
That is fact. Oh yeah, for guys who want to join the live stream, by the way, 6 is the max, so you might have to wait because there's a few guys in the lobby. But yeah, what's the topic of discussion? Let's come up with a deep topic that we can discuss.
Well, the chat's currently talking about Ian again.
No, definitely not. Wait, Malik, did you have something to say?
It's not that deep though. I mean, you kind of covered it a few minutes ago, but going back to the whole Virgil at LV,
right,
black designers and stuff, I also feel like some of the onus is on like journalists and people who cover fashion and stuff like that, because I know a lot of black designers have talked about this whole streetwear thing and how a lot of them feel like they're kind of being pigeonholed and put in this streetwear box regardless of the stuff that they put out. So like a Kirby Jean Ramon, Shane Oliver, Sam Ross, like it's just interesting how their collections are so intellectual and so artistic, but we just put them in this streetwear box and you never think about it. So like when journalists kind of perpetuate that and they talk about them as streetwear, the rest of the world who like value their opinions so much just continue to kind of keep them in that box. And I think it's kind of detrimental.
Yeah, that is really true. And even when I read reviews till now, they still perpetuate it. Like they're still like from the range of streetwear, Samuel Ross, and I'm just like,
I'm like that's
literally how they introduced the collection.
His last collection was literally all suits and tailoring, and they still talk about streetwear.
Yeah,
I don't know what else he can do.
Man, media can be an asshole. They need to label what they don't understand, and when they don't understand, they either go it's streetwear, it's contemporary, it's avant-garde, whatever. It's just sometimes just what it is.
Yeah,
it doesn't have to be. It doesn't need to have like a title all the time.
That's a good point.
Mm-hmm.
No, what are you guys' thoughts on the situation?
Well, I mean, I feel like I can kind of understand. I guess from like a consumer standpoint, at least to some extent, because I honestly didn't even know like the extent to like I guess Virgil's progression, for example.
Yeah.
Like with Off-White, I saw your video on his collection, and like I was really surprised at like the like how much detail and how imagined it was, as opposed to before I saw that, I was still stuck in that mind state where it was like, oh, all Virgil does is pretty much just put arrows on T-shirts and sell them for $500. And, and then I'm looking at it and I'm like, okay, no, there's actually like a level of thought and like he's kind of like elevated himself. So like now I'm paying more attention to that, and it's actually kind of made me more a fan of like his more recent work. But I know to this day there's a lot of people who still have that mind state, especially like, oh God, it was rampant all throughout. First of all, his recent controversy now, because like, whenever someone is on the verge of getting canceled. You just got to go for as low blows as possible. So we're like, man,
yeah.
Of course, $50. What could I expect from a guy who, again, they just think he puts arrows on t-shirts and sells them. But
Bro,
it's
not
like,
to interrupt you, but that was some bullshit. No. Meaning like no. Meaning like all the backlash he got was bullshit. Like
it was.
Yeah,
people love to hate on Virgil for
100%
no
agree.
reason whatsoever.
Cancel culture
like,
always
I
needs
just
something
think
else to
that-
speak on.
Yeah.
Cancel culture, man.
Yeah, let's not even get
So
started.
like, I feel like it's because a lot of like journalists, they just aren't doing their due diligence. Because I mean, they're not the average consumer, especially because of, I'd say, like at his height, that's what he was known for. Then like if journalists and people in the community aren't doing their due diligence and aren't reporting on his more recent work to the extent that they are, then people are still going to have that perception.
Yeah,
So
I agree.
I feel like it's on them as well.
I deserve Couture. What are your thoughts on the?
I had to leave because my microphone, I don't know why, but every time this joins, I hear echoes from 6 different windows, and I'm like, what the hell? I did not hear what we were discussing.
So it's essentially how journalists don't do their due diligence when they're covering black designers, especially black designers that design in a conceptual way. So like Shane Oliver, Samuel Ross, and they just reduce it to streetwear. So what's your thoughts on like why that happens and how it can be changed?
I think when it comes to covering black designers, I think you cannot have anybody cover it. That's number one. I think we were talking last time, even on YouTube, Haute Le Mode. I think that there is such a huge spectrum of black designers that somebody who doesn't cover that much will always come back to like 4 of them. Do you get what I'm saying? And there's like so many of them. Me personally, I cannot say that I know a lot of black designers, especially we were talking last time from designers from Nigeria and
right.
So I think if somebody's going to cover them, and that should be somebody with a variety of knowledge,
right?
Black culture. As far as putting black designers in streetwear only, I think that's ridiculous.
Yeah.
I think that there's like so much more craft and there is so much more talent there. And I think just to put them all in the same box, I don't agree with that.
Do you think that's attributed to then who the journalists are?
Yes. I mean, like, I think
like the demographic of journalists.
I think that you should know if you're going to cover the all fashion, then cover all fashion. I mean, like, you don't hear a lot about Chinese. The only Chinese designer that is like well known is Kay. And don't get me wrong, it's amazing at what she does, but there is so many of them. I think like now the only Asian designers that you're going to see is like Next in Fashion. Next in Fashion had more on their show than Vogue did in any of their I mean, like, it's sad, but it's true, Like, who was it? I mean, I found out about that Kim Ying. I cannot remember her last name. She was a winner of it, and she was Kim
what's
Young.
Her name again? It's Kim Ju or something like
Kim
that.
Ju. Yeah.
Yeah.
And amazing. My God, her shows are beautiful, and her clothes. Yeah. It's sad that you don't have like more representation of Chinese or black designers in Vogue or Harper's Bazaar.
Yeah.
Or you cannot go to any publication and expect that. So that's kind of sad. That sucks.
Yeah. That's why I try to do that, because it's like everyone at this point knows about Dior and Gucci. So I just don't see the point in like just beating a dead horse when there's so many designers. Like I always say, China, there's people like Xu Xutong, Ziggy Chen, like Uma Wang. So many people I could cover that people haven't in the past. Or even Japan, like Kuniki Muranaga, who has Anne Rillage. Or like we were talking about Kane and Amiya in the last live stream. There's just so many. There's a wide variety of designers worldwide. There's designers in Spain, Brazil,
Australia. couple of them that are amazing.
Yeah.
But it's just like it's sad that like all of these, and the worst part is that they're talented people. You know, what's the name of them? Let me find him. It's killing me. It's a Robert Wu or something like that. He does those. I found out not so long about him. He does like those like very 3D garments. Damn it! Wait, I'll find it.
Trying to see if I know who you're talking about.
Yeah, just to give like an inside note, but the thing is, Vogue in every country they do portray the country's designers in some sort of way. The thing is, the ones that are like international, they really don't push them on. There's like no mention of what's happening in the Vogue in Japan or what's happening in the Vogue in China, what's happening in the Vogue in the States. Like actually in the States they do, but not all outside of these countries. Like they don't show. Let's do a mention to the cover in the Vogue in China.
Right.
They might do it on their social media, but they don't do it in the magazine itself.
Yeah.
So that's also another thing, because there's a lot of Japanese, there's a lot of like magazines in Japan that you have designers that you've never heard of, crazy talented, but they will never get their space in Vogue, which is also another thing, because you need to be on the Tokyo runway to appear internationally.
Right.
So it's also another issue.
It's Robert Woon, and he does like stuff.
Oh, I've heard of him. Yeah, I know him.
Oh, that is sick.
Yeah.
Like amazing. And then to see somebody who is like this talented not get any
mainstream press. Yeah.
Like this is something to be admired, and like the structure of it and everything. And the shapes that he does, I mean, like I don't see how anybody in I don't know, in Vogue is not like, oh wow, that's amazing. This is your job. Like your job is to find people that do amazing stuff and report on it. I'm sorry, I cannot hear about like Maria Grassa and a circus collection anymore.
It is, but then you can just tell from Vogue, like with all the adverts and stuff, they're just really going for what can we write about that will get the most clicks.
That's the problem. It's like this.
That's where they lost. That's where they lost the mark, because it's not just about engagement. You should also be writing about things that inspire. Like fashion is supposed to be inspirational as much as it is about like the commercial stuff. And the problem I have is there's no balance. It's all about like the really commercial stuff without all the inspirational stuff.
I mean, I see Vogue.
100% true. And I mean, it's stuff like this that irritates me. As far I mean, like I think all of us agree here that like Vogue is not the fashion,
the mecca of fashion. Yeah, it definitely isn't.
But it's I don't know. I'm just like irritated when you see so much talent around here and all around the world, and it's not being reported on it. Like who was the last designer that I was kind of like impressed by? Is Casablanca. I don't.
Yeah.
My God, he's amazing, and I'm really looking forward to see what he comes up with next, because like prints and everything, it's gorgeous.
See, that's a good thing, because I didn't look into Casablanca until the LVMH prize. Yeah. So that was what made me be like, oh, who's this guy? Like that's when I started looking into like the brand.
No, it's very nice, very good.
But it's crazy that it takes something like the LVMH prize before there's some mainstream coverage on like some up and coming designers. Because what about the people that don't make the LVMH prize? There's still talented people that just aren't going to get in the positions to get that sort of backing.
The thing is with Vogue, with Vogue is like,
but I mean, it's always like that. I think like him and Peter Du, I think that those are like the best people from that LVMH prize that I would think.
Wait, Malik, you're gonna say something?
Oh, I was saying like I think of Vogue the same way I think of like social media influencers. Like they obviously like Vogue, they want to report on the biggest brand.
I cannot hear you.
Vogue, like they report on like the biggest brands so they can keep this level of like elitism. And social media influencers, they only want to wear Gucci and Balenciaga and shit like that. But then if you think about it, it's like, what are you really influencing? Because you're just doing the same shit that everybody else up here is doing.
Right.
So I think Vogue, they have more of a responsibility to like report on smaller, lesser known brands and designers, and then really use that influence to kind of like stop gatekeeping. It's going to be the same brands that are big, and you not putting Prada on your front page and maybe advertising a lesser known brand is not going to affect Prada's sales whatsoever.
Exactly.
They have the platform.
I think another thing is that, like, unfortunately, because you see, like, fashion at the end of the day is also a business, right? It's not just an art. So if we look at, like, so it's the appeal to mainstream consumer as well, right? So we look at Casablanca. So I mean, like, there were 8 LVMH prize winners this year, right?
Yeah. Everyone won this year.
Yeah. So I feel like, at least this is what my observation is. I feel like Casablanca is a lot more well known amongst the general public compared to the other winners because they did a collaboration with New Balance, and that sort of had the mainstream appeal to the general consumer, right?
Right.
So I feel that it's not just like the side of the fashion journalists, right? Because like I was saying earlier, I don't believe that. Well, I personally don't think that fashion journalists have as huge of an impact on the general consumer as you would think, because most people aren't reading what fashion journalists are saying anyways, right? It's what they
for
see.
sure.
Yeah, unfortunately, it's what people see on Instagram and all that. And I know that a lot of people saw the Casablanca collaboration on Instagram. I think that's why a lot of people know more about Casablanca now, at least from what I can see. So it sort of goes both ways. It's pretty unfortunate as well. But at the same time, that also means that I suppose it's a lot easier for brands to so-called blow up because they just need that one piece, right? To just propel them like stardom, and then like everyone knows the brand as well. So I suppose it works both ways.
Yeah, I think that's why I said it has to be the balance between being inspirational and also being commercial. But I think now the issue I have is this just commercial.
True.
And so you're about to say something?
Yeah, journalists also lose credibility when they keep on pushing the same brands over and over. At one point, you just know that it's paid promotion, it stops having meaning. And as a journalism, it's also part of their job to do a research and showcase other people, not just talk about the same thing every week. So it's also a question, people are not taking the journalism in vogue anymore because they know, okay, they are getting paid to just present the same companies over and over.
Facts.
Right.
So that's also why the credibility disappears and people go search for other magazines. But also, it's not that easy to find other magazines in shops because they are only in very specific shops for instance, in the big cities.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, it's actually insane. I actually picked up an issue of Vogue. I think like it was like probably like 3 weeks ago from now, because I was just at like a store and I saw it was there, and I was like, man, I haven't really like read one of these in like a while. So I was like, maybe it isn't as bad as I was portraying it out to be, and it was even worse. And I was like, how do you do that? I swear, I saw like 4 different adverts, and they were just like different pictures, but they were all advertising like product perfume or something like that. Yeah. And I'm just like, how? Like, no matter how much you try to repackage it, like I know what I'm getting. And like the articles themselves, there weren't that many for how thick the magazine was. There weren't that many, and it was just about like the brands itself, and it was just so surface level. I was like, okay, I read like 2 of them, and I felt like I didn't come away with any new information on the designers themselves or any like. It was just like, oh, Margiela did this, and I was like, okay, can I anything else? It's like, but would you like some Prada perfume though?
That's true though.
Their Instagram posts have more words than their magazines right now.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Honestly.
Facts.
I can't believe they got someone's name wrong. How do you get someone's name wrong? How does the article make
it? Didn't happen once, it happened many times.
I can't believe it.
To be honest, like I don't even like. Okay, I get the name. I don't get how you get somebody's occupation wrong. That's what
they got the occupation, the name, and the face wrong. It was mad. It was crazy.
Woman is an activist, and then they're like, "Oh, the black actress," and I'm like, "Dude, she was an."
There was one where they mixed the model with an activist, and then there was another one that was like the Muslim. I think her name was Noor Taguri or something like that.
You know what it is? I think that Vogue, maybe when they interview these people, they're like, oh, I don't really care who they are, but they are a person of color, so we're going to shove them in the magazine. And then that's why they just screw it up like that. It's so bad.
It's like the mentality of like, they're all the same anyway. That's kind of like the feeling I get from that.
Oh my god, that's hilarious.
They must be having a lot of interns there every day. A lot of new interns.
I don't think they would allow interns to cover such important stories, though.
Oh, that was solid shade because they make so much.
I was like, damn. if they're letting interns write stories like that, then damn, that's even worse.
That's how it seems.
I think they are speaking and the interns are writing for them.
Exactly.
Something more. I would believe that more than actually the interns really by themselves writing stuff.
I don't know.
But on their online pages, I'm pretty sure some of the times it's the interns.
Yeah,
like the grammar errors, the way they write things on the internet platform. Oh, it's definitely the interns most of the time. Like no one is proofreading anything.
Yeah, that's what it seems like, which is sad.
Yeah,
like I don't know, the standard just really dropped, and it's sad because I talked about when I was really, really young and I used to read Vogue, and it was very aspirational. And you learned about designers from many different places. I don't know where it changed. Like I can't even pinpoint where everything just went really, really super commercial and like no more like real journalism in it anymore.
I usually say that it was when they started the 6 collections a year. When this thing became, it's just there's no space, there's no time to create anything, to properly write about research, anything. It's just there's too much information, too fast. Like, that's a really good point. It's just changed the whole game from what I remember before, and after this started, it just completely changed how the journalism became. You just talk about ready-to-wear pieces. You don't even bring any more the couture pieces to the magazines. Yeah. You just mention here and there one because some designer might be supporting this couture designer. But other than that, there's no, besides the ready-to-wear, there's no more space in the magazines for other types of articles.
Yeah.
It's going to be interesting to see how things change. Yeah. When shows can come back and stuff. This. I know a lot of brands have already talked about how
just cancel the whole thing.
They're not going to be doing the whole 6 collections a year kind of thing. It's going to be more. It's going to be less.
Do you think who do you think would be a good replacement for her?
Well, Anna Wintour.
Yeah.
Oof, that's tough, man. Because you've been there for so long. Been there for so long at this point. Jeez,
who do you think would try to steer it in a different direction?
Well, the candidates that I would have thought would be the perfect replacements are too old anyway. So Grace Coddington is to me the best of the best, but she's old. She's 79 or something.
Yeah.
So there's no way she's gonna take over at 79. So
even if she takes, it wouldn't be for a long time.
Yeah.
But God,
we're not wishing bad on Grace, but
no. Oh, I love her.
I can't think of any young person that would really, really come into the head of Vogue and really do something. But I mean, that's not really my job, though. That's the head of the CEO of Condé Nast to decide that.
There's some big shoes to fill.
Yeah, especially because he's been there for so long.
I mean,
I will.
Yeah, I second Karsten.
What will become a meme magazine?
Oh my god! Did someone say I'll be a good replacement? No way! No way! I have not even the slightest of experience to run a massive magazine. It would flop so bad. I'd run it to the ground.
Neither did
you. Gotta start.
I'm just thinking about how amazing Vogue would be if instead, just for every advert, it was just replaced with a Wojak meme.
I also feel because Vogue is.
I would like to see somebody I want to see somebody who has a lot of knowledge. For example, I don't think not as a replacement for her, but somebody who should be I think who would help bring it to the next level. I do like Tim Blanks a lot. I think he's got a lot of knowledge.
The thing is, Tim Blanks is more knowledge and journalist rather than like editor of a. I'm not sure how much of an editor I see him, like editor in chief type of person.
Yeah, but
as a writer, he's amazing.
Yeah, I think that I would put him like somewhere, not to run it, but at least to like help it, because like it is a huge task. But
yeah. Malik, what did you want to say? You had something to say.
Shit. Yeah, Vogue.
I don't hear Malik.
I feel like because Vogue is so old and they have like a certain reader, like a certain demographic of readers. Like I would say like somebody like my mom or dad, if they were interested in fashion, they would go straight to Vogue because that's what they know as like the pinnacle of fashion journalism. Whereas now, let's say they had a 20, 25-year-old in there, it would be a completely different magazine than it is now. And it would just target a different audience. And that's not to say that it would be worse. It would just be different. It'd be a lot more younger. It'd be a lot more in tune with fashion and technology as we see it versus how my mom or grandma would see it.
Yeah. It's interesting. I was talking to this fashion professor like literally this morning about it because she saw my video, right? And what she said was that Vogue, the magazine was made on values that were supposed to be about the elites and catering to the elites and the upper class. So I think when you take something that the foundation is meant to appeal to the elites and then you try to transform it into something that's for millennials and appeal to young people, that's a very difficult thing to do, which is why Vogue is past its best.
True.
Because now they're trying to make that transition. It's not as easy.
Well, I mean, it's different now because people like us have a lot more power and a lot more purchasing power than we did 20 years ago.
Right.
Now in the state of fashion, because of people like Virgil, Sam Ross, and just this whole evolution of younger streetwear kind of easing its way into high fashion, I feel like now our demographic has a lot more power and we're not as impressed with Vogue as they used to be. And they're not, not to say that they're not as influential, but I mean, we have a whole chat on their flaws. So that just goes to show.
Yeah. No, I definitely agree. It's more because also in like the olden days, I like to say, is there weren't many places that you could go for media. It was just really, it was so expensive to like even promote something. Right. There was only people with big money that could afford to even push anything in any way. Because it was on television, which is expensive as hell. And there was no internet really then. So it was either on big billboards, which cost thousands or tens of thousands, or on television. So really, it was only really the elites that could afford it. But now, everyone has a voice because of things like social media. So now they don't have a choice but to appeal to everyone. But it's so hard to appeal to everyone when the basis of your magazine was built on being for the elites.
They were selling a lifestyle. And they changed now also. That's also the issue. Like on Vogue, you cannot really find the lifestyle per se anymore. It's also the other thing. Before it was really the lifestyle of the rich and famous, and now it's the lifestyle of the
cool
income and cinema.
Yeah, I don't even know who the target demographic of Vogue is anymore. I really don't even know.
60-year-old wine sippers looking out from their beach house.
I mean, that's how it was before, but I mean, now that they're trying to appeal to a younger demographic who just don't like it, and then the older demographic who it was for originally, they've gone away from that audience. Mm-hmm. So who exactly is the target demographic? Like I always say, like in Central St. Martin's, they made me write an essay on like Vogue and how it can appeal to a younger audience. So they extorted all of us. I'm sure they just took all of our essays and sent it back to Vogue. I don't know how much they got paid.
That's slick.
This is what these young students are saying about how you can appeal to a younger audience.
I come from a marketing background, and like from what I can tell you, from like what's their target audience is people who don't care about fashion.
Right.
They want to know what's in trend, so they go there, but they don't really care about what's happening or they want to see who's wearing what, but they don't really care if it's from Rick Owens, if it's from Alex. They don't give a shit. They just want to look at pretty images and say, "Oh my God, this is so beautiful! I want to get this. Where can I get this?" And that's it. It's not. It's like a catalog for them. It's not really like a. Say, let's look at fashion design. It's like just okay. These are the brands. They've been here for the last 100 years, pretty much, and it's still the same. It's the only brands they know.
Yeah, catalog is a really good way to term it, actually.
Yeah.
You think they can be saved though? Like, I feel like
be saved.
it's like so far gone. It's so difficult to like just bring it back unless they leverage their social media really, really hard. I feel like it's gonna be so difficult.
Yeah, I feel like GQ, just based on what we saw GQ do, I feel like it's possible. However, GQ doesn't have such a long history of being for the elites like Vogue, so it's very easy to make that transition. But yeah,
GQ also reminds me more of like a. If I were to compare like YouTube channels, I would compare you to like teaching men's fashion.
Right.
I see GQ more like that, and I see you as more of like a Vogue. Like GQ is more style, lifestyle.
Oh yeah, it's more than fashion.
Sure. Men kind of thing. Like
it's like in GQ you see stuff like restaurants and like stuff. But I'm just talking specific to the fashion content. Like I said earlier, it used to be very much like 5 ways to wear a suit, or like the perfect way to tie your shoelaces when you wear a suit. That. But now with Will Welch, is such like really interesting stuff.
Maybe we got to see Vogue on TikTok or something.
Once Vogue is on TikTok, they've lost their selling point.
But
they're now appealing to 10-year-olds.
Bro, I fucking hate TikTok.
So I have like a question for you guys. I was wondering, like, how receptive would you be if Anna Wintour were to actually be replaced by like a designer? Like a designer were to take her place.
Not receptive at all. Because
I would be if it was one guy. I'm missing the guy's name, but he was at Burberry before.
Christopher Bailey.
Yeah. If it was him, I think I would, because he was a really, really smart guy. And I think he was in different fields, so I think he would be able to do it.
Oh, okay, I'll have to think of that deeper. But yeah, any designer though, it's I don't think they'll do well, because the work of a designer versus the work of an editor just so far removed from each other that
But as a creative position, I think if you always have a team in the back.
Yeah.
So he can also like tell you, like guide you while you are doing things, and you can also try to push them to do other stuff also. So I think not every designer could do it, but maybe there are a couple of people who could do it. It would be even fun if now they would rotate the editors for a while to just let's dissipate Anna Wintour reign on this. Let's get other people here not fixed, but just rotation.
Yeah.
Just do something.
Just make sure you have a team with you.
Yeah.
I feel like it's possible for a designer. I can't think of anyone in particular, but I feel like with a good team, it's doable.
Yeah, I mean, if you have people like Grace Coddington and all those type of people working under you, I mean, geez, anything's possible.
Yeah.
These comments have gone to shit. I don't know what people are talking about in these comments.
Because I left and I joined the stream.
It's gone from serious questions to like people talking about, what do you think about Lil Uzi Vert being the creative director of Celine?
I know. I've literally been writing down some of my favorites. There have been like, what are your thoughts on Yoji going to Forever 21? Jake Paul joining Celine, KSI joining Chrome Hearts, and 6ix9ine being the director of CCP. Those are my favorites so far.
Oh my god. Jeez. The internet is undefeated. You can't beat the internet.
Uzi as a designer would low-key be kind of wild.
Yeah, someone said fashion YouTube and Instagram pages would probably replace fashion magazines. I don't think so, only because and this is me included. From what I've seen, I don't think the people that make fashion YouTube videos are like qualified enough to be held on such a high standard as like a fashion magazine, me included. So unless there are a group of fashion YouTubers who are really qualified, like unless like someone like Tim Blank starts making music, I said music videos, YouTube videos, or until like I progress to a point where I consider myself on that level, then I don't think it's safe for YouTubers to replace like actual journalists who have been working in the industry for like 40 years, like writing articles, writing books. So yeah.
But do you think that it is? I mean, isn't it funny because like you can find more fashion stories and like more reflection of like Margiela, for example, and his beginnings on YouTube than you can find in a fashion magazine that has 900 pages.
It's weird. It's because like they just missed the mark. It's like, for example, on my channel is what I want to see from like magazines. So it's like mixing commercial things with more inspirational things. So like, let me give you a good example. So right now I'm working on a video on the history of Prada. But just a few videos ago, I made a video about Barbara Sanchez Kane, the Mexican designer, who is not really talked about in mainstream media. She's from Mexico. Mexico isn't really talked about in fashion. So it is possible to balance it. And it's sad that the industry has gotten to where it's gotten, to the point where now that Bliss Foster makes such an amazing video on the history of Margiela, and it surprises people because stuff like that doesn't exist anymore, to the point where Virgil Abloh sees it and he's like, wow, this is amazing. Yeah. Like, and other designers see it. It's crazy.
Sure.
Have you guys heard of? I mean, you know that that music magazine XXL.
Yeah.
So XXL does like the freshman class every year, where they introduce people to a bunch of like up and coming rappers. I feel like more fashion magazines need to take that on and start doing that with designers. That would be nice.
Yeah. I completely agree with that.
There are some that are doing it, but not the mainstream ones, though.
Yeah.
Yeah, I could imagine.
Like, System is a very fashion purist magazine.
System?
Yeah. There's nothing but fashion in that magazine, and it's always in depth. Like, they just choose one designer. Like, if I go on their website, they've had probably some of the greatest designers as well. And like, if you want to buy like some of their magazines, they resell for like 200. Like, it's crazy.
Oh.
Yeah. Let me see if I can go on this.
Do you think that? Of course, I don't think that YouTube channels and Instagram pages now can currently can replace fashion magazines.
Yeah.
But as a medium, do you think that it could be possible? Because I like the way I see it is that
for a medium, yeah.
Yeah, because back then in the 90s, like the only way you could get this information is through magazines. But now that you have the internet, right, people just gravitate towards YouTube and Instagram, especially because they, like, I guess the younger people have a lot shorter of attention span now.
Yeah, I totally agree. I think people nowadays don't like to read as much, so they like to visually see things and listen, and people learn easier that way. So YouTube as a medium or any just like video platform, I think is kind of the future.
In audio also, because if you like ID Service doing something there, when I'm working at university, it's the same. Where I just put audio in the background and I just listen to whatever.
Yeah.
And I just sometimes it's history stuff, sometimes it's interviews. I just leave it on and I'm just working and listening to what's being said.
Yeah.
And if it catches my attention, I just go, okay, let me just go back and try to listen to it better. And that's it. So it's, in a way, I think a lot of people don't have the time to read as much, or when they do, it's when they're in the transport.
Yeah. That's true, because when I read books, like before the quarantine, it used to take me 2 hours to go to work and 2 hours to come back. So I used to read so many books on those train journeys. There's like nothing else to do.
It was the same for me. It takes me like 2 hours to get to university.
Yeah.
Another like maybe sometimes 4 if the train is not late.
Damn.
To come back. So it's
Jesus
Whoa. Jeez.
That's odd, dude.
Yeah, this is what I was saying about System. So their first issue was on Nicolas Gasquier. The second was on Ray Kawakubo. Third, Jürgen Teller. Then fourth was about a few like really iconic models. Fifth was Armani. Sixth was Ras Simmons. 7, Alessandro Michele. 8, Mucha Prada. 9, Virgil Abloh. 10, It's the Power of Youth, but it was about like some young creators. 11 was Kim Jones. 12 was Marc Jacobs and Chinese creatives. And then the latest one is Yohji Yamamoto, like Rick Owens interviewing Yohji Yamamoto. So these magazines are actually like grails. Like you can, they genuinely, especially the Ray one resells for the most. Like it resells for like 300.
Is the information online, or do you have to buy the actual magazine to read?
You have to buy it, although I know some places that do scan it and like post PDFs, but you have to look hard.
Yeah.
The website actually has an annual subscription, so you get issues 2 through 14.
Oh yeah.
Oh word.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I feel like we need more blogs and magazines like that for sure.
Yeah, it's just sad though, because System is not like, I wouldn't consider it mainstream, but I feel like System should have taken Vogue's space as like what people view as like the it magazine if you want to learn about fashion. I don't know why Vogue still has that viewpoint. I guess they've just leveraged kind of like how they were viewed from the past and kind of use that same marketing to bring up this idea that they're still like that.
It's also kind of a monopoly. Like you keep the people in power.
Yeah.
So I feel like that's not really going to change, unfortunately.
I think it's definitely the leverage. Just like the whole, at this point, I consider Vogue as more of like an image than an actual like industry standard.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because there are like a lot of people who still, I guess they aren't really like aware of the shortcomings of Vogue, and they just see it as like an idealized version of what it is.
Or they are, but they don't want to see it. I think that there's a lot of people are aware of the issues with Vogue, but they're keeping their eyes closed, which is so.
Yeah.
So I think that like they are aware, just because like Vogue has been in so much trouble. I mean, in the last decade alone. But I think that everybody's just like keeping quiet about stuff just because it is the elite. So you don't want to piss off the elite.
But this information just reaches the bullshit that they've been through. Only reaches a few of us. The actual buyers, they don't even know about it half the time.
I they don't think about it. You know, I mean, they see they get what they want to get. They get fashion, you know, but they don't see what comes as a price for that. You know, there's like racial discrimination and this and that and so many things, but they don't care about the issues as long as, you know, as long as there's like nice clothes on paper. I mean,
the right word is accommodation. I think. I don't know if that's in English the right how you say.
Yeah,
I think it's
Someone said Vogue is for influencers. It low key is like, you know, the type of influencer that just like is very much just not necessarily into fashion too much, but kind of like cares about trends and stuff. They would probably be like, yeah, I just got the latest Vogue. Like that's who I imagine is the target audience of Vogue.
I feel like Vogue is also sort of harmful to the image of high fashion, right? Because they have this very strong brand identity. So a lot of people who aren't exactly into fashion yet, they still see Vogue as this holy grail. So they take Vogue, right? They look at the pages and they see like all these advertisements and shit. And what a lot of my friends tell me that people say that high fashion seems very frivolous or just all about consumerism. So I feel like when you look at Vogue and you see all those advertisements, it just feeds into that narrative, and then people just dismiss high fashion as well, like altogether.
It's just a rip-off, like rich people just selling rich people clothes.
Yeah. No, but they even have magazines just for themselves. So, for certain communities, people are actually getting magazines just for them. They go to someone's party, and they have someone there photographing and then putting in a magazine of the Hamptons. Let's put it like this. It's just for the people that live there, so that they can see themselves in the magazines. Nothing else.
Buddha, don't get them ideas. Next thing you know, it's going to be Vogue, Hamptons.
It's like the equivalent of a yearbook.
Jeez.
Like, hey, that's me. Like, yeah, you go to that school, right?
Yeah, I'm not sure if you guys were here in the last live stream, but what's your thoughts on Matthew Williams at Givenchy?
I fuck with Matthew Williams heavy. That's not really like my style of dress, but I like what he does. Like it's kind of one of those situations where like I have an appreciation for like his artistry and craftsmanship, and his tailoring I think is ridiculous. Because I just really got put on the Elites less than a year ago.
Right.
But looking at everything that he's done in the past few years with the brand, I think like every collection just gets better.
I agree with that.
I agree with that also.
I think I have to wait and see. Like I also told you, I think he's likely going to go in I've mentioned this to some guys, it's like it's in Emporio Armani direction.
Right.
And mixed with Alex. And I think that's how I see his personal style and how I see his tailoring also. So I think we're going to see this at Givenchy. He has the archive for it.
Yeah, definitely.
And for the couture part, I'm not sure what he's going to do.
Yeah, we're all lost on that.
Yeah. I think there's going to be some mix-up with some artists, most likely for the couture side, and probably some disconstruction. I think for a guy that's coming not from a couture way, the disconstruction is the easiest part to create impact.
Yeah.
If I see a roller coaster belt at Givenchy, though, I'm gonna be a little upset.
No, it's not gonna. No. Matthew Williams is self-aware enough that it's probably not gonna happen.
I think he's probably seen all the comments of people like, bro, we don't want to see any roller coaster belts.
Yeah, I really don't want to.
He's gonna put it there just to mess up with everyone.
Like the moment
it's gonna sell out. I bet
any,
you it sells out. I bet you.
It would, but the moment that I think he's aware, like the moment he like, there's even like a reference to it, he's just gonna get panned by all the critics. Like they're just gonna be down his throat. I think that if there's gonna be any sort of buckle, it's gonna come from somewhere other like inspiration. Like it's gonna be like something reimagined. It's not gonna be like the same roller coaster buckle. It might be a buckle inspired by like I don't know, like Japanese wear, like 500 years ago or something. It's just going to be something different because it just has to be if he's going to do it.
Like mini buckles but made with pearls. So like imitate the most iconic dress that Givenchy has, like from Breakfast at Tiffany's. So I think it's going to be like something like that.
It's actually funny because
I'm kind of scared to see where Elites goes because I mean, there's like this thing of like a lot of designers with their own brands. When they get put at head of another brand, their own brand kind of suffers, and we saw that with And I mean, I don't know how I feel about Virgil at LV, and if Off-White suffered, I don't think they suffered. I think there's more to see. But
he took a year off from them, so I think at least 2 collections of them were without him at the helm.
Yeah. Even Demna, when he took over Balenciaga, Wang, when he took over Balenciaga, his brand suffered a lot.
Facts.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I think it's what you get when you take such a huge task. I think that he's going to do amazing in ready to wear. I think he's going to. I'm concerned as far as his couture goes.
Yeah.
Just because he's not from that scene, he's not from a atelier scene, but. You know what? With that being said, I mean, like he might bring like some kind of a crazy stuff that we haven't seen. So I'm positive, but it's kind of hard for as far as couture goes. Ready to wear, I'm kind of not concerned at all. I think that he's gonna go more of a Riccardo Tisci route. He's gonna take that like goth, soft goth. Let's call it like that. Approach to it, and I think that it's going to be good. I think it's going to be good.
Yeah.
I don't. But somebody
they're
also
going to make money either way.
I'm sorry.
Oh yeah, they will. They will.
You will. That's.
I mean, that's like half the reason why he's there.
Even though, like, they should have left Claire in couture and then get him in charge for ready
men's
to wear.
Yeah, ready to wear. Yeah, I agree. Totally.
But everything, my God.
He just does too much, like way too much. Like
yeah, I didn't even know
Moncler
how much
Genius.
Yeah.
Like, God, that how is he going to juggle all of that stuff? Yeah, Matthew Williams.
But that's impressive because very few guys can do that.
Yeah.
And the way that because I know from Denmark, he had a huge team behind him. And the thing is, when he moved from Vetman to Balenciaga, he took the team with him. And most of the workers at Vetmas were just interns, pretty much.
Yeah.
And his brother. So his brother kind of had to assume the creative direction, and they were just putting on constantly almost pretty much the same thing over and over again.
Yeah.
And the team that Denmark took with him, like most of the guys, they went to M6 from Margiela, because he also comes from there. So there was like a lot of the teams that when he moved, they took over other places.
Right.
So that's the issue with this. But I think in his case, for him, he's doing so much that he has to have a huge team with him, even bigger than most. Like, it's not possible that he can, out of one guy's head, something like this is manageable. He has definitely like a team, just one team per company.
I think that he has. I mean, a lot of people mention Kim Jones and Virgil. Like, he has such a huge task because he has menswear, and couture. And meanwhile, Jones is only doing menswear. Virgil is also doing menswear. So he has to think so much more and so much out of the box than anybody else. It's a huge task.
And then Kim Jones doesn't have his own brand, and then Virgil only has Off-White, which he left. But then Matthew Williams has 3 other full-time jobs. There's Alix, which is menswear and womenswear. Then there's Moncler Genius, and then he's the accessories designer at Dior. So I don't know how it's even physically possible to do all of that at once.
Now when you mention that, now I'm getting...
I think there's going to be a lot of pressure too, because now after this whole COVID situation, with a lot of these big brands and fashion houses talking about how they're only going to do 2, 3, maybe 4, let's be honest, collections a year. Now that you have a little more time to churn out product, the expectations are going to be a lot higher on the consumer's part.
Yeah.
So I know that Gucci is doing that. Who else? Saint Laurent?
YSL was the first one to make that announcement. Yeah.
And who else? Did anybody else go for it?
Isabel Marant.
Oh, okay.
And I think there are a lot of others doing it, but they just didn't promote it.
Yeah. We'll see how long it lasts.
Who's missing from the party from Kanye team? Who is the next guy that's going somewhere? Because I think all of them right now are in the bigger position. So who's going to take the next one?
Yeah,
Heron Preston is the only designer that didn't progress. I don't think he'll ever reach that level.
Heron Preston's a one.
Yeah, I think he's the weak link in the whole group. I think he's the only one who won't make it as far from the group.
But wouldn't he maybe go to an American house?
Pardon?
Won't he maybe go to an American house?
What, Ralph Lauren or something?
I don't know.
Tommy Hilfiger.
That's disrespectful.
It's gonna be tough to raise Zendaya.
No, I just can't see him at any Heron Preston is not going to be the creative director of Marc Jacobs if Marc Jacobs leaves it, or he's not going to be the creative director of Tom Brown or something. No way.
The thing is, where Heron Preston is his aesthetic doesn't link to any bigger house's aesthetic. He's too blue collar workwear to even be considered as somebody that you would link with a French or Italian house, in my opinion.
You wouldn't really put Denma in that if you think about it. Also, if you see his work at Vetma, you also wouldn't really put him in another house.
I think the thing with Demna though is people knew what he was capable of because he went to the Royal Academy of Fine Arts and then obviously Margiela. So I think that they just took a chance on him because they're like, this guy's like memeing fashion, but we know he's actually capable of actually creating meaningful stuff. So I think Heron Preston doesn't have that on his side.
True.
I feel like Heron, he's like comfortable where he is, though.
I feel like he is, though. Yeah. He seems to not really desire to work at a big house.
But also, these guys only are pretty much just rotating within the same high-level companies. They just leave Kering. They just go to OTB. They just rotate between these houses. Pretty much, that's what's happening the whole time.
Yeah,
they bring Raf to save up and make money.
Yeah, it's weird. They like groom people. Like Matthew Williams and Yoon Ahn. This is my theory, right? Matthew Williams and Yoon Ahn were the jewelry and accessories designers at Dior, which is owned by LVMH. So then suddenly Matthew Williams becomes the creative director of an LVMH-owned brand. And now,
I know where you're going with this.
Yeah, they're about to buy Tiffany's, and Yoon Ahn is a jewelry designer. So what does that mean?
If
Yoon Ahn is the creative director of Tiffany's, then it's clear they just groom people for these jobs.
Yeah, but she doesn't fit.
That's what you say. But
I love her work, but I don't see her there.
They'll make her fit, but then they'll force her to. Then that's becomes the problem. You'll start to lose a lot of the the original creativity.
Yeah, for sure. Her aesthetic and Tiffany's aesthetic couldn't be so far from each other. It's insane.
That can't work because I see Tiffany's as still a brand that like I live in New Jersey and I'm in the burbs, and the kind of fashion I see when I go to the mall is completely different than the fashion I see when I take the train into New York. So like Tiffany's is a brand that somebody from like my neighborhood, like a middle class or lower class, they see Tiffany's as like the pinnacle of getting your girlfriend to make the next step. That's what you go for Tiffany's. So if Yoon Ahn take over at Tiffany's, it just can't happen. Nah.
And the thing is, it's so expensive as well. And like Yoon Ahn's jewelry, it's expensive, but not that expensive.
Mm-hmm.
Like she sells she has some like costume-y type jewelry where it's more about like the shape and the design rather than the actual materials. So like you can buy ambush earrings for like $250, $500. Like Tiffany's be selling bracelets for $5K. Bro, I'm not sure how that and
it's not even that aesthetically like creative or pleasing. It's just
it's just plain diamonds.
Yeah.
I'm just having the teriyaki boys in Tiffany commercials. Now this is in my head. It's not going away.
Start seeing a bunch of like 17-year-old girls wearing Tiffany's.
I feel like Tiffany is also part of their appeal is their super strong like brand history and all that, and like the heritage, right? So if Yoon comes in and brings that aesthetic, people just be like, "What the hell is this?"
Yeah, it's not like jewelry houses like Tiffany's, and it has nothing to do with fashion or style or aesthetic or anything. Mm-hmm. Like it's a type of place where they won't appreciate anything creative of any sort. They just want the plain rings with the diamond at the top, or they just want the necklace with the big diamond love heart at the bottom. They're not really looking for some avant-garde like jewelry design.
The only time jewelry brands like that ever venture outside of the typical shit is on Valentine's Day when they shape everything like a heart.
But you also have Swarovski, which is playing around a lot with creativity also. So it wouldn't be bad for Tiffany's if they explored also this direction. Because Swarovski, they are sponsoring a lot of designers and collaborating in the shops here in Austria. They have the windows are crazy. Like the windows in the high street are super crazy for Swarovski. So I could also see Tiffany needs to maybe go in the direction like this.
That's
I
true.
I'm not aware of what they are making now, but
they collaborated with Jacques Mus on his collection. So that's actually really true. If they have a whole separate entity where they start collaborating with fashion brands and doing stuff like that. That would be really interesting. I feel like that's the only way she would survive there, because I feel like she'll be so bored of just staying there, because there's not really any real design to Tiffany's, really. It's just the same circular design. So I think she'll be a bit bored with that.
Actually, now that I think of it, Tiffany did do a collaboration recently with Dome Street Market. So
seriously?
Explore it. Yeah. I actually have the bracelet from there, because it wasn't Tiffany's main line. It was their heritage line. So it was the 1840 something. So maybe they'll start exploring that direction as well.
Yeah. It's all interesting. I know she's gonna be hired there, though. I can just see it happening.
But do you think something's gonna Tiffany's? No. Next Valentine's is also still going to be the little heart on the necklace. That's it.
No, the main
does
line.
that.
Yeah, everyone does that. The main line's always going to stay the main line, and just that. I think her mark will be she'll open like a smaller creative division within the company that handles all these creative endeavors.
It would seem like too much of a desperate attempt to be relevant, in my opinion.
Yeah.
But they also need a really huge shift.
Yeah.
They need an impact like that at the same time.
They do, because once people stop caring about like all these like plain ass diamond rings and start caring about like more avant-garde creative rings that are more unique, then companies like Tiffany's are going to start to waver. And I feel like that's the direction everything's going in.
I don't know about that, because I see Tiffany's like I see like a Chanel. Like Chanel has a very set
classic,
classic fashion that like will never go out of style. Like there's always going to be an audience for Chanel.
Don't be too sure after that last collection.
Don't give me
H&M collab.
That was
it was bad, but I don't expect that on like a consistent basis. I'm just joking.
I actually haven't seen it yet.
Oh, you need to check it out.
Dude,
don't
listen, take my advice. Go to like 26 Resort Chanel when Carl was there. Look at that and enjoy. Don't do this. Don't.
Yo.
No, I feel like I need to show him now. Wait, hold on.
Oh,
but
like you just have like a set time, to live on this world, and with that set time, there's just so many images that go through your head, and it's just like this just isn't one of them that you want to put in. Like,
dude,
time is limited.
With jean pants that have a pattern, like a flower pattern, which is black and white, and they're like, I can't. My God.
Okay, I saw bits of this. I didn't see it fully. I just saw bits of it.
Well,
you know what? The first looks aren't even like where it's like horrible. Like it's stuff like this. Like if you look at this denim, just put in Chanel logo, like it's like a split denim. Half of it is like this nylon material with Chanel logos on it. Like that.
I think this was. I can see this kind of like a cruise COVID, because people cannot really go anywhere, so this kind of like stays there.
Yeah.
You get what I mean?
Then it's just like, and then the worst one was when they mixed tweed with denim. I've never seen something so bad. This. The tweed denim pants. Wow. Just wow.
That was so bad. And then towards the end, you have like 6 looks that are completely the same. It's just that like sheer fabric is like on one shoulder, but it's not on the left one. And then the next one is on the left one, but it's not on the right one. And I'm like, woman, come on, get it together.
It looks like this. Do you know that brand Desigual?
Yes.
Kind of reminds me of it.
This did look like a Zara look. I can't lie.
That's exactly what I said.
This look right here does look like Zara. I can't lie to you.
This is Cara 2020.
Bro, what were we looking at?
At the
That's why I was joking. That's why I was like, bro, with this last collection, I'm not too sure that they still have a standard customer base that's never gonna go.
I think somewhere
like a lot of money could have been saved here.
Here we go.
Yeah.
Who do you think could be the next person for Chanel? This has been in my mind since
Phoebe Philo.
Phoebe, hands down. Hands down.
Phoebe Philo
I think
has
Hedy,
a good aesthetic, like similar, but in terms of she doesn't use tweed and stuff like that, so that would be really interesting.
I could see Hedy in menswear though.
But we know what Edison Mon's gonna do.
Yeah, but him and Carl were really good friends, so for me it would kind of make sense that they would change for him.
Yeah,
it also fits the direction.
I can see Adi Samar making a skinny suit made out of tweed.
No, I think Phoebe would be very good in Chanel. The only other person I think I don't know where I heard it is that like he's gunning for that position is Olivier from Balmain. That he would be interesting just because like he kind of knows how to play with fashion in an interesting Carl did. Like for example, as far as like accessories go and stuff like that, I think that he would not be a bad candidate for that.
He understands like Parisian style to its core. Because that's basically what Balmain is. It's so French.
Even when you look at the way he dresses, it just screams Paris. Like conservative Paris high fashion.
Exactly.
That would be interesting actually, because a lot of people don't talk about Olivier because like Balmain is not like in the public eye per se. But that's actually really good.
I don't think that they would let him go though, because he created Balmain.
Yeah.
To this point, so I don't think that they would let him go that easily.
I agree, because he also has way too much like celebrity power. Like there are so many celebrities that go straight to him for their style and stuff like that. Like Balmain, that'd be a huge hit.
Yeah, that's true.
Even though those celebrities shouldn't. When Kim Kardashian comes out with like a latex outfit, she's walking like this. I'm like, girl,
it's a force.
It took a whole village, but he would be good just because like what I do miss about in Chanel, I think that, and she doesn't understand it, I think it's the accessories. Like Carl was so heavy on his accessories, and they were fun and they were smart and they were cool, but I don't know. I don't think that she had such a huge shoes to fill, and she's, in my opinion, I hope she gets better. But for right now, I'm not happy with it.
But she was also too many years under Carl, I think.
I was gonna say that.
She was.
True.
But I think was it the couture collection when I think her second couture collection that was inspired with where Coco Chanel grew up, like in a monastery or something like that, in a church, and she gave him that idea a long time ago. Like, let's do something that is like, like monastery. And he said, no, ugly. And I'm like, girl, if he told you that it was ugly then, I don't think that he's changing his opinion anytime soon. So, and she's still...
But he also didn't like Coco Chanel, so... so anything that was related to her, he didn't want to listen.
You do make a good point. I don't know. It's a tough task. It's a really hard task.
But it's. Do you think that like Chanel will lose relevance soon? Because think of like millennials. Millennials buy Balenciaga mainly, and some Gucci. Like those are like the popular brands between people of the age maybe like 15 to like late 20s. So the people with money, like the rich kids, don't go around buying Chanel. From what I've seen, people my age that are rich, they buy Balenciaga and Gucci. So that Chanel demographic is still like older people. So when those people get tired of it, who exactly is the customer?
That's why they need to change the designer for a younger one.
Yeah.
Not the designer for a younger one per se, but they have to bring someone with influence for the younger generation. They can like say, this is what's cool now here.
Because the
Very
aesthetic of
interesting
Chanel
time.
is too mature. Like a 20-year-old doesn't want to dress like that.
But don't
So
you think that? But don't you think that like Chanel is type of a brand that's always going to sell even to younger girls? Like when young girls they say Chanel,
maybe the bag.
Yeah, the bag and the makeup.
Exactly.
Bag.
Is that like when somebody says like Chanel, the first thing that you think is the bag.
Yeah.
So like every Chanel bag
But
no bag.
accessories make brands. Like a brand can survive just on selling accessories, and the clothes are just for entertainment. So at the end, they could also just survive based on this.
Yeah.
That's true.
That's really true. And girls, they love that C logo, man. They kill for that thing.
Guys too.
Those belts.
About Chanel in every song now. Your boy Gunna loves Chanel.
Yeah,
Gunna should be creative director. I think we can all agree on that.
So I think that it's always
the thing is a decent point too, though, because like you could make a collection of just 5 outfits, but if the accessories are on point,
That's true.
It's on another level.
I mean, McQueen, runway-wise, hasn't been the most spectacular. Because of those shoes, they will continue to be relevant until they fix whatever's going on in the runway. So it's crazy.
well, the same thing is with Bottega. Same thing. Like I don't, nobody's buying their clothes, but
That's so true. Like the accessories for Bottega fly off the shelves, and they're so expensive.
But I don't.
But I'm like, who is buying this stuff? Like this stuff is pricey
at all. At all. Like some of that looks like smoked ham. I'm like,
they
girl,
sell like wallets for like 600. I'm like, damn.
Yeah.
Like even if you buy a Gucci wallet, it'll be like 200.
I mean, look at Ambush though. I know Ambush deals mostly with jewelry and accessories, but like I personally don't see a lot of Ambush clothing on the street, but I see Ambush accessories everywhere.
Yeah.
But let's give
That being said,
like
she's
Nike,
a jewelry designer though.
Yeah, well, yeah, true.
but just from accessories, like Nike makes more money selling socks per year than with just socks than any company in the world. They really, literally just socks. They make much more money than with the shoes and with anything. Just socks, it's their main income.
It's crazy.
A cotton sock.
It's crazy. We overlook those things, but
It's because people can't go without having branding somewhere. So they're like, oh, I don't want to spend like $40 on a cold wall socks, but hey, Nike's pretty cool. Let me just get that.
That's true. Because also it's kind of like that mentality of like someone who, I'm just going to take the most stereotypical kid out there, the kid that's all into hip hop. He only buys brands that he hears A$AP Rocky rapping about. And so he feels this compulsion to go into the Gucci store, but wait, shit, I don't have any money, so let me buy the cheapest thing I could find, the belt.
Yeah.
Or the socks.
Or the socks, yeah.
Right.
And then
And
what
wear
they're
them
gonna do,
until they get crusty.
do you remember that trend on Instagram where people were tucking their sweaters into their socks?
Oh my god.
So they were buying like expensive socks so they could tuck in their trousers into the socks. I was like, oh my god, this is
I just graduated from college, right? I went to school in the UK. And at my graduation ceremony, when we took our robes off, it's very interesting to see what people are wearing underneath the robes. This kid, I saw he was wearing khaki joggers that looked like they were from PacSun, and he had a Gucci belt. Mind you, these are joggers. They don't have belt loops.
It didn't have belt loops.
I was like,
why didn't he just wear suit trousers?
You know?
were you like,
what?
Bro, I cannot make this shit up.
Oh my god.
That's hilarious.
I got a question for you guys. So Matthew Williams will be taking over Givenchy during this time of COVID-19, right? And I remember you were saying earlier that what's really important for brands now is that they sell so they can maintain their revenue and all that. So we look at Matthew Williams, right? And we know, I know that we don't want to see the roller coaster buckle, but we know that will sell. And brands know that will sell. So do you think that we'll just see a lot of roller coaster buckles for the first few collections so that they can just recover and establish a name as a brand once again, and then he can continue to do more?
I think he cares about his legacy too much to do that. I think you'll find a way. I feel like he's smart enough with accessories to where, like, let's not even think about the roller coaster belts. Like the chest rig, for example, is like an accessory that he made big that has nothing to do with like the belts per se, or like even footwear. He's a really good footwear designer. Like all his shoes sell really well. Like those Vibram removable sole shoes, they did really well, like sales wise. He's had like the collab with Nike that did well. Like the sandals. The tractor sole sandals, those sold really well. So I feel like he's good enough at accessories outside of the belt, and he's shown that even at Elites to where he doesn't need the belt. So that might be like the cliche thing, but I feel like he has more to bring to the table than just some roller coaster belts. Because if we see a big G and a roller coaster, that's it.
No, they were literally like not even 30 minutes after we ended the stream. I literally I don't remember. I forgot to DM it to you, but I sent it to Dami. But there was literally like mock-ups of like, and I saw like a belt, and literally like there was a cap, a Givenchy cap, and the back of it, instead of like an adjustable strap, it was dead as a belt buckle, and I was like,
oh my.
So it's like he has to like. I feel like he knows, and he's gonna like subvert people's expectation, because the fact that like that is an expectation still boggles my mind.
I think we're gonna see a lot of like hardware though, kind of infused into the pieces. Like if you look at Alix's last two collections, the suits with the chain on one side, I think we're gonna see a lot of stuff like that. That shit was fire in my opinion.
I love that. I think I'm not a huge fan of her, but it reminded me who did it also for women's wear. Victoria Beckham did the same thing, where you have like a chain on one side and it zips in the back, attaches to the back. It's just such a sleek look.
Yeah.
Even when you look at his couple of last collections, like you can see some of those stuff in the Givenchy.
Oh yeah.
Like the aesthetic is there. I think that he just like needs to twitch one or two things, and it's going to be good. I'm not really worried about his ready to wear. He knows what he's.
Yeah,
I could have seen Matthew at Valentino honestly too.
I think
that could have worked.
But then Valentino Couture is even a higher step.
True.
Like if he had to design couture at Valentino, oh my god, he would never.
I think that aesthetic, in my opinion, that could work.
Yeah, it's just the couture though, because you have to think of that, because the Valentino couture crowd are purists. They would not have any Matthew Williams they would not be having any of that.
That's facts.
Wait, someone has a good comment. I think Chris Van Ash needs to go to another. I don't think he's limiting himself at Beluti, not going to lie, because Beluti before Chris Van Ash and even under Hyder Ackerman was like a very just plain menswear brand that catered towards the footwear, which is the main attraction. Now at Beluti, you see like pink suits, blue suits. If anything, he's like transforming the customer base completely.
I see a lot of like Jacques Mousse influence in his last couple collections.
Yeah. Like I can definitely see from like color palette wise.
Yeah, that's what I meant. Yeah. I wasn't trying to stab.
I need to see if I can get on the screen the last Beluti collection, just to show you guys what I'm talking about. It's like, because the customer base to me is just like businessmen. Because even the price point of Beluti is exceptionally high.
I see Beluti as like a modern day of what like a Brooks Brothers used to be to like my parents' demographic, but on a higher level.
Right.
Like
and
that
obviously,
businessman look.
Someone said that the joggers trend is still a thing. What? So people still tuck in their joggers into their branded socks? Damn. I thought that ended.
I thought that died. Oh.
Damn.
Honestly, that's a big thing here in New
Jersey.
Seriously,
here in New Jersey. Well, because I'm in the Northeast, like one of the biggest sports out here is lacrosse, and like you see a bunch of lacrosse kids with their baggy ass sweatpants tucked in their tight ass socks. It's like a thing.
Yeah, I think I've seen it like twice on my campus.
Where are you?
Oh, I'm based in North Carolina.
Oh, word.
Yeah, but that's a sports thing still.
Yeah, no,
I see that all the times in the sports sector. Everyone's doing that.
Mm-hmm.
It's like the comfy pajama style.
Yeah, that is.
But like, I don't know, like I can almost give it a pass if like at least the socks match the joggers. Cause then it just kind of like from a distance it looks like it's just tapered a bit. But when you have like white socks and black joggers on, I'm just like, what are you doing?
Exactly.
I was going to say this because for me, flip-flops with white socks, it's a big no. There was already this debate another time here.
Yeah, I'm guilty of that. I'm not gonna lie.
Buddha, that sentence, marry me. Just because of that sentence. Yes. There's nothing worse. I will never. I'm originally Croatian, and then you have a lot of British tourists that come to Croatia, and then you see like flip-flops in the middle of August, and like these white cotton socks that are up to here, and I'm like, dude, it's August.
It's the same in Portugal. It's in the same in Portugal.
We get the same people, I guess.
Yeah, that has a lot to do with just like where they're from, though, because I do notice British people, because of the weather, most of the year, their style aesthetic is kind of built for like fall, winter. So like when the summertime comes around, there's certain parts of their style that they just cannot let go, which is like the white cotton socks, all black.
Let it go. Just let it go. Nobody needs it.
Yo, I'm actually gonna leave because I need to sleep. It's like 5:30 a.m. here.
Yeah, bro. For you, it's so late. You need to sleep.
Yeah. Nice talking to you guys, man. See you guys.
Yeah, thanks for coming on.
Bye.
See you.
But I know Black Magic wants to get on, so I'll share the link again.
Yes, I've been waiting for this for like months now.
Black Magic is hilarious. He is so funny.
Man, I'm going to bring a subject up. I don't know if you mentioned it yet, but Ken?
Oh, I didn't want to talk about it, but if
I'm just putting ashes.
If we have to talk about it, like, where do we even start with that?
Kenny Jima?
I don't even know.
Yeah, I don't know anything about it. So
something happened.
Yeah, basically, a guy talking about like, yeah, it'll be a whole live chat. Just it'll be a whole separate thing, bro. Trust me, it's deep.
What is it like? Bad on his part?
Yeah, it is.
Oh shit.
Weird thing though, the guy that put it out, the first time I got his YouTube videos on appearing for me.
Damn.
Was today. After he put this out, his YouTube video popped up on my page, and I was like, "What?"
Yeah. No, I've been a fan of his channel for a while. I like follow him on Insta and stuff. But yeah, it's messed up to see because I always thought they were friends. I thought like there was a Japanese like fashion clique of like him, Gringo, JC Churro, and Ken. But it seems like all of them have kind of just like separated. Well, not all of them, just kind of all of them have separated from Ken.
Wait, but what
fire look right there.
Richard came back just because you're talking about Ken.
Oh my god!
You had to talk about it.
Yo, what's good? Yeah, it's messed up to see because wait. You need to wait. Hold on. I'm gonna mute your mic. You need to turn off your other tabs apart from the StreamYard tab. Otherwise, it's going to echo.
Hey, yo, Fiji Wet Flex. I'm a size 13, but you're not gonna find it. I tried. I wanted to buy some Sweet Cokes myself, and they were sold out on everything. I checked Grail, Essence, Farfetch, and
guys, can you hear us?
Nothing. But if you can find them, please hit me up.
Right, yo, what's good? I haven't seen you guys on the live, so introduce yourselves.
Okay, so we are two Mexican students in Milan.
Oh, that's dope. What do you study? Do you study like fashion or something?
Yeah, I study fashion design,
And I also studied fashion design, but in Mexico City.
Oh, damn. That's crazy.
I love that you talk about Barbara Sanchez. She's one of my favorites.
Oh, that is like, so. I've always wanted to ask. So, to Mexican designers, a lot of Mexican designers know about Sanchez Kane?
Yeah.
She's so
really?
famous, right?
Wow. Wait, so she's famous in Mexico?
Yes.
What?
And also in Florence, in Italy, because she started here in Italy also.
Yeah, she went to Polimoda, didn't she?
Yeah, Polimoda.
Yeah.
So in Italy, she's also well known.
That's interesting because, like, in like London, for example, no one talks about her work. But that's the thing. I like to like look for designers outside of like my bubble of fashion designers.
That's super cool. I also interviewed her because I worked for a time in El Mexico. So I did an interview with her, and she's amazing. She's a really nice person and also a great designer.
Yeah, she's amazing. She saw my video and she said that like if I'm ever in Mexico, I should visit her her design studio.
Yeah.
That's pretty cool.
What?
Yeah.
You need to go to Mexico. Have you been there?
No, I've never been. I really want to go.
Yeah,
it's amazing.
I've heard good things. My Spanish is terrible though. I need to like work on that.
No, but you can speak English, no problem there. So that's not an excuse.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, I didn't want to like have a language barrier. Like I'm going around and people can't understand what I'm saying.
Okay, but
Wait, what are people talking? People are still talking about Ken. Oh my god, people love this drama.
I'm sorry, man.
It's all your fault. No, I'm joking. It's quite sad what happened there. Yeah, so see what I said about the Beluti collection though, how he's transforming it.
Yeah.
Like it's just nothing compared to what like the stark menswear used to be, and now there's even women's wear looks as well. So I wouldn't say he's limited at Beluti at all.
Bro, if I had a corporate job, I would definitely be showing up in the office like this.
You'd have to have a really nice paying corporate job for Beluti.
No,
the blazers cost like 3,000.
Yeah, well,
that's what the CEO is walking in.
It's good for financial jobs.
Yeah, for sure.
Like, imagine pulling up to the office with this. That's.
Wait, so to you guys, I also want to know like some other well-known Mexican designers, because the only other one I've looked at is Barragan. I'm sure you guys know about Barragan.
Oh yeah.
Barragan is also good.
Who else would you say?
Sorry?
Which other Mexican designers would you say you guys look at?
Julia y Renata.
Okay, I definitely haven't heard of that designer. I'll definitely look into it.
Have you heard of them or not?
No.
Oh yes, they have like a Japanese essence, I think, but they are cool.
Interesting.
Yeah.
But are they like Mexican and grew up in Mexico, or did they like grow up in a different country? So it's kind of a mix of cultures within the.
No, they're super Mexicans. They always live in like in another city in Mexico, but they work there. They produce in Mexico. Everything.
Oh, okay, that's cool.
Yeah.
Can you put some of their names in the chat? I'm kind of interested.
Also, Mancandi can be another like alternative Mexican designer.
Yeah.
Alexia Olivari. Yeah, I can tell you a lot of names.
That's amazing. What if you could type them in the chat, just for people that don't know how to spell them, so we could like write them down. No, it's true. It's like we don't want to get it wrong.
Yeah.
He's looking at all.
It's not.
Take a look at Back Magic in the chat. He said,
wait, what did he say? He said back. This guy's always fame.
He also asked who in a live chat does whippets.
Somebody said talk about pricing in fashion.
It's super expensive. People leaving no choice but to buy into fast fashion or vintage or second hand. Which we don't want to get it.
I think that's a tough one.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of stuff is overpriced, but then it depends on what we're talking about because, like, Comme des Garçons mainline really is just art at that point, so I can't really see it as overpriced. But if we're talking about like a Gucci cotton T-shirt being sold for $400, then yeah, that's overpriced. So it depends. It's not like linear across the board.
I would even say that has like a margin of 1,000%.
I saw that video that Virgil did with that kid that owns that brand.
Hypeland. Oh, yeah, Hypeland. That was hilarious.
And he was talking, first of all, you know, let me not even go there. But Virgil was like, Virgil was just talking about how like a lot of people say that his shit is overpriced, especially his like real ready to wear hoodie, t-shirts kind of thing. Right. Because of like the production houses and manufacturers that he uses, which actually made a lot of sense.
Yeah. No, it's interesting. It's so funny that he said the profit margin on the Gucci stuff is 1,000. That is very believable. They probably make that stuff, but like
when they talk about t-shirts, this stuff, it's ridiculous. The price for this stuff, and you make them I don't know 10,000 of them, and you sell. There's like they cost, let's say, 1-2 euros when it's with those amounts, and then you sell them for 400. Can you imagine what? It's crazy.
Especially when you own the factory, you own every like process of production. So it could be really as cheap as like 2 to 3 euros per shirt to make it. Like when you're making in such huge quantities, because obviously the more quantities, the cheaper each single product is to make. So it's insane that t-shirts sell for 400. It's crazy.
I think you could consider it a bit unethical, but at the same time, if I was running a business and I knew that people were willing to pay $400 for t-shirts,
I would do the same thing. Like if I knew people were just so silly to pay 400 for a plain cotton t-shirt, then I would do it too. I can't hate it.
Hell yeah.
Well, there's guys that buy on Uniqlo, put the logo on the t-shirts. It's another way. You know that Uniqlo has quality, and they just sell them for 100 euros.
Like someone said, Off-White is definitely a price people keep buying. Yeah. Well, okay. She has the master list of Mexican designers.
Ooh.
I'm gonna take a screenshot of
it. I'm gonna save it.
Yes.
Yeah, look for them. They are really cool.
Bet.
Yeah, I'm definitely interested because I like seeing designers pass just like the ones we see every single day, all the time.
I feel like it's more of a flex to wear something like that and have people ask you what are you wearing than it is to wear a big Gucci on your shirt.
And people know what you're wearing from like two blocks away.
Yeah. I actually had a conversation with my grandma because my grandma works in fashion in New York.
Oh damn.
Yeah. She's been in the garment industry for like 20 something years. And she was saying how like oh damn, I just lost my train of thought. All right, I'll come back to it.
Yeah. So what are you guys, because I want to involve you guys in the conversation, what are your thoughts on I'm not sure if you were here when we were talking about Vogue and our thoughts on Vogue, but what is your personal opinion on Vogue?
About Anna Wintour and what's happening, or what?
Just Vogue as a magazine in general.
Yeah, I think like right now, like I don't feel excited about buying this magazine. You know, like I don't see a lot of interesting content. I don't know, maybe because I was working in editorial world in Mexico. Like, I feel that it's more about consumism and all about like, just like, not influencer is not the word, but like famous people.
Right.
Like, there's no space for new designers and like all these, all the new people that is working fashion. There's no space for them, so it's a little bit sad. I don't know, like I don't know what you think. Let me know. But yeah, like agree. I feel like maybe like now you buy Vogue no for the content. I think like it's not like you will not learn something new about fashion there. It's just to buy, just to see what's happening on the like the social media and just like like just to see what's happening with the Kardashians. I don't know, something like like we are not getting like information. I don't know what you think. Tell me what you think.
Yeah, we said the same thing. Literally the exact same thing.
I think that's definitely how you tell the difference between people who are like interested in fashion and then people who want to make it seem like they're interested in fashion.
It's to be honest, it's kind of my first. I think everybody's first fashion magazine that we bought
was Vogue. Yep.
and that's sad because like when you're 11, you don't know better. Right now, like don't buy Vogue, buy something else. But it's just sad that like it has so much potential even to change and to turn fashion into right direction, but it didn't. So
I use Vogues for collages. So I take that. I don't buy them, but if I see them somewhere and just ask them, can I take it? And they say, yeah, just bring it home and just cut out stuff for collages.
I mean, if nothing,
just for mood boards.
Find like a really nice perfume for your girlfriend, if nothing, because like they are heavy on that.
That's really true, though. Like some Vogue magazines you buy, there's like a perfume sample.
Yeah.
So if you want to give your girlfriend a little perfume sample, you can just buy the latest Vogue.
And that's if it still has the sample.
If she really likes it, then like you're at a compromised position, so then you're just gonna have to get it.
But that's still if they still have the sample, because sometimes you open them up and some people right in the shop just open the sample. And
in the shop, they steal the samples. Oh my god, that's so true.
Like, can you imagine buying for that sample and then when you get home there is no sample?
It's open and been used.
I would be so pissed off. Like you bought toilet paper.
Oh my god, that's hilarious.
That's awesome.
We said 73 questions.
Oh my god. I remember when she did 73 questions, and then
Anna Winter.
Yeah, and then the guy who's question, he goes, what's the most unexpected thing we're going to see in September issue of Vogue? So I'm thinking like it's going to be like a really good answer. And she goes, cooking with marijuana. And I'm like, girl. You need some marijuana.
That's hilarious.
Ugh, God bless her.
Jeez. Wait, so for you guys, I'm quite interested. This is the journalist in me coming out, but what is the fashion scene like in Mexico? Like, are people open to like more creative kind of stuff, or is there still stigma around like high-end fashion and things like that?
There's still a stigma, but people is opening more and more. Now I think we are still like a very like a baby in this field, in the fashion field. that it's growing and growing, and people it's more interested now to get local designers and to feel that they are dressing in a different way.
Yeah, because we have this thing in Mexico like a few years ago and maybe right now, but a little bit less, that when something is Mexican, like we think it's less and it's not good or something like that. Like these years, this thought of people, like this thought is changing. So fashion industry is like developing in a positive way of people buying more designer clothes, like Mexican clothes, and yeah, that's working.
Yeah, it is slow. Really cool. It's growing right now. Yeah.
Yeah, that's really good because when I made that Sanchez Kane video, I had like 2 sets of feedback. So there was one side of people that really loved it and like, yeah, they're fans of Sanchez Kane. And there was another side of Mexicans that were like, in Mexico, we don't respect it because it's the normal Mexican can't afford it. So it's like very unattainable and it only caters to like the rich elite. And then they also said that because she spent so much time in LA and in Italy, that they feel like she turns Mexican culture into a fetish, but she's not really from the Mexican culture per se. So it's quite interesting that Mexicans had 2 different takes on like her designs.
Exactly, yeah. But Sanchez Kane, I think she grew up in Mexico, I think.
Yeah, she did.
Okay.
That just sounds but there's more like haters. Like I just say, get your money up.
Yeah, it's like the concept of designers being expensive. It's always the same issue everywhere. Like people forget what it costs to just buy the fabric and from everything. People always forget this, and they always say designer clothes is for rich people.
Yeah,
it's always the same. It's always the same topic.
Yeah.
Yeah, all about fast fashion.
Fast fashion. Hey.
That's a deep combo right there.
I know. Yeah. It's so deep. Like I've made whole videos that are like 50 minutes long on like fast fashion and sustainability and stuff. So we won't get into it too deep.
Well, the only thing I was yesterday at the BOF, they had like a talk, and one of the things though that they mentioned is, unfortunately, it's not good if you stop buying fast fashion, because the amount of workers that exist in producing for fast fashion is so huge. If you don't buy at fast fashion shops, these people will get out of work. They won't have any sort of income at all. So it's like what we can do is basically the end of the conversation is like what we can do is demand that companies are paying these workers like a livable wage at their countries, like that they have the right conditions. It's the best thing that we can do for them. It's not stop buying it. Is to tell them like, guys, pay those workers accordingly.
The only bad thing is that if they see that you're going to buy it regardless, then will they be moved to feel like they have a need to change their working processes?
Yeah.
Yeah, this is always very complicated. Also because, like, to get the certificates like for this industry, it's so damn expensive. Like the companies that are so few that can give these certificates to the industry in India, for instance, that they are paying the right wages, are so few that they cost thousands of euros to just pay them per month sometimes. So there's a lot of like, it's like a second business on behind this that makes everything super complicated, which should be a lot easier.
Yeah. I think it is. It's like a first world viewpoint where we're like, they don't get paid enough, which they don't. But then it's like these people almost have no alternative. So unless we have a better alternative, removing their jobs completely is a very first world way to view things.
Yeah.
I also think the term "don't get paid enough" is pretty damn subjective, because if you're in the U.S. and you're earning $6 an hour, I mean, it's not that livable, but that's the minimum wage in a lot of states here. Because here in New Jersey, it's only like $8. And if you were paying $8 an hour, like US dollars, to somebody in Chad or Taiwan, or I don't know, someplace like that, like that's a lot more livable than it is here.
Yeah, that's a good point as well. Yeah. Like living wage is relative depending on what country it is.
Yeah. But that's good. But that's basically also what's the behind the conversation is to pay accordingly to a livable standard in that country. It's not to pay like in what you would pay in London, what you would pay in the States. They actually get at least the minimum wage for that country, which sometimes they don't even get that.
Yeah.
And they're working there, I won't say 24 hours, but they work 12, 14 hours doing the same thing over and over. Like the same stitch, just over and over again.
Yeah.
It's mentally insane.
What's worse is even like the working conditions. That's another thing entirely. Like apart from obviously the work, because people, they develop so many health issues because of how bad the working conditions are, and that's like more of a human rights thing.
Yeah.
But at the same time, like you said, Io, like if they know that their sales aren't hurting, then what's the push for this change? Because I did like an entire dissertation on corporate social responsibility, especially in the fashion industry. And one of the brands I used was Nike, because they're known for having this issue like every other year that comes to people's attention. And like Nike obviously isn't going to feel a push because they're one of the biggest brands in the world. So like why pay these workers what they deserve? Why change the conditions if their sales haven't been hurt?
Yeah. Yeah, it's complicated.
Super complicated.
Man. Yeah. It's really complicated, like more than people like make it. Because people do say on the surface like, cancel fast fashion, but like that doesn't solve the problem at hand.
No,
because the laborers will then have no income.
And if we think about like, let's say, nature-wise, it's also another question. Like the fashion industry, people talk a lot, but textile. You should talk about textile industry, not fashion industry, because textile industry they produce for more than clothes. And if you think about how many grams a piece of clothing uses, and how many grams, like cars for the seats, how much they use, it's a much higher gram. Like so this is also another topic that most people don't talk about, and they always just bring up fashion. When you talk about it, it's actually more about the textile industry in itself.
In general, yeah.
Yeah.
I agree.
Someone said they built garment factories before roads in Bangladesh. That says a lot.
Yeah.
Let's see. Someone's saying they want to see me in Palm Angels. No way. Jeez, I don't think that would ever happen.
Who?
I can't remember who it was, but someone said they want to see me wear Palm Angels. Okay, so someone said if fast fashion systems are boycotted, they'll naturally be replaced with systems that are ethical.
It's not that easy.
Yeah, it's not that straightforward.
It won't disappear. It will just change. It's like a club owner. They just change the name of the club, and the next month it's hip again. It's just going to be the same. They would just change the name of the factory. They would just They would still use the same machines. It's not really. There is no industry, a proper recycling industry right now. Like until you have this established, this is not going to work. Even if you boycott it, it's not going to do anything because also the audience, they will still go buy. They won't close. They don't care at the end of the day. If the client doesn't care, what can you do?
Big facts.
It would just be replaced with like stuff that would, be more brands and fashion labels that would like claim sustainability, but then wouldn't really act on it.
The thing is, too, is a lot of these people talking about Zara and H&M need to practice more sustainability, blah, 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 boycott fast fashion. Y'all would be the same people that complain when that $5 t-shirt you just bought goes to $12.
That's true. That's really true. Because the cost of fast fashion is not ethical. Like, if fashion was ethical and everyone was paid their fair dues, no t-shirt would cost less than like $10, like across the board. So that's another thing that people need to consider. But then again, I feel like most people, if you can afford like, I don't know, a $3 shirt, if you just saved up a little bit more, you could probably afford 10. It's just that people like to overconsume. Like, we've been taught over a long period of time that like it's okay to have like 15 t-shirts in your wardrobe, for example. Yeah. So there's also a lot of learning that people have to do in terms of like over consumerism and stuff like that.
Unfortunately, though, like, you also got to think about the people that just saving up isn't as reasonable. Because like when I go to the mall and I see a lot of people in Zara and H&M, it's not just people around my age that lack capital. There's also a lot of moms buying for their kids and shit like that. And you're not gonna buy a $30 shirt for your 6-year-old because they're gonna grow out
of it.
Yeah. It's also complicated because you can still find quality in fast fashion. You just need to know where to look for which lines within H&M or within Zara or within Zara is always bullshit, but within Uniqlo. within Uniqlo to know what, okay, this product has more quality. You also need to know like how long does this t-shirt last in my wardrobe?
Right.
Like, what's the lifetime for it? But people don't really think about it. It's just when it's about the trends, which it's what fast fashion provides for most of the time. Then you don't care. You don't care about this.
Yeah.
Well, I don't understand buying a $5 shirt 6 times a year when you can buy a $30 shirt that'll last you a year.
Yeah.
I talk about myself, like my t-shirts, clothes in general have like a 5-6 years lifetime. And I needed to I had to look at my old clothes to realize, okay, I have this pants for I don't know how many years now. I have this t-shirt for I don't know how many years now. And then there's pieces that I bought more because of trends. And then this is not, I'm not going to wear this anymore. It's also the material is super just garbage right now. It's completely see-through from all the washing and everything. Okay, then I know I won't buy this anymore. I will look at what's the brand? No, okay, not from here anymore.
Yeah.
But there are a lot of people who think on the opposite coin of like what Malik said. I remember like that kind of like sentiment was rampant. I don't remember the name of the YouTuber, but he made like a difference in quality type of video with different t-shirts. I think one was from Walmart, one was from Everlane, and I think another one was from Patagonia. And like a lot of people in the comments are still kind of like basically the opposite of what you said, is like, why would I buy that one shirt that costs like $30 when I could buy like the $5-6 ones?
Because you're gonna be buying that shit again next week.
But they don't get it, and it's hilarious. Because like a few wears and the neckline is gone, and it's going to shrink, and like it's going to have holes, and then you're gonna have to buy that same t-shirt like over and over and over again. You could have just done it once, but.
Have you ever seen that commercial for, I don't know about outside of the U.S., but the laundry company Tide, and they have this like real famous advertisement on TV where this dude is on a date with some girl, and he compliments her. He was like, "Oh yeah, you look nice." Yeah, and she's wearing some nice shirt or whatever, and he was like, "You look nice," and she looked at him. She was like, "And you look comfortable," and he was wearing a V-neck. That shit was like down here.
Bro, that's what happens though. The neckline just gives away.
Yeah. But I think like for people to understand how others see clothes, you have to have worked in shops. Like, I had the worst experience of my life was when I worked for Forever 21. And I don't even put this in my CV, but I had the worst experience there. Man, people, like these stands with pants or leggings or whatever, like no one knows their sizes. You just go there, you have like them per size, and people are still like going from the smallest one, throwing them behind their back.
Yeah.
Not caring if they are hitting anyone. And this is like they treat when they go to the shops, they treat the clothes exactly how they are, like trash. And like it's stupidly insane. And then you work in a high-end shop or like a streetwear shop, doesn't matter, like where you are selling like skatewear, and how people treat the clothes is totally different. Not all of them. The super rich still treat expensive clothes like it's trash, but the average people, they when they see the price, they think about it. It's like there's a different thing. This has to have a meaning for them to get it.
Right.
You don't really see this in fast fashion shops. And
That's
when I was
so
working
true.
in skatewear, like people were crazy. They were going there, and at the time was like super graphic. And they would say we had a classic Obey T-shirts, like limited editions, and they were saying like they weren't that expensive. They were like 30 euros, 40 euros, and they were saying that this is too expensive. I can go for this amount, go to an H&M, Zara, and buy 5 of this.
Mm.
And they don't care that if that T-shirt from Obey, they could still be wearing it today.
Yeah.
If they took care of it, like. This is the mentality that people have, and you can only really feel this when you work at shops. It's like you will really feel all the mentality that's behind this space.
But like fast fashion sometimes can be so bad. Like H&M, I bought this H&M T-shirt years ago. I remember, and it like got messed up after one wash. And I was thinking, bro, I literally could have just thrown my money down the drain. There'll be no difference. Yeah. Like what? Like one wash and the neckline just went, the fit was off, and I couldn't even, it wasn't even wearable anymore. I had to like give it to charity. Like after one wear, that's insane.
I have
when you think about it,
horror stories.
You are giving this to charity. You don't want to wear it, but you are giving it to someone. It's not charity though.
Actually, hold on. I'll be right back.
It's kind of like this, like opposite complex. Like a lot of people buy something real expensive for that one special occasion, and then like the H&M stuff is like everyday wear. But you can almost see it on the flip side. Like you can't really get everyday wear out of your H&M shirt because that shit goes to trash after one wash. So it's almost like if you really want that shirt that badly because it looks cool or whatever the case, you could buy it for that one party, and after that party, it's going to be ruined.
Yeah, for sure. Someone said sometimes expensive stuff doesn't last either. Yeah, it depends why you're buying something. So, like, I've already said that, like, Ray Kakuba at Comme des Garçons has said that her clothing is not about quality, it's about the art. So sometimes you might use lower quality materials if it helps her achieve an artistic goal. So it's the reason why you buy it. If you buy it for quality, there's many different brands like Ami Paris that have the best quality, and it's a way more affordable price than most brands. So it comes down to really why you buy it. But then there's obviously a whole different sector where like Gucci sell stuff for extortionate prices and their profit margins are through the roof, which you shouldn't buy. Because that's literally just a rip-off.
Yeah.
So I went to go get my pink, I don't know if it's a pink H&M hoodie. And so I was skating on campus, and I took like a pretty hard fall, right? So this entire backside was absolutely like wrecked. And I went through 5 or 6 washes because it's like happened before. I was like, all right, cool. I can just like, clean this off. We'll be good. It took 5 washes, and it was basically like I didn't do anything to it. And I'm like, I know how to wash clothes. I don't know why it's not doing right.
Yeah, that's another topic. A lot of people don't know how to wash clothes.
it's like the stain is still kind of there if you see it, but like I was only able to kind of get rid of it because like I had to use the bleach, and I mean like I doused it in bleach, like it was crazy. And so at that point, you know, because it was pink, you know, so it obviously like discolored it. So I was like, you know what? I'm just gonna say screw it. And so like I pretty much bleached this whole hoodie. So it's kind of like a DIY thing at this point. But at this point, I'm just so disappointed. The fact that it's like still there, just as a reminder, I'm just like, I'm gonna try to see if I can make this someone else's problem. So I'm just gonna try to sell this, honestly. Yeah, plenty of H&M horror stories.
Change the tag, put an expensive tag on it, and then try to see if it sells.
I actually thought about it. I've been actually thinking about that. But,
broad stories.
Someone said a $400 t-shirt doesn't last 20 times longer than $20 for sure. Well, you shouldn't be buying t-shirts for $400. Like, if you want a high quality t-shirt, it shouldn't even cost more than like 50. It should be around like 20 to like maybe 50, 60. Once you're going to like 400 territory, that's just a brand making 1000%, like you said, profit margins. Like, just.
I also want to say to the people in the comments with that mindset is like, y'all really need to learn how to wash your clothes. Cause like I would never put, I don't know, like that cold laundry shirt that I brought on to the live last time I was in here, I would not put that shirt in the same cycle as my H&M t-shirts, which I don't have, by the way.
Because it would run color on your stuff for starters.
Yeah, like, and if something's really well made, like I feel like you guys in general, me too, need to like look into the kind of fabrics that are used in your clothing and research and actually pay attention to the label and how it literally tells you how to wash it. And if you're not that comfortable with washing stuff, like dry cleaners, like you got to take care of
those people when they play games, they don't just go through the tutorial. They don't even read anything, and then they're dying the whole time, and they don't know why.
Right? Yeah. And then they get mad.
Nobody understand the labels.
I promise you, I did all that and more, and it was not enough. Every time I see this hoodie, I just get angry.
But man, if you were in an art school, that would be actually good. People would love that. Art school, the more dirty it is, the better.
Yeah, that's crazy. Some guys buy like expensive clothes and put it in the dryer, and I'm like, what are you doing? Like, if there's anything that's going to damage your clothes, is heat. Or like people hang their knits, like people do all sorts of stuff that destroys their clothing. So that's also another thing. It's like the care, because some high fashion garments are really, really made to last. Like I said, I've had a Y3 jacket for 5 years. So like it comes down to how you wash it, how you treat it. Like don't put it in the dryer, like let it like dry out in the air and different things.
And also the ironing.
Yeah.
To the other part.
That's
also,
true.
Also,
the fabric.
Buy a $200 t-shirt and expect it to last for years and years on end. Like you got to think about the kind of garment you're buying. A jacket that you don't wear every day, that you're not sweating in and stuff like that, is going to last you a lot longer. So you can't really complain, because that's at the end of the day, you bought the $200 t-shirt.
Your problem.
Yeah, like.
Some say don't put regular gas in your sports car. You gotta put the premium gas. I know what he's talking about. In the UK, it's called unleaded. Like unleaded is the more expensive, like petrol.
Mm-hmm.
It will save your engine a couple of years.
At the end of the day, like you can't be mad at brands. Like they're not forcing you to spend money on them. So
it's
like,
true.
You can't be mad at Gucci and their $400 t-shirts, because at the end of the day,
people are still buying it.
Yeah, exactly.
These comments, honestly, so off key. Why is this guy talking about a crocodile?
Yeah.
What? Oh my god!
The Rock and it'll be, I like where Damien's going. That's how you get that nice distressed vintage look. Major key.
Oh my!
I'm gonna try beating my clothes with a rock next time. You know, that might just be like a better alternative to drying them. Honestly,
one of my friends did that actually. Well, he's more of an acquaintance, not a friend. But he took one of his old sweatshirts and he just dragged a knife through it randomly, and yeah, and he was like, "It's Yeezy aesthetic. It's in."
Yeah,
you mean okay? I can see why you call him an acquaintance. You mean to tell me he literally said, "I want to unironically look homeless." That's what he told you, basically.
Yes. Said it's Yeezy aesthetic. I was like, all right, bro, do you?
My god.
It goes full
Yeezy aesthetic.
I'm at a party, so I can just go roast.
Wow.
Things have gone full circle because I remember like when Yeezy was starting, that was pretty much what everybody was like, what all the critics were saying pretty much. And then it's like, now it's gotten to the point where it's gotten so much influence. It's like, yeah, I actually want to ruin my clothes.
Yeah.
Oh, it's also what a lot of avant-garde designers they do, man. They just the treatments that they give to the clothes to look super old, and then sell them for 2,000 euros. It's crazy. Like,
everybody thinks they're hard selling now.
Oh my god, jeez.
But that also shows how much influence like Margiela and Yeezy, Kanye West have on the industry. It's like Yeezy specifically, you can literally come out with a collection that makes you look homeless, and that's high fashion.
And then people aspire to do that and start puncturing holes in their t-shirts.
That's crazy.
I feel like, I mean, it's for me, it depends on the piece. Like I like distressed pants, for example, but like I could never get behind like a shirt with like holes in it or whatever.
Yeah, I can't either.
I just come from a background where if my clothes were torn, my mom would force me to throw them out. So like,
yeah, no, mine too. I had like a bunch of pants, and you know, I'm always like growing, like, you know, it would end up being distressed, but like I wouldn't mind it, and I was like, it looks cool to me, but they're like, nah, we're gonna get you some new ones.
Like I have some comniggas on, you know, the Air Max 95s. You know how they're deconstructed. My mum saw them. She was like, "Why are your shoes ripped up? Like, why do they look like they're ripped?"
Actually, did you see the new Other Error Converse shoes?
Yeah.
This is like they just destroyed the other pair of Converse and just put it on top of another.
Hold on.
Oh my, it's hilarious.
I do kind of like that DIY aesthetic though. Like, if you ever heard of Val Christopher?
Oh yeah.
I kind of fuck with some of the stuff that he does.
Yeah, he's pretty cool. I like what he makes.
And his like double stack Air Forces, like he just took the sole of the biggest Air Forces he had and glued them on to the original Air Force.
Yeah,
kind of like that.
Wait, to the girls in the chat. What's your opinion on Spanish speaking fashion YouTubers? Because I have a friend who speaks Spanish. He's from Mexico as well. Actually, he wants to start YouTube, but in Spanish, because he feels like the Spanish fashion YouTube scene is not fantastic.
Yeah, we need that. Tell her that we need her.
No problem.
I'd start watching. I'm trying to learn Spanish, but
I started learning Spanish when I started watching Money Heist, bro.
Money Heist is in Spanish?
What?
Money
Heist, yeah, it's in Spanish. It's in Spanish.
Oh.
Yeah,
didn't you feel the voiceover was weird?
Oh.
I know the bad words because that's all they say in the show. They don't say.
It's cool.
Yeah, it's really good though. But yeah, they just say the only stuff I picked up was the bad stuff they say all the time, like puta or stuff like or Well, what else do they say? They say, oh, what do they say? Claro. Or they say senor or stuff like that. But yeah, I'm picking them up slowly. I need to work.
I don't know what is it like. Everyone the bad words. Like you're learning something, and the first things that you know are bad words.
You can literally maintain a conversation just by saying bad words. Even when someone finishes a sentence and you say shit, merda. Like you can, and we keep on talking like they get what they think that you understand what they are saying.
No, when I was a kid, I used to watch a lot of like telenovelas. So you pick up on words. So I know how to say "no me mata," which means "don't kill me," which I will never. And then like
just for defensive purposes.
Okay.
If you're ever in trouble in a Spanish-speaking country, just whip it out. Please don't kill me.
I know how to say asesina, which means like killer, and
killer.
Yeah, and no me tocas. That means do not touch me.
That's the only thing you need.
Like I know the basics.
Yeah, you can
like,
go to Mexican
and I'll be fine.
Yeah. Also, because in Mexico we are super tough.
You're super what?
We always hug, we always kiss, like we're super touchy. So if you just go, don't touch me or no me toques, you're all right.
That's not gonna fly too good.
No, I know the basics. Like if you drop me right now in the middle of Mexico, I would be fine. I hope.
That's amazing.
No, you have beautiful culture. I think Mexican culture is honestly like the tradition and stuff like Dios de los Muertos. I think that's gorgeous.
Yeah.
For me,
beautiful history. Yeah, beautiful history.
For me,
have you been to Mexico?
Not yet. Oh, the food,
amazing.
Everything.
I just got right now from Mexico. Like my flight just landed like a few hours ago, and my whole bag, like I have the bag here, and it was full of Mexican food. Like, and alcohol, like tortillas and all those stuff.
Damn.
How did you get that on through the airport?
Nobody. Like I was thinking, like in the airport, like, girl, what do you have in your backpack or in your bag? And it's like just food. Don't worry.
This is the back.
Damn. It's literally full. Oh damn.
Yeah.
Did you give them some? Did you give them some Mexican food to bribe them so they're like they don't see? You're like, here's a quesadilla.
Look, someone said
just in case they don't let me. I have like.
Who's this? Do you guys know Savannah 6?
There's a really good.
No, I don't. We don't know her, but
I don't know her.
Where
is she from? I don't know.
Is she Spanish or does she speak Spanish?
Español.
Español.
No, because that's a big difference. I know that Spain and Mexico are two completely different cultures.
Of course they are.
Yeah. Sometimes we can't understand.
Really?
You cannot understand them?
Oh shit.
Sometimes, but sometimes you don't get it sometimes. Yeah.
Oh, okay, I see.
I mean,
that's like England and America.
Like me talking to Io. Like I know he says some things sometimes in videos wrong. Like, what?
Yeah.
Girls, if I would speak Portuguese, you wouldn't get it, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought that Portuguese was like quite close to Spanish.
No.
It is, but Portuguese people have this luck that we can understand almost every Latin language that exists, but they don't understand us.
Oh, wow.
So I can understand Spanish, I can understand Italian, I can partly understand some words in French, I can understand all of Latin America, but when we speak, they don't understand us. So for us, it's super fun.
For me, Italian is easier, way easier to understand.
True. Well, Italian and Spanish are very similar as far
They're
as
so similar, yeah.
So,
Yeah,
I mean,
but
like when
for me, it is also like hard to understand because when I get here to Milan, I didn't take like classes or nothing. I just like landed here and just like, yeah, it's easy. It's gonna be like Spanish. No way. I was like, what is this? Like, anything. Like, no.
No, but Portuguese is extremely because Brazilians also like right in
Yeah.
Brazil you speak Portuguese.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But it just seems so tough to learn.
But Brazilian Portuguese, it's easier to understand than Portuguese, because that's like they are more melodic when they speak. It's kind of like they are singing when they speak, and Portuguese are super straight.
Yeah.
Okay.
Super rough. So it's also, even for Brazilians, it's hard for them to understand us.
Oh, okay.
We always have to kind of talk with accent a little bit for them to understand most of the time. Then they say we speak weird.
You're like, no, we're just trying to get you guys to understand it.
It's funny.
You have to sing it for them to understand.
Wait, someone said Portuguese and Danish both are the mumbly languages in their language groups.
I don't know Danish, but probably.
Well, I think that the language that I will never understand is Hungarian. Hungarian is very difficult to understand because I feel like it has the root of the language is nowhere. Pretty much. Like you don't even like when you speak Italian or when you hear Italian or French or something, like you can catch a couple of words because it's a lot of languages use it. Hungarian is like Klingon at this point. Like nobody can understand it, but it's just like weird to hear it. It's very tough, I think.
For those in the chat whose native language isn't English, would you say that English was the hardest language to learn? Because I would think so.
No, it's not. Take it from somebody. I'm Croatian. My first language is Croatian. English is a piece of cake.
Really?
Yeah.
Piece of cake. Especially when you grow up in a country. I grew up in Croatia, where I moved to America 4 years ago. But when you hear music, when you hear movies, when you hear so many things.
That's true, actually.
It is so easy
That's true too. That's
it
true.
to get in your head. Like how I learned English was through MTV,
Damn.
like listening to music. And at one point, I did not know what the song that I'm singing means, but did that stop me from doing it? No. but
I can imagine.
It's
but
not
I mean,
that tough, honestly.
I mean, English is one of those languages, though, that there's so many weird unwritten rules. I mean, I live in America, which is all English speaking for the most part, and I still have friends that have trouble with like grammar and shit.
Yeah.
But for instance, German is a lot harder to speak. It's still, when you know English, German can be slightly easier because it's still Germanic. But German says, for instance, they say the numbers backwards. Like if you want to say 54, they would say 45.
45.
I think you just like because German is the wildest language I've ever heard in my entire life.
Have you heard Dutch?
Yeah,
Have you heard Dutch? Dutch is crazy.
No offense to anybody, but that's a tough language. That's a tough language. I mean, even to learn it, but let alone speak it. I think like Scandinavian languages, like Swedish and Danish, like those are. I think that those are a lot easier to learn. But German has like when they give you that words, because what Germans do is that when they want to say, they combine words, especially when it comes to writing them. Like kindergarten, like it feels like it has 26 letters because they mash everything together. So it gives you like these long words, and like just when you see it, you immediately feel discouraged to read it, let alone pronounce it. You know, but it's a very tough language. Very tough.
All I'll say is I'm currently learning probably the toughest language you can learn, which is Mandarin. Have any of you tried to learn Mandarin?
Hell no.
It's so hard. Like, it's crazy hard.
I mean, it's also harder too, because coming from an English-speaking person, like our alphabet is letters, right?
Yeah.
So learning something like Spanish that also uses letters, I mean, it's hard because they have different pronunciations of the letters, but it's still letters. Whereas something like Mandarin or even a German, even though they use letters, there's the ones with the dots with different pronunciation and all that crazy stuff. Makes
Mandarin is like that as well. It's called pinyin. It's like so for every letter, there's like 3 different sounds. So depending on how you pronounce the letter, it determines what you're actually saying.
No, Mary, not
That's
doing that.
I've been learning it for 2 months, and I can just about know what like a quarter of all the sounds are. And that's 2 months.
Someone in the comments said slime language. Yes, sir.
It's a language of future. You don't think?
Yeah, I feel like it's going to be a really important language. This is why I want to learn it.
They say in the U.S. Mandarin is I think it's the 2nd or 3rd most sought after language to learn.
Sense. Makes sense.
Yeah, it's interesting because like when I went to Madrid, I went in the Easter, and in Madrid they had like fiestas and stuff, like at night where they just used to salsa and do all sorts of stuff, right? And it was so weird because apart from obviously the music they salsa to, which is like Spanish, they just listen to English music, and I was like, do people really understand what they're even saying? Because this is like Spain. Like I found it so weird. I thought they would only play like Spanish music.
No, not at all, man. Like every country you go to, English is most of the time the language of music. It's pretty much English.
Yeah,
like if you want to hear to like Spanish or Portuguese, you have to go to these specific clubs that put that music. Because for the general audience, most of the time people still prefer to listen to English music.
Even if they don't understand it.
Yeah, the same in Mexico. Everyone is.
Yeah. It's very rare that they don't understand. It's very, very rare.
That was
like if it's Jamaican, yeah.
That was one thing I learned when I was in the UK is I took advantage and I did like a lot of traveling around Europe, and everywhere I went, I was always worried that I wasn't going to be able to speak to anybody. The music would be different. Well, the biggest worry was not being able to communicate, but in terms of music, I want to hear native music. But everywhere I went, bars, clubs, restaurants, everything was in English. And I was just like, I would swear I wasn't in Poland.
Yeah.
Like it was.
Be careful what you wish for, because some of that, like they're like people like Croatian music sometimes can be very let me try to be politically correct. Not good. Not good. But you know what? Every country has its own like thing as far as the music goes, and like it can be like of course everybody's talented and everything, but I think in Croatia is the same thing. If you want to listen to Croatian or like music from that area of Europe, you know what bars or clubs to go to.
Yeah.
So,
yeah, I'd probably go into more of the mainstream center city places. That makes sense.
Yeah, but like you hear a lot of like American music just because it's popular, and most of it has a pretty good beat. So
yeah,
most of it.
Hey, Theo. So this is a guy who was gonna start a YouTube channel in Spanish.
And here in Italy,
that's Theo.
Yeah.
Theo.
I was saying that here in Italy, everyone is listening to Spanish music.
What the hell? Guys are so confused.
And it's so weird.
When the country music sucks so much that they're gonna listen to another one.
What did you say?
I said like
they prefer reggaeton than music.
Yeah, There's certain countries where the music is just not good. Like the local music is just not good or made for clubs or parties, so they will listen to something else. Like they will go listen to Spanish, which is the closest language that they can understand, and make sure that they are singing the right way.
Yeah, I can't imagine dance Italian music. I cannot imagine that.
I would look like a fool.
I can't imagine.
Do you remember this Blue Dabble D? Do you remember this Blue Dabble D song?
I'm trying to see if I can remember.
I'm Blue. It's like Eiffel 65.
Yeah,
I'm Blue.
they're Italian.
Oh,
this is Italian.
Okay, that's
like
a rare occurrence.
That's like European hits. Like say whatever you want. That was good music. Like that. And
that was European trash house music.
It was the best music ever. It was the best music ever. That and then like my favorite one was I don't know if anybody knows like Coco Jumbo by Mr. President.
I'm not sure if I've heard that.
Coco Jumbo was like this like blonde girl with like short hair, and then like she had this another guy. I don't know where he was from Jamaica, I think, and it's like a really good like summer hit. But it was like the 90s music, and like you cannot hate it because it's 90s music. Yeah. But it was so good. It was just like very beachy type of a song. Stuff like that. It's just like I don't know. It's the 90s. So you cannot.
What's the traditional dance in Mexico?
We have a lot of different kinds. It depends of the region. But mariachi, do you know mariachi?
No.
Yeah, of course.
I don't.
Yeah. Like the guys that are like with a guitar and stuff, and then they're like, oh.
I didn't know that's what it was called.
Yeah.
Shit. Oh shit. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll definitely say, even though English music is a lot more popular, I think like Spanish, Italian, French music, that's a lot more like romantic. Like if I'm going to a place and I know I want to dance with girls, or I'm trying to pick up girls, I'd rather not hear English music.
No.
Yeah, that's true.
Like last summer I went to Ibiza for a few days. And me and my friends, I was so excited personally because I was like, yo, my mom's whole side is from Panama and they speak Spanish. That's why I'm trying to learn Spanish. And I was excited to hear some Hispanic music. It's just got a certain kind of vibe to it. And when I got there and I heard all British and American, I was like you can't dance.
I think like we would think otherwise. I think most of the time we think English music was probably more romantic in a certain way.
Hell no, like, English music is for jumping. Our music is for jumping.
John Legend is for jumping.
Well, outside John Legend, but like our just like club music is just like no one can dance in England. Like people don't dance here. People just jump.
Well, I think like French, Italian, and Spanish, it is more romantic because I think the language is more beautiful. So when you have like somebody singing in French, they can sing whatever they want. I'm gonna be like, oh my god, that is so beautiful. But like, I don't understand it. But the language is so much easier and so much like. I hate to say this, but like more pleasant to hear.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah, for sure.
So like in French, I mean, like there's a guy his name is like Stromae, and he's got like amazing songs, but the way that he sings, just because it's French, is like yes, I need to hear that again.
Yeah, any other language, I feel like you could be saying the most vile, disgusting stuff, and I'll still be in the club like.
Yeah.
That's funny.
Yeah, I don't know what it is about French. Like when people speak French, I'm just like, oof. There's something about French. I don't even know. They could be insulting me. I wouldn't know.
Yeah, you're like, I want to hear more. I think I learned French for 2 years when I was younger, and I know how to say like left, right, pig, and a bird, and that's it's a tough language. It's very tough language.
Everyone knows the bonjour, comment je m'appelle, everyone knows that. Louis. Everyone knows that. That's my French is as bad as my Spanish. Like, gracias, de nada. That's all I know.
That's all you need. That's all
you need. Do you know how much I get laughed at when I go to Spain? You know, when I first went to Spain, I didn't know that it was pronounced gracias. So I, as a standard English speaker, used to say gracias. So I said it to this woman, and she started laughing. I was like, "Why is she laughing?" And she was like, "You're foreign, right?" I was like, "Damn." Wait, what did someone say? Cartonese is easy slap. What?
Oh my god.
What?
Wait, what language?
Cartonese.
Oh my goodness.
Jeez.
It's not a real language.
Okay, I'm like, I don't think I heard about that one.
It's not if you don't believe it.
You can't take a language seriously when someone says Cartonese is easy slat.
I mean, like, I think, like, as far as the language, I can say that about Croatian. Like, Croatian is like tough to learn, but the grammar is what's even harder. You know, the grammar just like makes everything that you already know like 10 times harder.
Yeah,
like English.
You know,
I can't even pronounce Croatian words. They're too hard for my mouth to pronounce. Like, my work colleague is from Croatia, and she'll like get me to say Croatian words, and it's the way I've learned how to speak. Like, I can't move my mouth that way. It's actually a struggle.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
It's tough. It's tough, and plus we talk super fast. And we do have a trick though for thank you. Whenever like a tourist comes to you and they're like, "How do you say thank you?" The pronunciation for thank you is hvala.
Yeah.
H-A-L-A. And you pronounce hvala, and then like these Australians were like, "What do you mean koala?" And I'm like,
Hvala.
like, instead of koala, just put H, and that's gonna be like hvala. And then finally, I'm like, there's common sense behind this.
Do you know the hardest language I've heard? Do you know the hardest language I've heard? Like, that is hard for me to pronounce. Icelandic. Have you ever heard Icelandic?
Yeah.
The way, because I have a friend from Iceland. Oh my god, I can't pronounce any of that stuff.
Exactly.
No way.
It's in the same category with the Scandinavian languages. Those are easier, but Icelandic is just like sounds.
The sounds are too complicated.
Yeah, it's interesting language though.
Russian is like that too. Like one of my former teammates, he's German, but his girlfriend is Russian. And when she came to see him, I would hang out with them a lot. And she would be trying to teach me Russian, and she would always get frustrated because I had no idea what I was doing. And like they just make certain sounds, they roll their tongues and like use their throat in ways that I've never.
Yeah, see, someone said Icelandic is insane. Facts. Icelandic is crazy.
That I get a lot that I speak Russian, but I'm speaking the Croatian because the root of the language is the same. It's a Slavic language. But whenever I speak Croatian in public, they're like, "Look at this communist over here," and I'm like,
I can't do well with any Slavic languages.
Only French word I need to know.
Clothes.
Wait.
Any French word I need to know is vêtements. Yeah, languages are interesting, man. I'm just taking it methodically. I feel like I wanted to learn Mandarin first because I feel like if I can tackle Mandarin, it's going to help my confidence in learning anything else. Like, because Mandarin is just impossible. So even like my Chinese friends are like, just be careful because we don't even know half of the characters. So I don't really know how they discourage me all the time. They're like, "Are you sure you want to learn Mandarin?" Like, Are you sure?
You're like, I don't need this.
Yeah, after Mandarin, I'm probably going to go for Spanish or French, but I want to learn for French, Spanish, Mandarin, and then obviously English. That's my goal in life.
That's a good goal to have.
I would go with the Spanish. Spanish will be a lot easier because it's and it kind of like gets in your head easier. I don't know how. I don't know.
It was my mum that motivated me because she's retired. So she just like does weird stuff to pass the time. So she started learning French, and like in 2 years, she went from like not knowing any French to like she can write it, and she's fluent like with French people, like just normally fluent. So I'm like, damn, it's actually possible. So I got motivated.
But see, I think the best way to learn a language is to, I mean, it's like, it's impossible, but like to go there and start living there because that's when you're forced to learn.
I'm literally going to China in a few months for that reason.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah, so I'm going to get thrown into the deep end.
That's definitely trying to learn Spanish. I've been like in the U.S. a lot of schools. It's kind of mandatory to speak Spanish until you get to like high school where you can choose. But I've been learning Spanish since like first grade. Like I said before, half my family is from Panama, and I still don't know shit. So like, I've been talking to my grandma about trying to live down in Panama, maybe even just for like a summer. And I know my Spanish will just skyrocket from there.
Yeah,
it will. It will. When you're surrounded by it, and when you hear everybody say, talk.
That's so true.
It gets on a HOV lane.
Yeah, definitely.
I think if you at least learn it, you'll at least have an understanding for it. Like, I mean, I'm the same with the Spanish, and my parents have been trying to teach me Yoruba since like I was like 4, and I've forgotten most of it, to be honest. If I hear my parents like talking, and if they're talking to me, and like with a couple like context clues, I can still like understand what they're trying to say. But like, if they ask for a response, that's a different story.
But, that's me with Spanish. Like you can kind of understand some shit, but you can't speak it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yoruba's from Nigeria, right?
Yeah.
That's what I thought. My middle name is Yoruba.
Yeah, I speak Yoruba, but I don't talk about it because you can't put it on a CV. It's not a useful language. It's like I'm not going to be like, do you speak more than 2? Yeah, I speak a language that's only spoken in Nigeria in like one part of Nigeria.
No, why would you put it on a CV? I would put it on the CV.
Hell no, it's not going to mean anything.
It doesn't matter.
They're probably going to ask me like, where is this language spoken?
You say it's spoken. I would put it on CV. The more the merrier.
The black kid pulling up with Yoruba.
Oh my word.
Yeah, we didn't expect that. That would be a cool ass language to learn though, just for the fuck of it.
Yeah, I think it helps with me learning other languages because the rules for Yoruba are just totally different to English. So the fact I've been able to tackle it, I have like a wider, even like, so my Chinese friends are really surprised that I pronounce Mandarin words properly. But it's because I can speak 2 languages that are so different from each other. So I kind of like have an idea on how to pronounce things properly.
Mm.
Pronunciation is so key though. There's nothing worse than like hearing Americans try to speak Spanish or something like that.
I hate it so much. I hate it
so cringe.
That's why I hated. I took like a bunch of Spanish classes, and like that was definitely like my teachers are always like compliment me on my pronunciation, and it's like I like to think my pronunciation is pretty good, but it's like, of course they're gonna think anyone who just like, all you have to do, at least the way I see it is, obviously like listen to people speaking the language enough, then you'll get comfortable with it. But like, all you have to do is follow the rules. Really, like pronunciation for me is like 70% just understanding the vowels and just knowing like if I see a word, the vowel rules for this word, and then just pronouncing it. And then people can't even do that right, and it's like, ooh.
I also think it makes no sense for like, at least I mean I'm speaking from an American perspective, but like all my Spanish teachers throughout my life don't even come from Spanish speaking countries. Like there's one teacher I'll never forget when I was in I think it was 6th or 7th grade. We had a Spanish test, right? And two of like one of my really good friends are Hispanic. One's from Peru and one's from Uruguay. And they're like, their first language is Spanish. We had a Spanish test, and my teacher dead ass said, I'm not making this up, if your first language is Spanish or if you can speak Spanish, you don't have to take this test because you're not going to learn anything. So my two friends raised their hands and they were like, oh yeah, bet. And so I raised my hand. I was like, yeah, my mom's from Panama, blah, blah, blah. And then she told me to sit my ass down. I was like, huh? And so I like tested her on that, and I was like, all right, Miss what was her name? Miss Patola. I was like, yo, Miss Patola, where are you from? And she was like, well, my mom's Italian and my dad's German. I was like, so who the hell are you to be telling me this? But anyway.
That's hilarious.
I'm watching the only one I've only had like God, I think I've technically had like a total of like 10 years of Spanish, and only like one of my teachers was actually from was Hispanic. She was from Colombia, and that was it.
Sense.
Yo, someone put me on the spot. Wait, what can I say? What's relevant to say? Wan Shanghao. If you're Chinese, you know what that means.
What does it mean?
Chin chin.
Good evening.
Can you say,
That's literally what I mean.
say in Chinese, sustainability in fashion is a serious problem?
Hell no, I'm not that. Hell no.
Okay.
Can you fake it?
Hell no. Fake it. There's definitely Chinese people in this live. No way.
Do you realize that you can say whatever you want in Chinese and none of us is going to be like, that is not correct. That is not correct.
That's hilarious. Nigga will be like, Ayo's a fraud. He's a fraud. He speaks fake Chinese.
I think the weirdest thing about Mandarin though and Chinese in general is like,
see, he said my pronunciation is really good. I'll take it. I'll take it. Wait, are you actually like from China? If you are, then I'll take it.
If you are, don't say it because he's gonna ask you for lessons.
Free lessons.
Is that?
I think it's weird when non-Mandarin speaking people get like Chinese character tattoos and shit.
Yeah, it's like, do you even know what that means? Like, do you know what you actually tattooed on your body?
Right.
It could literally, it could be anything.
Yeah, my default assumption is that
means like love, but
it's an idiot or something.
I think it's kind of weird.
I'm guilty of that, but I went with a book that has the meaning of the words. Was my first tattoo.
All right, but you know what it means though, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, cool. All right.
Oh, so you're from Taiwan. Okay, yeah, I'll definitely still take it. Definitely taking it.
It's better than nothing.
No, because in Taiwan they speak Mandarin. Like as a first language. It has to be somewhere where they speak it as a first language. For me to accept that my pronunciation is decent.
You're going to get a message that says, "Hey, do you do any classes on pronunciation?"
Nah, I live around enough Chinese people anyway.
I know, I'm kidding.
I could ask them for lessons.
In 2 months, we wanna see you speaking some Spanish, not just the Spanish, okay?
Not just claro.
Pressure.
I'm doing it one by one. Don't worry. After I learn Mandarin, Spanish is next. Then I'll come to Mexico and speak Spanish with Sanchez Kane.
Perfect. That's the perfect plan. Yeah.
Come back in 2022 and check on you.
Someone said, "Can you at least say fuck the CCP in Mandarin?" These guys want to get me cancelled. Yo, I'm planning on going to China in a few months. You're gonna make me disappear. The second I go into China, I'm just gonna disappear. You're never gonna see me again. You guys need to be careful. I don't play with the Chinese government, bro.
Yeah,
no way.
True. That's sad. That's very sad.
I've heard the Chinese government, like, if you say something they don't like, they can just like ban you, like, from the country for life. Like, there's like, you're not allowed to come to this country for like 50 years.
No, in that case.
And considering I need to learn this language, I definitely need to go to China a lot of times. He said just go to Taiwan instead. I don't have anywhere to stay in Taiwan. I have a lot of Chinese friends. So if I go to China, there's like a good base for me. But in Taiwan, I'm a bit fucked. I'm on my own. Like
Oh, somebody asked, what certain aspects of fashion film do you prefer to see? I don't really know what that means, though.
That's broad, yeah.
What does fashion film mean, though?
It can mean many different things because it's some people like make films in terms of like artistic version of their runway, and then other people just make editorial type films that it's not. So like Santos Kane, to bring her back up, she makes fashion films that have nothing to do with her collections, but more about her art installations. So it really depends.
See, when I thought of fashion film, I thought about Devil Wears Prada. That was just where I went.
Oh, damn, like an actual like. Oh,
I wasn't sure. I was right though. I don't know. I'm not sure.
Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, Devil Wears Prada. What other like iconic fashion film is Clueless considered a fashion film?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, Clueless, because a lot of fashion people like reference Clueless. What else?
Like Coco with Audrey Tautou.
Oh yeah.
That was one. Not a lot of them, honestly.
Yeah, there's not too many.
I can't think of any like really.
There's a movie called like Prada or Nada. There's that one.
Would you say Driver?
Nah.
No, because there are movies that they have like certain iconic styles.
Yeah, I agree with that. But then that would be a lot of movies, like even shows like Peaky Blinders. That's like iconic for a certain style and stuff.
True.
I don't think that there's a lot of movies like that as far as the fashion goes.
Yeah. Wait, Daniel Martinez, he does live in Taiwan, doesn't he? Yeah, it never occurred to me that he must be able to speak Mandarin because he lives in Taiwan. He's like an English teacher, I think. Yeah, that's true.
Oh, you're getting
I might have to. Well, one of my really good friends speaks Mandarin. Like, I have a fashion podcast that I'm starting with two of my friends, and one of them, he speaks Mandarin. So I'm around a lot of Mandarin speakers, so I feel like I have a chance.
I agree with this last dude where he said there's a lot of movies recognized for costume, but not being a fashion film.
Yeah,
I agree.
That's good. That's really true. Breakfast at Tiffany's. Yeah, I guess you could say so.
Is that a fashion movie? I mean, I don't know.
I'm just seeing it.
This is something to Google, honestly.
Yeah, it's like fashion movie because like there's movies where we remember like all the style and it was nice, but like an actual fashion movie like Devil Wears Prada, there's not many. I'm gonna Google this. Wait, fashion films.
There is like a French movie. It's called La Haine.
Yeah,
which had a huge impact in European fashion. It's like especially in the workwear, streetwear thing. I don't know if we can say it's not a fashion movie, but it had a lot of impact.
I just search fashion movies now, and all of it is just documentaries, which that doesn't really count at that point.
Yeah, that was the first thing I thought when they mentioned
Yeah, I'm just seeing documentaries just on documentaries.
Okay, like Sex and the City is not a fashion movie.
Diana Freeland. Yeah, these are just all like documentaries on fashion people. Dries, Yves Saint Laurent, Jeremy Scott, Vivienne Westwood, McQueen. Yeah.
The Fifth Element could also almost be, the whole thing was designed by Jean-Paul Gaultier.
Yeah. Even wasn't there a movie that like Craig Green styled? I'm trying to remember which movie it was. Oh, what movie was it? If guys in the comments can help me out here, what movie did Craig Green dress?
Is it Alien Convent?
I think so. I think so.
Someone wrote Zoolander.
Oh my god.
You know what? Say whatever you want, but Jean-Paul Gaultier and like his like the costumes and everything, especially in The Fifth Element. My god, that was a masterpiece. That was so good.
Yeah.
Those costumes were amazing.
And the one from Tom Ford, I think it was mentioned the last time on the live also.
Yeah. Oh yeah, shit, it was. This wait, hold on. It's called Alien Covenant.
Covenant.
What?
Yeah. Craig Green made all the costumes. Like another movie actually that's known for like style is The Matrix.
Hell yeah.
Oh yeah, definitely.
But then you would have to go to a lot of dystopian movies, though.
True.
Because any dystopian movie, it's the same stuff.
I mean, that's like pretty
also,
much.
Also, if you go that Mad Max.
Oh yeah, Mad Max.
Yeah, I love it. Guys, I think we're leaving because it's 1 a.m. here. So.
Oh yeah, thank you for coming on. Definitely get some sleep because you said you just got.
Thank you so much.
You need to get some rest.
Yeah, thank you.
Bye. Have a good night.
Bye. Bye.
Bye.
Someone said
sometimes
Star Blade.
Matthew Williams Star Blade. This guy said The Matrix is equal to Balenciaga 2020.
I thought about that the other day, low key. The
Fifth Element. Yeah. All the outfits were made by Jean-Paul Gaultier.
I've never heard of that.
Yeah, and I read somewhere that he had 1,000 sketches for the whole movie, and then they had to narrow it down, something like that. And like it was like head to toe sketches. And wait, I have it somewhere. Let me see.
It's actually taught at universities. Like when you have usually pattern makers at universities, they are teaching you how to do the color that you see in the movie of the main villain.
Oh, damn.
They teach you this at university. Yeah.
There's a lot of articles of like costume designer interviews for movies, and it's actually really interesting. Like the other day, I read 2 articles. One was on the costume design behind Queen and Slim, and the other one behind Get Out. And the insight that they had, like playing with the viewer's psychology and the costume, is amazing.
Oh no, it's so much research goes into costume. It's insane. It's actually crazy. Like you know, there's people that work in museums, right? Like that study like history and are historians of like costume and stuff. They have to consult with people like that.
Yeah.
To kind of come up with the costumes for certain movies, especially if it's like in medieval times, like something like Game of Thrones.
Oh yeah.
They would have had to do so much research into like the costume making.
I mean, but
to make it like accurate.
Even something as simple as somebody wearing like a blue T-shirt in a movie. There's so much that goes into that decision.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
Because like they even from like I obviously have the videographer's perspective, but like different colors imbue different moods depending on like what the scene is. So like they have to think of that as well. It's too deep. Like
there's a lot of like deep YouTube videos about color usage in the movies. And it's like crazy, all the small details, all the why is it that all the image is usually green?
Yeah.
Why is it that most of the images looking orange? And all the outfits and everything, they have to have like either like an orange back color tone or a greenish color tone, so to push it even more. There's like a lot of studies regarding this. It's crazy. Even for photography, it's actually also the same.
Yeah, I noticed that about like just movies in general, like beyond the fashion, like in Hollywood, every single movie that's set in Mexico, the entire screen filter just goes straight orange.
Yeah.
Everything that's set in like a European city like Paris, it's like this real cool grayish blue. It's really weird. Like it seems like America's the only normal filter.
Yeah. I mean, being a videographer in the industry let me know that that's not what I want to do for the rest of my life because it's too complicated for me. Like, I guess people can see like fashion, the way I see fashion is complicated, but I kind of understand it. Like videography, I don't think I'm a natural because I was working on like sets of like music videos and stuff. And I learned how to operate like really complicated cameras like Reds and Alexas and stuff because you need like 2+ people to operate it. So I was always like the junior operator. And the thing about that was the things directors used to talk about was so complicated. I was lost.
I bet.
I was like, imagine if I had to direct something. I would be so lost, like so out of my depth. It would be insane.
Because everything goes into it. It's angles, it's lenses, fucking.
Depending on what angle you film someone at any given frame determines the mood that the viewer will see. It's too complicated. Like it's actually way too complicated.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. There's tons of directors that you can just write whole books about their techniques and why and they use certain colors, why they use certain angles. It's like it's insane.
That's the thing about the creative field because it's just like at the end of the day, people just see this like finished product as a movie and just consume it in like 2 hours and don't think too much into it.
Mm-hmm.
But they don't know they've been led a certain direction the whole way by everything that's gone into it.
I honestly think that's the biggest like pet peeve of anybody creative is like photographers, videographers, fashion designers, and even artists in any other kind of realm. Like you put so much into a product and there's a reason behind your decisions for every little detail.
Yeah.
The finished product that consumers see is literally just at base level.
Yeah.
Just wait for a Marvel movie. Just wait for the credits and you see how many people worked on that.
Yeah. That's facts.
Dude, the credits for Endgame was like a whole nother movie itself. Yeah. That shit was
true.
But yeah, I'm obsessed though with movies still, even though like I'm not really too much of a videographer anymore. Like I'm just obsessed with it as an art form. Like even you said Queen and Slim. I spent like after I watched the movie, I spent the next 6 hours on YouTube just watching like behind the scenes stuff of that movie because it was filmed so well.
Oh yeah,
Queen and Slim.
Yeah, one of my friends I went to high school with, his cousin worked on the costume design for that movie, and some of the shit.
Seriously, damn.
I think her name was Melanie Wainwright. I don't know if that's gonna really carry that much weight, but some of the
too many credits, so I can't.
Oh yeah, but the shit that she was saying that went into it, and just everything that went into the costumes for both actors was just so.
Yeah.
And it all made sense though when you think about it.
For sure.
I was an extra on Game of Thrones, so that was pretty cool as far as the costumes go, because I wanted to steal the coat and
drop the screenshots, bro.
Guys, I'm gonna have to go. because here it's also super late.
Yeah, thanks for coming on, man.
Time.
All right, bro.
That was really cool. I'm normally the guy that stays for like 50 hours. And people are like, oh my God, you're still here?
There's been times where I tune into your live at like 2 o'clock my time, and then I'll tune off. I'll go eat. I'll go do something. I come back at like 9, and I'm like, what the
I get too comfortable. I just like start the conversation, and before I know it, I just look at the clock and it's like 6 hours. I'm like, damn, I've really been here for 6 hours.
No, yeah, no. There's been times where I literally see the sun coming up behind you. I'm like, what the hell?
See, that's why I live streamed earlier today, so that doesn't happen.
Yeah, true.
So at least I can wake up to the sunlight.
Do you even sleep?
Yeah, that's the going thing. People think I'm a vampire, bro.
Honestly, at this point, I'm kind of convinced. Because, like, yeah. See, because I get tired sometimes because, like, I'm usually on your streams from, like, start to finish. And, like,
yeah.
Sometimes, like, I remember, I think it was, like, the first time came on your stream. And, like, I was fatigued for multiple days. I needed multiple days to catch up. Like, how tired I was. And then,
bro, it's all practice, bro. When your body gets used to doing something, eventually it's just, like, normal.
True.
But yeah, I can get used to it, like, just as me as it is, but like you're doing this on top of like all the other work that you're doing. It's like ridiculous.
Yeah. I think that's where people, but I don't know. I've always just had a crazy work rate. So like people are like, bro, you literally just hopped off a 12-hour stream and you dropped the video, and then I go on your Instagram, you're sharing like everyone's stories. I personally don't know how I do it, to be fair. I just kind of get it done somehow, some way.
I mean, that's the advantage of doing something that you like are passionate about, though.
That's really true.
Because I feel like the biggest goal in life should be to do something that you want to do, because then it doesn't feel like work. You're just enjoying your time.
That's a very good point.
That's why I really want to get into like design. I mean, I have no formal education whatsoever, but like the last like 8, 9, 10 months, I just spend like 20 hours a day online, just like taking different courses and learning.
Yeah.
Just because I know that outside of soccer, fashion is like the only other thing I'm really interested in.
Yeah.
So, like when I come home from training or whatever, I already enjoy myself. It's not work. And then I come home and I'm doing all this design research. I'm playing around in Photoshop. I'm going to, a fabric house or something like that. And I'm like, I don't feel like work at all. I could do this all day.
You're about to be the next Hector Bellerin, the second fashionable football player who's also a designer. This guy's out here.
Designer?
He's done some stuff in the past, but not anymore. Now he just like dresses up.
That's kind of tough, though.
Yeah.
Now you're gonna take his place, so it'll open.
Yo, speaking into existence. That's crazy, though. I didn't know about that. I'm gonna look that up.
Yeah. It's crazy though, like, but he's like the pinnacle of like football players in fashion, though. To be fair.
Oh yeah.
Like, yeah, the rest are just like, for the most part, just hype beasts, like big money. Like, the way footballers dress is hilarious.
Soccer players and basketball players is just a whole nother level. Like, that's like a whole other fashion world in itself.
Drip style. That's what I call it. The drip style.
Bro, I fucking hate that word. Not even the word itself, just like how people use it. Like
the connotation.
I know we always roast Gunna, but like when he uses drip, I just get so upset.
When I hear the word drip, the first image that comes to my head is just someone just wearing all logos and all brands from head to toe. Mm-hmm. That's like when I hear the word drip, that's what I think of.
Balenciaga. I mean, people have made fun of me for wearing Nike socks with my Adidas boots, and I'm like, but you're the same kid that I've seen with Balenciaga,
the Gucci fan.
Oh my God.
That's so true.
Supreme jacket over a Palace tee.
Yeah, I'm like, how Sway? Tell me.
But someone said football is just horrible. That's facts. That's a straight fact. It's weird though, because like to me, it's like you have all that money. Do you know how much these like Premier League footballers get paid? Like when you actually sit down and think about it, it's what? Like if you play in the Premier League, even like the worst team, like a Bournemouth, the average salary is still going to be like some £17,000 a week.
Oh
a week.
Oh yeah.
£17,000 a week. What?
There's grown men that have been working for 20 years that don't make that a year.
When you earn that type of money, like you shouldn't be dressing like that. No way. Just get a stylist at that point.
And they can't use the excuse that they're not into like fashion or whatever. It's like the amount of time that you spend online looking at these brands and in this place, you could be putting toward a little research, bro. It's not working.
Like when I actually think of how much these players get paid, like damn. Like, and that's just for like the worst team in the Premier League that's earning 17K a week. If you go to like a top team like Chelsea, Arsenal, United, minimum 150K a week, bro.
Yeah, just imagine
150,000 a week.
Imagine, I mean, how old is Tammy Abraham? Like 21?
Yeah, how much does he earn? Probably 100K a week or like around there. But I don't. Maybe not because he hasn't signed a new contract yet. But when he does,
imagine being 21 and you got like 100 mil in your bank account. You got to do something with that money. Bro.
I wouldn't even know what to do. I just let it sit because I'd just be overwhelmed. I'd be like, damn.
Yeah, facts. Honestly, even when I get a relatively big paycheck for what I do, like I'm one of those people that like I have an issue with spending, but when I get like that check, I'm just like, all right.
Wait, I'm Googling how much Tammy Abraham earns. I want to see how much he earns. Yo, so apparently he signed recently for a 100K a week contract. So yeah, he earns 100K a week.
What?
£100,000 a week. My God, they're rich. Jeez.
People brag when they get their first six-figure check, like in a year. Imagine making that shit on a Friday.
That's insane. A week.
Yo.
That means in a month he's damn near at $500,000.
Yeah.
Jeez. But the thing is, they earn more money than that because that's just like their like wage. We haven't even talked about like endorsements and sponsors and stuff. So they're earning like $1 million like on a monthly basis, like easy. That's scary.
And they still don't know how to dress. That's sad.
Yeah.
That's sad.
Money can't buy style.
I think about like how much you could do with that kind of money.
It's insane.
Besides spending it, like you could start something, you can invest in something, and that shit would like quadruple.
Yeah.
I just think of rich athletes like Allen Iverson, for example, and I always have to remind myself, do not be another AI.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
but you know, it's to do with like class. So like,
that's
your
true.
class determines how you deal with money. So like, if you're raised in a upper class setting, your family probably teach you about how to manage money, how to like make money multiply and work for you. Because most likely, if you're from an upper class family, your parents are millionaires from like business, not necessarily sports.
True.
But athletes are normally from like lower class families. So they were never taught how to manage money. So if you give an idiot 5 million, they're just gonna blow it. But if you give someone who knows a lot about money and taxes and all this stuff 5 million, they're gonna make it 100. So that's another thing. Like class is like not on their side in terms of that.
That's true. That's actually a good point.
Yo, what's good?
Oh, hi.
Yo.
Yeah, we're talking about footballers right now, how they earn so much money but still can't dress.
Joe, they dress horrible.
The first footballer that, when it comes to like style, that comes to my mind is Neymar because he just dresses so bad.
Yeah.
This is why.
I haven't seen a good footballer like dress well, dude.
No, Hector Bellerin is like the only one that I can say.
Yeah.
I would sometimes put Memphis Depay up there too.
Sometimes, yeah.
He's a little bit of
that's
a
fair.
but he can kind of dress sometimes.
See, that's why there's a need for like Alpha M and teaching men's fashion, because if you don't know what to do, you just have something to fall back on.
Yeah, at least that like when all else fails, like you can go teaching men's fashion, because teaching men's fashion is like there's just safe options. There's nothing to self-expression, but at least generically you can look fashionable.
Yeah.
Try.
But these guys don't even look generically fashionable. Like they just be mixing a whole lot of Balmain jeans with lubes and studded lubes with like Philip Plein. You know Philip Plein, like we clown Philip Plein, but the reason why Philip Plein makes so much money is from footballers. Like footballers be wearing that stuff.
It makes complete sense.
Yeah.
Makes
Yeah.
We roast it, but that's what these guys wear. I'm not even playing.
I mean, you could say the same about like Amiri. Like Amiri itself is a brand. It's a whole brand. They do runway collections, but rappers
and footballers.
Yeah.
And they love it. Like I watch this. I'm subscribed to this YouTube channel called What It Is, and basically all they do is they bring on like UK celebrities. And then they ask them like trend or trash. So they'll show them like some really expensive piece of like Moncler or something, and then tell them if like it's trend or trash. And the way they talk about this stuff is hilarious. They're like, yeah, Amiri, like Amiri's drip, so I might buy that Amiri, but the thing is, the other rappers have this. I'm gonna buy the red Amiri, and I'm just like, Jesus Christ.
Oh Lord.
There's more to life than just Amiri, you know.
Yo, did you see like that Gunna video of the sneakers?
No.
Bro, that's so bad. He talks like every single sneaker that he has. He puts out Margiela Fusion, dude, sneakers, and he calls them ugly trash or something like that. And he wears them like every day. It's fucking weird.
Oh yeah, earlier when I was talking about my grandma in the fashion industry, what she was saying was how she gets upset when she goes to work every day. This just reminded me.
Finally remember.
She was saying that like when she goes to work every day, she gets mad when she sees like millennials and Gen Zers and the way they dress, because she was like, you can tell that they don't know anything about fashion, they just know about brands. And she's like, I'll see like a 20-year-old wearing this Gucci sweater or whatever, and she's like, I can tell they didn't get that at the store because that collection was 16 years ago. They clearly got that at some foo-foo thrift shop, but because it's their Gucci, they had to get it.
Oh fuck, is that Leo Messi, dude?
Yeah, they're all wearing Philip Plein.
Damn.
Look, he has so many Philip Plein pieces. He's got this, he's got this, he's got this. I told you, it's footballers that be making him rich.
Yeah,
look at it. What is this? Like, really?
I can't.
Messi can't.
Really?
Though.
What?
Messi's got too much money to not be fat.
Yeah. What the fuck? Yo.
No way. Of course Balotelli wears Philip Plein. Of course he does. Of course he does. Messi in more Philip Plein. Does this guy give up?
He loves it, dude.
Jeez.
He's got to be sponsored.
Yeah.
Wait. Hold on. No. Go back and click that.
Wait, what's that?
The one with the jersey.
Oh, no. Oh, my God.
Oh, my God.
Who made a... Oh, no.
Oh, why? Wait, what? How many does he has, dude?
Oh, they frame.
Damn.
So they framed a Philip Plein jersey. Wow. That's how you know football and Philip Plein have good ties.
Wait, did he get a GQ award?
Did he?
Like if you go up there, there's an image in the runway of GQ, I think.
Really?
Lower? Yeah.
Philip Plein?
I think so. That's fucking weird.
What award would he win? Like,
worst fashion designer.
Best footballer.
Oh, there he is.
Oh, wow. No way. There's just no way. Like, what would he win?
I'm curious now, dude.
What the hell? Wait, hold on. I need to read this. Wait. What? What? At GQ, he won in 2018. He won Brand of the Year.
Wait, what?
What? You have
Time
got
to
to be
not read
kidding
GQ,
me.
dude.
That's ridiculous.
He won Brand of the Year in 2018 with GQ. What?
Says a lot.
Damn.
That tells you everything.
Wow, that's insane. So even in Germany, no one West Phillip.
I've never seen any Philip Klein in the States.
Or in the street, dude.
I haven't seen anyone wear it in London my whole life. Like I just see footballers wear it, but like day-to-day people, nah, never.
Yeah, nah.
I saw a couple of people wear it, unfortunately.
Damn, so people be wearing that stuff in America.
Oh no,
Crazy.
this was in Croatia. This
Oh,
was not
okay.
it.
Oh, in
Wait,
Croatia,
people
dude.
wear Philip Klein in Croatia.
Believe it
God
or not.
damn. They
That
must
tells
be
you everything.
influenced by all the footballers because there's a
Yeah.
big football culture
That
in
tells you
Croatia.
everything. It tells you everything you need to know about my country. I'm
All we
kidding,
know
I'm
is there's a lot of footballers. Like you guys are really good at football.
Yeah.
Like just the players like
Sure.
Modric, Rakitic, all those players. So I guess there's a lot of influence.
Yeah, but I don't know. I think like one of my friends actually, he has like a couple of Philip Kleins, and I'm like, why would you spend your money on Philip Klein when there's like so many better
Yeah.
better brands? And he's like, he likes what he does, and I'm like, okay, like if that's what you like, cool. I mean, like I'm not here to like to mess up anybody's like. You get
Mess
what I'm
up
saying.
his bag. You don't wanna destroy
I'm
his
like,
bag.
if it floats your boat, that's all that matters.
I guess so.
It
No,
just
I'm not-
I'd sit down and think of like, why would you spend? Because like for me, I consider like opportunity cost. It's why I don't buy clothes a lot. It's like, what is the opportunity cost of buying this garment? So like when you buy a Philip Klein garment, the opportunity cost is all the garments that cost that same price that you didn't buy and you bought the Philip Klein piece over that. If you sat
Damn.
down and just considered the opportunity cost of buying a Philip Klein jacket, how could you still buy it?
How much is a Philip Klein jacket? By
It's expensive as hell. That's the
worst
thing.
part.
That's
Damn.
the worst part.
If you're gonna spend $1,000 on a jacket, that better be the most fire jacket. That
I
That's
better
think
what
it's
I'm
more
saying.
than
all the
1,000, dude.
girls at the party.
Let me check.
Yo,
Better be
just
in
come and look at the prices of Philip Klein real quick. Oh my
That's
god.
what I'm doing right now.
Wait,
Yeah,
hold
same.
on, hold on, hold on, hold on. Hold up. This is crazy.
Farfetch. Oh, holy fuck.
Look at this. 11K.
Whoa. Yeah, I was looking at that, bro.
Yo.
That's like $13,000-$14,000.
Wait, hold on. Let's see what the average price, because this can't be the average, surely.
Please don't.
What's the average jacket price like? So on sale, the sweatshirt 607. Wow,
Oh my.
this stuff is beyond ugly.
Dude, if
Wow,
I was,
it is.
fuck
Look
are
at
those,
this jacket. This jacket's like 8K. So all the jackets are just like crazy expensive.
if I were Jeff Bezos, I wouldn't even be buying stuff like that. Like, I just can't justify
What?
paying $12,000 on a jacket.
Cause yeah, for me especially, because once you get to that price range, it's like the opportunity cost is a jacket versus a car.
Right,
Yeah, it's
Right.
too much.
right.
Damn, those are ugly.
There's just so much more important stuff than clothing. Like, good example is a house. Like, get a mortgage if you can afford 12,000 on the jacket.
Yeah.
Like, just get a mortgage at that point. You shouldn't be renting.
Well, you know what? I'm homeless. I got no car. I take the bus, but at least my jacket is $12K.
Yo, Alex said, Theo, you've got most of the stuff in your wish list.
Yo,
Damn.
damn, nah.
Wait, did someone say I've seen fake Klein in Nigeria? What?
What?
People wear Klein in Nigeria?
And fake.
No way.
Klein,
I've
dude.
never seen Klein in Nigeria. And I was literally
Damn.
there like last Christmas.
I mean, if it was there, I mean, maybe as we were talking about the football influence.
Yeah, that's true though, because football is big in Nigeria.
I guess.
But then I think in Nigeria they just love sports. It's not just football. It's like basketball and like. But yeah, in Africa, like football is different, bro. Like when I went to, because in England I was quite a good football player. Like I was a goalkeeper and a defensive midfielder, and like I played for one of the best teams in the second division for my age. So like first division is like Arsenal, Chelsea, all those teams, and then my team, which is Cray Wanderers, we used to play against teams like Bolton, Wolverhampton, like the second division for like under 13s. But I realized I wasn't going to be a pro football player after we got promoted to the first division, and we lost every game like 6-0. And then I was like, yeah, we're not. And we went straight back to the second division. And I was like, yeah, we're definitely not professional level. That's definitely not. They crushed my dreams. But yeah, I consider myself like a semi-decent football player. And I went to Nigeria, and bro, they were way better than like players that used to play for Chelsea in England. They just have no opportunity.
Really?
They were so skillful, like crazy ass players I used to meet, just like playing on the streets.
I think that's where the skill comes from, you know, like in the States and in England, when you play, it's so structured. It's like every team plays pretty much the same. So it's like you got these players that are solid. They're really good, but there's not a lot of creativity that you would see down in Brazil or Nigeria or Mexico or something like that. Like when you look at national teams play and you look at those kinds of players, they all are just ridiculous, and they have their own style of play. Whereas like the U.S., they kind of like groom a player to be like this. They groom to be an athlete, and then the coach makes the team play like this, and then that's what kind of ass.
In England, oh my god, the way our academy runs is so annoying. Like the team I played for, right? The coach would be like, "Ayo, you're fast. What I want you to do is run down the wing with the ball and cross it every time." I'm like, what is this guy talking about? I'm just going to become like some useless winger who can't do anything else. Like, just run across the side and just cross the ball every time. Doesn't matter.
Facts.
Like, he would make me cross the ball even if there was no one in there. And he'll be like, nah, you need to get used to crossing the ball every time. I'm like, what?
Facts.
There's no one there. Like, what are you talking about?
That's crazy.
And then when you lose it, sprint your ass all the way back.
And literally, and if you like don't do what he says, he'll literally bench you. It's crazy.
Damn.
Even if you scored a goal, I can imagine that just everyone's having a whole celebration except for your coach just like tapping his foot going, "Why didn't you cross it?" You're like, "What? Why didn't you cross it?"
It's crazy because like I feel like when I went to Nigeria, I improved so much because like you can do whatever you want within reason. But like they actually wanted, like I play for this team in Nigeria and they wanted me to just like play how I play. But if I made a dumb mistake, then I'll be in trouble. But so long as you don't make mistakes. So I would like be a defensive midfielder. I'll get the ball from defensive midfield and dribble my way all the way up to the front. But like I didn't learn any dribble moves in England because if you do any dribble move, you're getting benched.
Yup.
They're like, I don't put you on this team to do step overs. Run down the wing with the ball and cross the ball.
Fact. There's no creativity in courage.
Like they don't like that spicy stuff, dude.
They don't. I'm trying to do step overs into the flip flap. They're not having it.
Damn.
I'm trying to come out here with some. I'm trying to put people on their bums.
Yeah, I'm trying to end up on Instagram.
Like the stuff I used to do in Nigeria, I was like, it's crazy because I never used to do that stuff. Like I'll do this thing where like if someone passes the ball to me, I wouldn't touch it. I would like act like I'm about to control it. Then I'll just spin. So then the defender follows me thinking I have the ball on my feet. And then I just like leave them and then go back to the ball. And that stuff would make people go mad. They'll be screaming, oh, if you do that in England, oh my God.
Bench. Straight bench.
Straight bench. Straight to the bench.
That's funny.
Like I have this. I'll show you guys. There's this like Instagram page I like to watch, which is like based on like kind of like African street football. It reminds me of like when I was in Africa, of just like guys like playing street ball, and these guys are so skillful, it's insane. Like the skills that these guys do is just insane.
Jesus. He caught a body. That's a criminal case.
And the thing is, in Africa, it's so unfortunate because in Africa, like if you dribble someone, they make such a big deal of it. Like they'll start screaming, they'll start shouting. Like, bro, you have to hide your face after that.
Boy, why?
Because you suck.
Yeah.
But what do you mean? You have to be like, if you dribble?
Yeah.
No, if you get done up by somebody.
Like if you get dribbled by someone, so like it's
That's like getting crossover in America, dude.
yeah, basically.
You mean the person that got dribbled?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I thought that you meant like the person that's dribbling. I'm like, that doesn't make any sense.
No, the person that gets dribbled, yeah.
Yeah.
Like in America, if you're playing basketball and you get crossed up, you got to walk off the court.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Same thing.
Or
Like
to
in
get-
football, like if someone puts it through your legs, like that's already embarrassing as hell. Like in Nigeria, yeah, if you put it through someone's legs, they will not go for the ball anymore. They're going straight for you because they can't have that. They don't care about the ball anymore, bro. You're getting slide tackled. Oh my god. So like at least in Nigeria anyway, if you put the ball through someone's legs, you better start running fast because they're not even going for the ball anymore, bro.
They're going after you.
Of course. Like no one's gonna get that embarrassment. Someone said, why am I not a professional athlete? Because I found fashion.
Damn.
I'm pretty sure if I like pursued sports, because I was good at so many sports, like there's sports that I wanted to be good at, like swimming, that I was garbage. But like I was semi good at football because I played for like in the second division, which is like semi decent, like academy level. And then athletics, I was like nationally ranked, and basketball, like I almost went D1. So 3 different sports, but I don't know. Being objective, I don't think I would have been that good at sprinting because I was like ranked 11th, and unless you're ranked in the top 3, you're not going to the Olympics or anything. So unless I had some crazy improvement, like that wasn't going to happen. The basketball thing, maybe that was the most likely one to happen, but what happened. And then the football thing is, I don't even know if I could have been pro or not because, bro, we got destroyed by every single Division 1 team. Like Chelsea 10-0, Arsenal 6-0, Southampton. I remember Southampton like it was yesterday. Oh my god.
You got traumatized, dude.
The amount of times I got dribbled, bro. It was embarrassing.
Damn.
That stuff was so embarrassing. Like I actually got to see firsthand that, bro, there's actually levels to this.
Oh yeah. My the academy I was playing with in England, we started in a semi-pro league, and we did like pretty damn well.
Yeah.
Our first year, we actually won the league. So then, second year, the coach, or our coach and the head of the academy, he was like, "All right, we got to start really testing y'all." So they lined up like a bunch of like championship level teams.
Yeah.
God damn.
Like whatever. And then, first of all, I mean, it was pretty competitive, but some of the like, really good ones, like we played Leeds one time, and we were feeling ourselves because we only lost, I think it was like 4-2, 4-3, something like that.
Yeah.
We were like, oh, bet, yo, bring on the Liverpools. Yo, I don't know why. Liverpool gave us like a friendly match on like a random Saturday, and we prepped the whole week. We were feeling good in training. Man, we went over there at 7 a.m. just to get clapped 7-3. We were like, yo.
Damn.
And I'm a defender, and just having 7 goals scored on you just like
oh. Bro, I found this iconic picture of like me when I used to be a goalkeeper for the same team. So I used to switch between like goalkeeper and defensive midfield, which is such a weird
position.
They used to make me a goalkeeper because I was tall. So like we had a first choice goalkeeper, but whenever he was injured, it was me.
You must be athletic because that's a really weird positional.
Yeah. This was the dream squad. We got promoted and then we got sent back down to where we came from.
Such a nice way to put it.
It was good while it lasted. We thought we were so good. We dominated Division B. We went to Division 1. We were like, yeah. Like we really thought we're about. All of us thought we were going to get signed by Arsenal. Nope. That did not happen.
It's like stay at the bottom of the Prem or stay at the top of Championship.
Yeah. The team was always like, even when I left, like from when I used to follow, it was just always like relegation at the top division, top flight at the bottom at Division 2, and it just kept going in and out.
Yeah.
In and out.
Like you're built like a tank, dude. Like to be honest, like you're strong as fuck. Like, bro.
Oh yeah, bro. You saw that picture because you've been here.
Yeah, I saw that. I remember.
Yeah, bro. I'm not built like that anymore. Though I'm like a lot skinnier.
Like it's easier for you, like to get in that shape, dude.
Yeah, I think naturally, I'm more. What's the term? Like I build muscle easier. It's like a body type thing.
Oh, are you talking about like ectomorph, endomorph? And
yeah, like the mesomorph thing.
Yeah.
The downside to it is it's not good for fashion because I have big legs always, no matter how hard I try. So I can't fit into like all that skinny man stuff.
No Haiti for you, dude.
Io can't rock a mirror jeans.
Hey man, if Venice can try, Io can.
Someone said, "Have I always been taller?" Yeah, I've always been taller than like average at every stage in life. What?
How tall are you?
6'3".
Oh damn!
Sheesh. Jesus Christ!
Wait, do I look shorter in videos?
No.
Like no, nah, dude.
You look tall, not 6'3" tall, but work.
Yeah, I'll show for the sake of Malik because he wasn't in the live stream then. So this picture here was me at my athletic peak, basically. That was when I was actually built like a tank.
Oh, who the hell is that?
See, I told you I'm not like that anymore. I'm like skinnier now because I don't really play sports.
Like if you slap someone, dude, you send it straight to Mexico.
Yo, you dead should have came to the U.S. and just played American football. Just call it a club. Because there's no skill involved. If you're athletic, they can teach you how to carry the ball. But damn.
Nah, you were built like a D1 wide receiver.
Yeah, I say that, dude. He's built like a fucking tank.
That's past tense though. I was built like a tank. I'm not built like that anymore though.
I'm on like the complete opposite side of the spectrum. I'm a lot shorter, but I'm just like thicker. Like, nah, it sounds weird. Not thick.
Oh my god, that's hilarious.
Yeah, that was weird.
Yo, this guy actually said modern couture. Yo, that was before I found Rick. Maybe I need to go back. Oh my god, bro! I've actually been every single body type under the sun. It's hilarious. Like there was a time when I like was playing less football, of course, and I was doing more like that was when I was like sprinting more. So my body was more like lean muscle rather than like the big muscle that was from that picture. Like I've actually been every single part of the spectrum. It's crazy.
Dude, I never liked sport. I'm like everything that you don't want in a football player. Hands down. Never been sporty. I never liked gym class or anything. I was so anti-sport. But no. Football? Hell, like it's an understatement to say that I got picked last in a team because I was never up for elimination for getting picked. But no.
Damn.
No.
Yeah, I was the opposite. I was the kid that I hate now. Like the kid that would be so hyped for gym class. And like I'd come to school in my gym clothes already. I'd be ready.
I was like that.
I'd be like in the gym. One of the first asking the instructor like, "Oh, so what are we playing today?" "Oh, all right, bet. Yeah, I'm captain."
Damn.
Yeah.
I was that
Okay,
kid.
you want to hear how bad I was, and the worst part is that my gym teacher knew how bad I am. So I made an agreement with my gym teacher. So it was boys and girls. We had classes at 8 a.m. I had an agreement with my gym teacher that in order for me not to play, which I did not want, he did not want, and all the teammates did not want, I would get on the floor and do push-ups.
Wow.
For the whole class. And I was like, push-up.
But everybody's playing and you're just on the side doing push-ups.
And I'm every day. And I was the happiest kid alive. Like, they were appeased because I swear. And I would do it today. I don't care.
That's funny.
No, I did not like sports.
I just need this COVID shit to go away. I can start training again.
Same. I need to get back in the gym, bro. I'm having withdrawal symptoms.
Yeah, bro. These like at home push-ups and pull-ups is not working.
And it's tiring, bro. I'm not even seeing any results at all.
That's the thing. Like, if you spend an hour in the gym every day, a month goes by, and you really start feeling yourself.
Yeah,
all
exactly.
these pull-ups and shit. I'm like, where's
these pull-ups? They're not working, bro.
Not working.
I need some bench press.
Right.
I lost weight. I lost so much weight.
Seriously?
Really?
Yeah.
I gained weight this quarantine. Definitely.
Yeah, same.
Definitely gained weight.
I lost at least like 10 kilograms. Alexa.
What? This guy's body works crazy.
Like, I'm built like a fucking stick, dude. But
I wish I had his
gained some
metabolism.
The
Jeez.
thing is, like, I eat a certain way when I'm lifting and stuff, so I can build, but I don't lose those habits when I'm not lifting. So
Same. I'm like that. I'm like that too.
Yeah.
But see, what's the thing? Like, for me, that like got me to lose a little bit of weight is like, you cannot go out. I don't want to go to restaurants, so
That's
I
true.
don't eat that much. I eat as much as I need.
That's
You
true.
know? 'Cause, like,
okay, yeah.
If you
I'm
take
the
me to,
opposite. I'm
getting
always
lost.
hungry, so I just eat within the house.
Same.
Oh, there you go.
The only difference between like now and like when I used to be an athlete was I trained so damn much. It didn't matter what I ate. Like I could never be in a calorific like
Same. And that's part of
surplus.
the problem. That's part of the problem because, like, when
Yeah.
I'm working out and stuff, I eat whatever, it's fine.
Yeah.
Then I stop and I eat whatever.
But now there's like I can't play basketball because everything's closed. I can't play football, everything's closed. I can't like go to the gym, it's closed. So now I'm just fucked.
Yeah.
So I'm just gaining weight happily till the gym's open back.
Damn.
Yeah. I mean, to be honest, I don't even feel safe in gyms now, especially here, just because Florida is like on such an uprise again in cases.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a building in my gym, but there's no way I'm gonna go. There's no way.
I might just have to buy some dumbbells or something because I can't take it.
Yeah. I mean, these people don't clean machines after they use them, and I'm not going after somebody who's sweaty as hell.
That's true.
No.
That is true.
Jesus Christ.
Some guys in the gym are nasty, man. Jeez.
Yeah.
Nasty's an understatement, dog.
Right? It
Bro,
is.
they smell.
Bro, I had to cancel my membership for. Actually, no, I lied. I thought about canceling my membership, but instead, I just had to confront the dude because I was at the urinal. And I turn around. First of all, this dude walks out.
Pause, dude.
And goes straight into the gym, and I was like, "You don't go to the stall to take a piss, so you just walk straight to use the same machine." Like, I felt disrespected. I was like, what the hell? And that same dude, because we go to the gym around the same time, this is where I had to confront him, is I saw him walking out of the bathroom, and there was only like 2 people in the locker room. And I go to the sink, and there was a bunch of tiny hairs. I swear it looked like pubes.
Oh,
no. And the sink was dry, so it's like not even like he tried to like cover it up or hide it or anything. So I had to just tell dude, I was like, yo, you gotta do better. Like, this is my locker room too. Like, you can't be mad at me. I was like, what the
That's insane.
Anyway.
But someone asked how old I was in that pic. I was like, probably like 18, 19.
Damn.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
How the time flies. No, I'm
I know, but then I found fashion, and then I was like, "Yep, I'm gonna play sports less," and then I became tiny.
Wow.
What
But it's
gets you
weird
into
because,
fashion, dude?
like, people, my body has changed so much over the years, and people don't recognize me. So, like, because I'm smaller now, my friends who knew me when I was like the muscle guy are like, they're like, "Oh, you're Ayo. I didn't recognize you. Sorry, it's just."
You don't have the muscles now.
You don't have the muscles anymore, bro. What happened? What happened, bro?
That's low key a little bit of a flex. It's like, yeah, you knew the old me, and I can go back to that if I feel like it.
Yeah.
The good thing is, like, so how I got that big wasn't even that long. So what I did was, it was a summer holiday, and I went from where I'll show you what I went from to get to that size. So I went from like, because that was when I stopped doing athletics. I didn't need to be lean anymore. So I was just like, okay, I'll just like build as much as possible. So I was, yeah. So this was me as an athlete. So this was lean me.
Damn.
So then in one summer, I went from this to like really big. And all it took was just eating right and then going to the gym every like 3 days.
Oh, that's lean?
For like 3 months.
God.
Summertime, I feel like it's the best time to get in shape.
Yeah, for sure. Because you just have like time to just like.
Yeah.
So for me, if I just put in work in one summer, I could just go back to that same size. So that's the good thing about it, though.
Oh yeah.
No, you cannot get me to exercise now when it's a quarantine. I exercise because like I mentally abuse myself, and I'm like, okay, come on, it's been 2 days, but it's the longest. You don't realize how time goes by slow until you exercise.
Yeah, facts.
A minute of push-ups is like 4 hours.
That's facts.
I think
I find push-ups and stuff really boring. That's the only issue.
I like weights.
Yeah, weights are just so much easier for me.
I know,
and it's a little bit of an ego thing too, because when you're doing weights and you look in the mirror, it's like, all right, I'm getting somewhere.
I don't have the weights at home, so I'm like, let me like make do with what I have. But, dude, no way. Like it's like 2 hours of me talking to myself.
Yeah.
to do 20 minutes of exercise. I'm like, shit.
I'm just one of those people, like, I associate different settings with different things. So, like, with my house, I don't have a lot of weights. Like, my mom's the only one who has weights. She only uses, like, 5 and 10 pound dumbbells. So, like, it kind of sucks. So I'm stuck in my room doing push-ups and pull-ups. But, like, because it's my room, I associate my room with, like, leisure. Mm-hmm. So it's hard for me to get in a workout mindset when I'm in my room. Whereas if I'm in the gym, I'm like, I'm going to crank it out for a good hour.
That's a good point, too. I'm like that.
Yeah.
That's right.
It's the location. Like, what else are you going to do in a gym? Exercise.
Exactly.
You know? So, like, it's just the fact that you're there, that you made an effort to go there.
Yeah.
But, like, at home, it takes me 2 hours to go exercise, but it takes me 0.3 seconds to open up a chocolate and eat.
Right. Exactly. No, that's true. That's true.
So sad.
Yeah.
I mean, my laptop's in my room, my phone's in my room, I have a TV in my room, so I'm just like, shit. Like, during my rest period, I'll tell myself, like, 30-minute rest or 30-second rest.
Like, it's more like 30-minute rest.
Yeah. Right. That's what I mean.
No, it's not easy. I'm just, like, waiting for this whole thing to be done, to be honest. I mean, like, it will take time, but people are not taking it seriously at all.
Yeah, that's facts.
At all.
Especially in Florida.
Dude, especially in Florida where everybody's like plus
on
80.
the beach.
Yeah.
Exactly.
I saw that actually. So many people are like on the beach at once. I was like, wow, these guys do not care about like just other people at all.
They do not. They do not. And like, I mean, I live in a building where there's like 85 people that are like 85 and stuff. And I'm like, listen, Esther, just because you lived all your life, like, put that mask on. I just don't get it. I mean, it's a piece of cloth. I'm not asking you to ride a donkey to Kazakhstan. I'm asking you to put like.
I know a mask is really not that deep, guys. Like,
but I don't know how the situation is in New Jersey, but New York actually is doing very well.
It was really bad because Jersey is so close to New York.
And I would just leave his own street.
Huh?
I think so. Where is he?
Yeah. But yeah, Jersey, like,
wait, what?
There's a lot of people that live in Jersey and commute to New York, and there's a lot of people that live in New York, but they have family in Jersey. There's just a lot of back and forth. So once Manhattan got bad, New Jersey and Connecticut just got really bad. We actually, our quarantine just actually officially ended earlier this week. The problem is that a lot of people were living as if the quarantine was over a month ago. Mm-hmm. So now I'm scared that there's going to be another like spike in cases because people have been just wilding out, and especially because of the Jersey Shore, how much business the Jersey Shore has during the summer. I see a lot of crowds, and it's going to get bad.
Yeah, it will. It will.
I don't know how you could do that when you're in such close proximity to places like New York.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah. Like, it makes no sense, but
I mean, it will definitely get worse. I mean, here I'm shocked. I cannot say that I'm super shocked because it's Florida, but it's, I don't know. I just like don't get people.
Like, I mean, Florida seems like a wild place, to be honest.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah, it is, but it's I don't know. I mean, like, we have like the most cases now as far as like new cases are showing up. Mm-hmm. Like, it's us in Texas. Yeah, and it is because like now
people
that
in Texas are worse.
I'm sorry.
The people in Texas are worse. I have friends in Texas, and they literally just do not care. And I'm like, yo, that's not cool.
Yeah, and like, just because like everything is reopening doesn't mean that it's safe.
Right.
And that's what people are.
Thank you.
So that's where were you?
I thought the Chinese
No, the Chinese shut it down.
I had to fix my webcam because it was out of focus.
Did the Chinese government get you?
Chinese government.
I was like, wow, they are that quick.
They came all the way here, found my house. God damn, everything.
And all they did, they just turned off your stream. No, but I don't know. I'm just waiting for that vaccine to come out, to be honest. I know it's going to take some time, but
my dad actually works in medicine. He specialized in liver transplant surgery in the OR for like 14 years here in Jersey, in North Jersey. But he retired from that, and now he's on like the medical research side. And does like a lot of like scientific writing with like pharmaceutical companies and stuff. So every day he has like meetings, and just some of the shit that they're still learning. It's scary because my dad was saying, from an economic standpoint, obviously we have to start reopening and shit, and it was kind of inevitable. But the problem is, on the science side, there's still so much that we don't know. And in terms of a vaccine, like, there's multiple vaccines that have already been created, but the problem is it takes months and months, even sometimes a year, for testing and stuff before you can make it publicly available. So based on all the people that my dad has been talking to, like, they're looking at more like January, February for a relatively useful vaccine.
Of 2021?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm fine with that. That's what I'm kind of counting on, to be honest.
But a lot of people aren't fine with that.
What?
I said a lot of people aren't fine with that, and they don't want to wait. That's the problem. So too many people are going back to normal life too quick.
Facts.
Well, you know what, Brenda? Sucks to suck. So wait till January. That's it. I mean, like, it's not. My God. Just wait for the damn vaccine, and that's it. I mean, you're gonna have your regular life after like January or February. Yeah. But now, if you do, like, for me, it's not like I'm like I'm gonna be 30, but like for me, it's not about me. Like, you can get other people infected. That's the problem.
The thing is, the less cautious we are now, the worse it's gonna get. So it's if we think back to like February, March, at least for the U.S. we were initially only supposed to be in quarantine for like 30 days. That 30 days has now turned into 120.
True.
And that's because people weren't following the rules. So it's like the less rules we follow, the worse it's gonna get.
Exactly. I mean, like, look at countries like New Zealand. New Zealand doesn't have any more cases at all. They're not letting people in. And
actually, yesterday they had it's not like an outbreak, but yesterday, apparently 2 people from the UK.
Yeah, literally, someone just said it.
Yeah.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
Why didn't they close all the borders? Because they had contained it. Why didn't they just say like no one in and out for like?
Dude, I would not want to be those 2 people in New Zealand.
They must be so hated.
They better hope their faces don't get put out there.
Yo, that
sucks though. But wouldn't you think that like they would put everybody in quarantine first? Like in
apparently they're saying like countries that have been able to like really contain it and even in some cases eradicate it, any people from like foreign countries, any travelers, they're making them stay at airport hotels for 2 weeks before you can resume daily life, which is pretty much just saying don't go on vacation because your whole vacation is going to be in the hotel.
It's gonna be in the hotel.
I could do that, honestly.
Yeah, same.
Yeah, but why would you fly to France to sit in a hotel? Like,
you must really want that croissant.
Oh, no.
Their crepes aren't that good.
Hey, don't what is a crepe for you? Is it a crepe or a pancake?
That's 2 completely different foods.
Correct.
Yeah.
So what's a crepe for you?
A crepe
is the thin one.
Yeah, same here.
Yeah. Pancakes are fluffy.
Yeah. And when you like fold it up and shit.
Dude, crepes are the best. I don't know who likes pancakes at this point.
No, crepes are better for sure. Yeah. For sure.
No, but like, see, the situation in Croatia is a bit different just because like they're promoting, just because Croatia is like heavily relies on tourism. And for us, the season starts in May. So we don't have a lot of cases, but now everybody's saying that we don't have any cases just because we have to get some tourists to Croatia. True. You know? So it sucks because like there's definitely that are, you know, they're lying to people and just being like, oh yeah, there is no cases. But meanwhile, there's like 3 patients in the hospital that have this like weird disease that nobody wants to talk about.
Right.
You know? It sucks that they have to lie to people about that, but
unfortunately, when you're dealing with something like this, like you want to just say, cut everything off and just be safe. Yeah. There's too much politics and like monetary issues that come with it.
Yeah,
I agree.
But at the same time, I could kind of be like, if we're talking about people being like upset and trying to go out and live as usual, I could be more sympathetic towards those people. Whereas if you're like well off and you've seen like the pictures where it's like, I need to get my nails done or whatever, so I'm holding the sign.
That's weird.
Yeah,
you gotta go out and work, and I get it. But if you're really going out just to go to the bar, it's like, do you need to get drunk badly?
Yeah, you're a dumbass.
True. Even though one thing that I do miss a hairdresser just because my hair is starting to look like it has a hump.
Bro, why do you think I wear the same hat every time?
That's what I thought.
Bro, mine is so bad. My hair is starting to come out of the sides of the cap.
I look like
that's how bad it is.
I got to the point where I have my mom shape me up.
See, like, I don't worry about it because
all of us are bad. All of us are bad, but Theo has his camera off. I think that tells you everything.
Yeah.
I'm kidding.
Oh my.
No, but I'm waiting for a hairdresser so bad. My God.
Bro, that's probably the first thing I'm gonna do when this is over. Like, just get a haircut.
Yeah.
Well, first of all, like when I get the vaccine, I'm gonna ask them for 2 of them just to be safer. But like hairdresser, hands down, first thing.
Oh hell yeah! I've been putting so much pressure on my barbers, like texting them like every day, like when you reopen, you need to make sure I have a spot like that. Stop playing! I'm not walking in. I need an appointment.
No, but there was one, I think, was it in Minnesota, that the woman, that she's a hairdresser, and then she reopened up, and then she had 84 people infected, and 7 people that work with her. So 91 people just because she had it and she didn't know. But and when I heard that, I'm like, yeah, I'm fine.
Yeah, when it comes to the coronavirus, though, hair dressing and stuff like that is the worst because they literally touch your hair. It's like touching. So that's like the worst case scenario for it.
Yeah. Even though like the stores here, like for example, Costco, for example, you have to have a mask to get in.
Yeah, same. And I've seen so many times where I go to the store and there's people that refuse to put the mask on. I'm like, so like you're willing, just because of your political position, you're willing to not feed your family tonight? Like
Exactly.
Yeah.
I cannot with people.
What annoys me the most though is like if you're like working in a place like that and like the employees themselves are like, because you know sometimes they're like it's like a policy to wear the mask and they just still won't do it.
Yeah, like yo,
I've seen videos like that. Yeah,
I just think it's the smallest inconvenience to be complaining about.
I know.
Exactly. It's like the first world problems. We're asking you to put a piece of cloth over your mouth.
Right.
Jesus,
it's like, and I've talked to so many people where they're just like, but I can't breathe and I'm getting dizzy. And I'm like, well, first of all, what kind of mask are you using that's making you dizzy?
Yeah.
And then second of all, like we're asking you
for like 10 minutes in the grocery
10 minutes while you're in the store. There's healthcare workers that wear it during their whole shift. Like, imagine working in a hospital having to wear it for 12 hours. So like you go into the grocery store, it's not that big a deal. And if you have that much of a problem, stay in the fucking house.
Like starve
Yeah. Like,
or get like Jeff Bezos to deliver it for you. I don't know.
Yo, fact, it's not that deep, guys. Like, man, people just need something to complain about.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, it's human nature. Yeah. Oh God, the world is a crazy place.
A person said, "Only person I'm missing is my tattoo artist."
Yo, fact. I had to cancel one of my appointments. I was so mad.
I have a friend who, like, she was plotting on a tattoo for so long, she cancelled as well.
It just sucks. That's one of those things you spend like months and months.
Yeah.
And then when you finally commit and make the appointment, especially if you have to put a deposit down, it's
like, dude, tell me about it. I wanted to go to Croatia in August for like 2 weeks and nothing. Nope, not happening this year. And this is like a vacation that you wait for a whole year.
Damn. So did you have to put a deposit down?
I mean, I got my ticket and everything for the plane, but they refunded it. So
okay,
but it's such a bummer just because like I've been waiting for this since last year.
Yeah,
in August, you know. So I'm like, life is not fair.
It's just annoying that like a lot of summer plans that everybody had, you literally have to wait another year.
I know, bro. It's depressing. Like I had my whole thing planned out with all of my friends. We all had our whole holiday planned out. We were gonna go to Japan for the Olympics.
Oh, damn! The Olympics.
Yeah, so we bought Olympics tickets and we bought the flights and we booked the hotels in Japan. And then I was gonna like leave them because obviously I want to do some fashion stuff in Japan and then go to New York from there to meet my friends. And all of that. All in smoke, but I did get refunded for everything, but it's still crazy.
That's good.
The Olympics, though, I didn't get refunded for it for a long time because they were still saying they wanted to go ahead with it.
Were those Olympic tickets expensive?
It really depends on what event you go for, but I bought tickets to the basketball quarterfinals. So, because that's the one I could find, but I don't know what teams it is, which one. It could be a USA game, or it could just be some like other countries, but it was like £90.
Okay, that's
not bad at all.
That was
so for
good.
a quarterfinal. But then I did get it early though, so that's another thing. Yeah, but if it's the finals, I don't think basketball is hyped enough anyway for it to be expensive. If you're trying to watch 100 meters final, god damn.
Break the bank.
Hell no. That's thousands, bro. If you want like close, like front seat, it's tens of thousands, bro. No way.
Yeah.
No way. I didn't even bother like trying to buy any of the athletics tickets, bro. No way. Like long jump, things that people watch, like long jump, 100 meters, 200, 400, high jump, all that stuff is too expensive.
Hell yeah.
At that point, you might look at the Philip Klein jacket differently. You might go, hey.
Yeah, I feel sorry for Japan though because they invested so much into it, and now that it's not happening, they're just in shambles.
Think about all the employees and workers that had to work day and night to like build arenas and shit like that. Like they're gonna make such a loss because normally the whole thing about Olympics is you invest and then all the tourism comes and you make your money back. Right. But they invested without the tourism. That's unfortunate.
So it's postponed for when? For the next 4 years or
till further notice?
I think they said they're gonna try to have it in 2021.
Yeah.
Try. But that's gonna throw the whole Olympic schedule off.
Yeah, someone said swimming is also expensive as hell. That's facts. Yeah, in the Olympics, those are like the hyped events. It's like the sprinting stuff, the track stuff mainly, especially and like
recently.
Yeah, gymnastics is huge in the Olympics as well. I'm trying to think what else is like an expensive ticket to buy. I remember like when the Olympics in 2012 was in London, it was so easy to get so many tickets because like you don't have to go to 100 meters. It's like interesting stuff. So I just used to watch some obscure sports like shooting and like all this stuff, and it's just like a £10 ticket. Like watch Olympic shooting, and it's still fun. Like it was actually really enjoyable.
I got so into curling in the Winter Olympics.
Yeah,
I was like, I would low key go to that.
You get into some random stuff when the Olympics is on, bro. It's crazy.
I would have went to see because skateboarding was going to make its debut. So I would have.
Yeah, that was also a big thing.
Crazy.
Yeah, it would have been so huge. But the thing about skateboarding is that thing still like they're only allowing amateurs? Is that what they're trying to say? Only amateur skateboarders? Or is it like everyone?
I think it's like weird. A mixture. I think they have like a quota or something like that. Like you have a certain. I think there's like a limit to how many pros you can have on the team.
Well, all I know is that like just the Olympics in general, there's a quota for every event anyway. So there'll be like 2 skateboarders from each country. So say like most of the good ones come from like Brazil, USA, they'll still only be able to have 2 represent the country anyway. So the best of the best. Just take an OG and take a young talent. So take a really up and coming skateboarder and then take someone like Tony Hawk for the culture.
I can only imagine the skateboard out if the Olympics were in the States. Oh my god. Oh my god. That would be legendary.
If the Olympics was in America and they did skateboarding, that thing would cost like $5,000 for a ticket.
No question. And they would have to have it in like LA. They would have to.
Fact.
Oh god, if it was in LA, yeah. Definitely.
Yeah,
LA would be shut down.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think also because like what happens is the expensive tickets are like the sports that people play in that specific country. So I'm trying to think of what sports Japanese people play because those are most likely to be the tickets that fly. What?
Cricket.
Japanese people don't play cricket. That's more like Indian, Pakistani, like.
I feel like Japanese,
Bangladesh,
table tennis are big.
Yeah, true. Like table tennis, badminton. So I guess badminton would be probably hyped. Yeah, badminton would be hyped.
Let me know if this is being too presumptuous, but I mean,
no, not even. Wait, that one reference Tony Hawk shows that skateboarding is dead. Oh my god! Now, when I was younger, because I don't follow skateboarding anymore because I don't skate anymore. But when I used to skate, like I used to watch the X Games religiously. and I knew every single skateboarder on the
same, dude.
circuit. I knew everyone on the circuit.
I love the X Games.
My favorite skateboarder of all time is this Brazilian guy called Sandro Dias. He was like,
he's good.
He was amazing. He used to do like 900s just for fun. Like, he was crazy. But he was more like vert. I think because I used to watch X Games, I was more of a vert type of person than I was street.
They had street too.
Yeah, but like even when I used to skate, I didn't skate street. I used to skate like vert. There was like a park I used to go to that was vert. Yeah.
Is baseball an Olympic sport?
Huh?
Is baseball an Olympic sport?
I don't think so, unless they added it.
I think no.
I can imagine that being big in Japan, though, for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, gymnastics is huge in Japan, so yeah. Gymnastics is already hyped anyway, so.
Oh, yeah.
Them tickets. God damn.
Skating.
Right, Japan is big on skating. When I visited early January, they were building a skate training facility in Shibuya. That's crazy. Oh, damn.
I'm writing that down.
Yeah, my plans just got messed up, bro. I was so hurt. Because we had been planning it for so many years. Because, like, the friends I'm going with are, like, my friends from when I used to do athletics. Like, we used to train at the same club. So, like, we were like, yeah, we're going to the Olympics. Like, and then this thing just happened.
Y'all probably planned that so far in advance.
Yeah, we did, like, years in advance. Once, like, Japan got, like, chosen, we were like, yeah, we're going to Japan.
Yeah.
That sucks.
Damn.
Oh, well, I'll still go to Japan next year, either Olympics or not. I'll go for fashion reasons.
That's good, then.
I would love to do that.
Yeah.
Same.
Specifically for fashion.
Like, the thrift stores there, just next to none. Like, because that's where com is, you can get mainline com for, like, stupid prices, like $60, $50, like, in thrift stores.
I saw a video the other day of like an inside look of a Japanese manufacturing plant for Hermes, and just the detail and the processes. It was literally a small manufacturer run by a family of like 5, and they do most of the work themselves. And like just the shit that they were doing was just out of this world. I've never seen anything like it.
Yeah. Japanese attention to detail is insane. Like, just in everything they do is crazy.
It's also crazy to see how like their lifestyle is, and they weren't very well off or anything, but producing for a brand like Hermes that sells like $50,000 leather pieces is wild.
I wonder how much they are paying the family to make those pieces, though.
I hope a lot, because takes them like 3 weeks to do one piece for a leather luggage bag or something like that. Like,
wait, someone said baseball is going to be in the 2020 Olympics. Yo, they went hard with these Olympics, baseball and skateboarding.
Oh, wow.
Damn.
See, I guess if you look on the bright side, it's like it gives you more time to, I guess, to plan. I mean, if you already didn't have anything to do.
That's facts.
I'm actually trying to get my parents to see if we could go to London next year. So, you know, I might see you around.
Yo, hit me up. Like, when people come to London, I normally give them the tour. I give them, like, the tour of someone from London, because, like, on your own, you can go to the whole London Eye, Big Ben, like, touristy stuff. Like, people will point you in that direction from a mile away. Like, where's the Big Ben? People just be like, yeah, go there. Like, I give you, like, the underground tour, like, the real Londoners tour.
Yeah,
but that's what people want, I think.
Yeah.
I've only been to London like once, and that was because I have some family over there, but I was like 7, so I don't remember much of it, to be honest.
Yeah, that's like me with New York. I was like 3.
Bro, New York is on the list again.
Yeah,
for sure.
New York is cool. Come on. New York is like, I don't know.
Especially for fashion reasons, once again, like, I need to just see New York as an adult.
Hell yeah.
Well, for me, it was not like... So I grew up in Croatia, where like we only watched like American movies and everything. So the first time that I went to New York in 2016 was the first time ever.
I was just like walking around because it feels like you're on a film set. Like you've seen these like streets on movies and stuff, and like
Yeah.
I left the apartment at 8 a.m. I swear to God, I came back at 3 a.m. and I was just walking around. I did not.
And New York is like, the way it's built is so perfect. Like the way the roads are, like it's so perfectly made.
The subway system itself is so good.
Well,
but like New York is one of those cities you can't just walk around, like, because it's so big and there's so much to see. You can, like, as a tourist, you can spend a week in New York and not see anything.
That's true. Do you know how long it took me to figure out what the downtown, what the uptown is? So, I would go into the subway and then I would just like bother people and just be like, I need to go to the Lincoln Center, and then they would just like point.
Yeah.
They could have pointed me like anywhere. I would listen to them. But
never ask a New Yorker where to go.
Yeah, nah.
Tell me that now, 4 years after.
They'll just talk to you as if you're from New York. They'll be like, yeah, take 14th Street, go down all the way to 8th Avenue, and it's like,
yeah, like, okay.
What?
Dude, that did not help at all. And I would be like, okay, cool. I guess I'm just gonna do that. And wow, then that's it.
One thing I did learn though, that'll hopefully help if you come to New York anytime soon. I say come like I'm there. If you go to New York anytime, is both my parents are from New York, so they always teach me a little something new every time I go. And the entire city is built on like a longitudinal and latitude system.
Now I'm fine.
It's like all the streets go north to south, and no, all the avenues go north to south, all the streets go east to west, and it's all.
Yeah. I did notice that when I just looked at like the map of New York, like when I was studying it, because it's so like everything is just straight lines. I'm like, how did they think of it so intricately?
I go every year to see the Met Gala exhibition from 2016. So I'm familiar with it now. Now it's the easy part. But like the first time when you get there, I'm like, just put me next to Central Park and I'll be fine. I'll figure everything out from there. But some of those streets, dude. No.
Luckily, I've got a few guys in New York who'll take me around. But if not, geez, I'll probably be lost as hell. And like, I want to go to different parts of like the actual state. So it's like, there's many different areas. Like in London, for example, there's a lot of Jamaicans here. So I'm really used to Jamaican culture. Yeah. So in places like, I've heard Harlem has a big Jamaican like culture and stuff. So I would like to kind of like experience that. And then just dip, because I've heard it's also like can be dangerous depending on where you go.
Harlem's also hella Hispanic. Like it's all Hispanics and West Indians.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Then also I'll do the whole fashion stuff, obviously like Manhattan, Soho, all that shit.
Brooklyn's actually getting a nice like fashion art scene too.
Yeah.
Like I've been looking at different studios and stuff that I can rent out once I get this brand up and running. And I'm starting to like really gravitate toward Brooklyn.
Yeah.
Hella gentrified. And I know that's not necessarily good. At the same time, for somebody that's trying to start a business, it is.
Yo, New York rent be like London rent, bro. Like, it's insane. Like, bro, let me tell you how expensive rent is in London. So, central London is like expensive as hell, right? So, people like me who are like just getting into their careers but still want to like have access to like good areas like central, we go up north. So where I live up north, the rent is like £1,400 a month pounds. So imagine if like I lived in central. Like, bro, you have to be like a bank manager to live there, bro. Like genuinely. Like what? Like just no way.
That's ridiculous. Just for New York, like you could spend like $1,400 a month and you live in like a 1-bedroom.
That's the difference though, because at least like where I live is like really decent though. Like, but it is like up north, which is like semi far from central, but it's like direct links. So it's really cool.
I also feel like the differences with like London and New York in particular, like what separates them from other cities is that people actually live in like the downtown areas. Like
Yeah.
if you go somewhere like Chicago or like Miami or something like that, like the central business area, like city center, is usually all business.
Seriously, damn.
Like, and
Well, I,
stuff.
I think in Miami you have a lot of people that live in downtown Miami.
Really?
I think so. Yeah, they have gorgeous properties there. So I don't think that it's I don't think that it's like just business like heavy
Yeah.
on business. They have a lot of expensive stuff in downtown.
Yeah.
Definitely.
Learn something new every day.
Miami's expensive, dude.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, in London, people live in the like business areas, but
Yeah.
those aren't normal people.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Like, if you're living in Mayfair, oh my god, you have to be stinking rich.
I also know for like LA, for example, like I know for a fact that like LA downtown is like all business entertainment. Because when you even influencers, actors, whatever, when you look at where they actually live, nobody lives in LA. They live on like the outskirts, like
Yeah.
the hills or West Hollywood or something like
That's
that.
the only American city that left me unimpressed.
Really?
Damn.
My dad said the same thing.
Yeah, I have a friend who went to LA.
Very empty, very yeah.
That's exactly what my dad said.
There nothing out of like the city that I loved going to, hands down, one of the best cities I think in America to visit, San Francisco, hands down.
That's what you sound just like my dad.
Hands down. If you ever get a chance to go to see San Francisco, America doesn't have that much what Europe has. Like when you go to a city and you see the architecture and you see the cities, you know in what city you are in.
Yeah.
Like if you go to Paris.
Not in America.
In America, no, at all, except San Francisco.
I would say San Francisco and Miami. Miami, you can tell you're in Miami.
Sure. Like you don't want to be colorblind in Miami because like those are really really cool to see.
Yeah.
But San Francisco, hands down, it's
no. I was in San Francisco 2 years ago and I liked it. Like I was in America 2 years ago and I did that whole like thing where I went to like so we went to San Francisco, then we went to California. We went to a couple of places in California. We went to LA. Then we went to Arizona, and then we went to Vegas. So we did like the whole thing. We spent like 4 days in each place.
We did something similar. We flew to LA, drove to San Diego, which is beyond gorgeous.
San Diego is beautiful.
San Diego.
I haven't been to San Diego yet.
Hands down, one of the best cities in America. And then we drove up the coast to San Francisco.
Whoa!
I love it.
Isn't that like a 12-hour drive?
It's not 12 hours. Well, we did stop in San Luis Obispo. It's long, but it's enjoyable. It's super pretty, honestly. So like, it's like you're just on a coast and there's a Pacific Ocean. It's gorgeous. It's a pretty cool thing to do.
To answer this question, yes. Like I can even remember, yes.
Oh,
that shit was expensive as hell. Damn.
It's expensive. And what took me by surprise that I did not know, it has a huge Asian population. Has a lot of Asian people.
Yeah, that's true.
Which is pretty cool because like it's very artsy. It's very artsy. It's very like bohemian, and I like the city a lot. Definitely.
But yeah, LA. Someone said LA. Yeah, LA let me down as well because I hadn't been to LA before 2 years ago. For like 10 years or something. So I wanted to see all the places people talk about, like Fairfax and this, that, and I went to what's that other luxury place? I skipped my mind. What?
Beverly Hills, Calabasas.
Yeah. So we went to I went to all these places, and they were so underwhelming. Because like there are places I've always heard of, so I was like, no, I have to go to these places. They were so underwhelming. I was like, really?
Yeah, it's nothing.
Is this like all the stuff that's like hyped?
Yeah,
it's just like, damn, it's disappointing.
I feel like it's all hyped just because celebrities live there, but just because celebrities doesn't mean that there's much to do.
I mean, don't get me wrong. I think the climate in LA is the best in America.
Oh yeah.
As far as the weather goes and everything, but that's California in
I
general.
went to like Venice Beach as well, and it's quite interesting. You see like these hench fucking guys, like what? These huge guys, bro. I was like, God damn. Because the day I went there was these like bodybuilders, like YouTubers there, just like filming videos and stuff. These guys were huge.
Those are the guys that I see in the gym, and I'm scared to go to the weight section because I think they're gonna make fun of me. But
you gotta start somewhere, bro.
They
didn't come out the womb looking like that.
Facts.
But it's, I don't know, LA just like left me like we did the walk, the street with the stars. How do you call it?
Hollywood
Boulevard. Walk of Fame.
Yeah, Walk of Fame. And that was cool. But other than that,
yeah, I did that when I was in LA as well. I went to Universal Studios as well.
I didn't. That was just like, okay, that's it.
It was pretty fun, like seeing all the different Hollywood sets and all that stuff, and yeah, pretty cool.
LA kind of reminds. I mean, I know you'd be able to say more about Florida, but I've never been to LA. I've only been to San Diego, and that was just for soccer, so I didn't get to see that much. But in terms of like aesthetic, I kind of think of LA kind of like maybe like a Orlando. Like there's a certain bubble where everything kind of happens, and then outside of that, the city's not really much to offer.
Mm-hmm. That's true, because Orlando is heavy on Disney. Like you have when you go to Orlando, you have a feeling that the city was built around Disney.
Yeah.
You know, like that's the reason why everybody's there.
And I went there when I was like 10, and it was really just Disney and Universal. But when you go into the city itself, it was just,
it's nothing. It's nothing. I mean, like I'm sure I've been to Orlando a few times, but I don't know. Like when I go to some places, I like to see history. I like to see culture. You know, like when you go to New York, for example, like what I love about New York, like you really have this cool energy about New York. But you have like, if you go to Bryant Park, if you go to the Met, if you go to the Cloisters, if you know, like there's so many stories that like you can hear, and
you get a feel for the city itself.
And you go to LA, and they're like, okay, so Angelina Jolie lives here, and like you still cannot see it because there's like trees around it, and I'm like, okay.
To be fair, there's like some stuff like when I was in LA, I just didn't have time to go there. There's this thing called like the LACMA.
Okay.
It's like one of those like art museums, and it seemed to be like really good, to be fair, but I didn't have time to go there.
I still haven't made it out there.
Yeah, the fashion in LA though is the shambles. Like I went to I was looking for all the different stores, so I found like the Undefeated store, the sneaker store. And then on that same road, there's like a Stern Island store. Then opposite, there's like a streetwear store, and everything was so underwhelming. Like these are all stores that I'd seen on YouTube and like
it's
all this stuff, and I was like, damn,
it's like a hypebeast city.
Yeah,
it is. And then when you get there, you're like,
I was most disappointed by LA, but I definitely had a really good time in Vegas, San Francisco, and then California was an experience, but I wouldn't say it was fantastic. Because like my family in Cali live in like a rural area, so like I went to their house, and next thing they're telling me, the coyotes, like be careful of the coyotes and the snakes. I'm like, what? I'm like, we don't have snakes like this in London. Like what?
That's Florida for you, also.
I was scared. I was like, shit. If I get bitten by a snake, it's on you guys.
Dude, the coyotes, that's what when you come to Florida, they're like, watch out for the alligators. And I'm like, you can kind of see if an alligator is coming.
Wait, are they dangerous though? Are the coyotes, do they attack people?
Oh, I see. I don't know. I never saw a coyote.
Yo, talking about alligators, in Nigeria, right? You gotta be careful. The alligators there are lethal. Like, because in Nigeria, like where rich people live, they like cut the land to develop properties there because it's close to the coast. So there's still like houses being developed beside like the jungle essentially. So like, if your house is on the edge of where the jungle is, bro, you can just be chilling and an alligator just climbs your wall and jumps into your backyard.
Are you
And like,
serious?
bro, before Nigeria, I thought alligators, you could easily run away from them. No, you
That's what I
can't.
think now.
No, you can't. They climb.
Oh shit!
I saw this stuff live. They're lethal. They climb up walls and shit. I was like,
what?
yo, Nigeria made me realize I'm never gonna underestimate animals ever again.
Jesus,
These alligators literally climb the wall, jump down, go over the fence. I was like, what? We had to get like a security guard to like shoot it.
What?
That's an acrobats over there. What the hell?
Yo, we need alligators and special ops or something.
Police reform.
Because you always think like, with an alligator, they're on the floor, so you just need to like hop over the fence. Nah,
Yeah.
bro. It's gonna chase you and climb over the same fence, bro.
That's crazy.
Dude,
The
no,
worst animal I'll ever see is like a deer or a fox. That's about it.
Really? In England, there's foxes everywhere. To be fair, even when I jog in the morning, bro, there's foxes all the time, just running around. Especially early morning, that's when they're always like about. But they're not like dangerous. They don't really attack people. They run away from people.
But see, that doesn't. Somebody told me that about snakes, and they're like, "Oh, they're more."
Yeah,
scared.
I don't believe that about snakes.
But when they tell you, "Oh, they're more scared of you than you are of them," and I'm like, I kind of don't care who's more scared.
Yeah.
That's a snake. I don't like
Yeah.
snakes.
Dangerous
Not gonna
game
end
chicken
well.
right there, boy.
Yeah, I think I'm getting too used to foxes, and it's not a good thing because like I'll be jogging early in the morning, and there'll be like 5 foxes, and when I jog, like they'll just like run in opposite directions. But I'm like, I'll just have one bad day where one decides to attack me, and I'm
Exactly.
gonna be fucked.
It happens.
The
a
good
lot.
thing is I'm like mid jog, so if one attacks me, I can just go from jog to sprint real quick.
I don't know how fast foxes are, but good luck to you.
That's the thing, though, because foxes, they anything on 4 legs. To be fair, dogs, foxes, they're normally fast.
It's a fast.
Yeah, there's a lot of rabbits here though. So like whenever like we would come home and then like there's a whole like there's grass and stuff. And
Yeah.
then, like you just feel like you're coming to like to Teletubbies land because
Yeah.
there's like all these rabbits there. There is so many of them. I mean, they're not dangerous, but it's just like funny to see them.
That's funny.
They're not dangerous at all.
Yeah. Someone literally said, "Did I get a nice bag from the gator skin?" Yo, these guys are crazy.
But see, I did not know that about alligators. That's crazy.
Yeah, it's because like, so where I live in Nigeria, like the house behind me is right beside the jungle. So we don't get stuff into our backyard. He gets all the shit into his backyard. So like, he had an alligator in his backyard, and he like called us to call the security. So I was like, me being an idiot, I just had to see the alligator. So I peeked out of my house to look, and I just saw it climbing over the fence and coming towards our compound. I was like, nope, I'm going back into the house. And then we called the security guard, and that's when he came and like got rid of the alligator.
Damn.
I was scared as hell.
I don't blame you for a second.
I'd never seen that stuff climb. And it's so weird to see because like when you look at their body, it doesn't look like they can climb efficiently. But then when you see them doing it, they're like, that makes a lot of sense.
The scariest thing I think I've ever seen was because in Jersey, there's not like a huge amount of like big animals. Like I said before, it's mostly like deer and fox. But when I was a kid, one of my best friends, he had a kind of a big house and he had a basketball court in the backyard. So we were playing basketball. We were probably like 10 years old, something like that. And we heard a bunch of like rustling, but it was like loud, aggressive rustling in the backyard right behind the court. And we kept looking, and it was a fucking bear. And like,
what?
Yeah. And we freaked out. Obviously, we couldn't like get loud and all, but we like eased off the court. We went inside, and our dads were like drinking and just hanging out in the house. And we went, and we were like, "There's a fucking bear in the backyard, blah blah blah." And they were like, "Oh, whatever. It was probably a cat." And we were like, "Yo, I know the difference between a bear and a cat." And like, it was like some boy who cried wolf. They did not believe us, and I know what a bear looks like. That shit was like 10 feet away from us, and then like a few hours passed, and we put on the TV, and it was like all over the news. Huge brown bears spotted in New Jersey.
No way.
Area. We were like, oh shit, yeah, that shit.
Yo, bears are the most lethal animals ever, bro.
That shit was scary. And to see a bear, like an animal that big, climb a tree was traumatizing.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, because you know bears climb trees super fast.
Yeah.
Like
So,
they scare me. Like I've seen a bear when I was in America. I saw one. Like in California, we were driving, and then we just saw like two bears running across like the road, because it was like a road on like, and then there was just dirt, like just space, and then we just saw something huge running at some fast pace. We were like, "What's that? What's that?" And then we realized it was a bear, and then my dad just started driving really fast to go over the bear, bro.
Dude,
we were like, it better not be coming for us.
those shit can run fast.
That's so fast. It's crazy.
35 miles per hour fast.
How do you even run away from a bear?
You
They're
don't.
fast,
You
They
don't, dude.
climb,
You get in the car. You get in your car.
but they can smash your car though if they're relentless.
Exactly. So,
Yeah.
again, if you see a bear, you just kind of gotta pray.
Yeah, dude.
I
just
swear,
do
humans are
nothing.
so useless. We're actually so useless.
Dude, I saw a bear only once in my life. I used to work in Colorado, and on top of the mountain, there was a restaurant on top of the mountain. There would be a lot of like wedding receptions and stuff. So at the end of the wedding reception, like we stopped to clean, and then you hear something coming from some noise coming from a garbage, and I'm like, okay, like it's something, like who cares? So I go in, and this guy who's like the boss, he's like, okay, nobody go out, and I'm like, what? So he's like, there's a bear in the garbage. I guess that the smell of food like made him like come, and he must be like, oh wow, that's some delicious food, let's go check it out. So he comes there and like goes through the garbage, and they lock everything down. Because if he goes in, I'm fast. I don't know how fast I am, but like it was, and he was like in that garbage for at least like 20 to 30 minutes, and then he just disappeared. And I'm like, Jesus Christ, like I never thought I'm gonna be thinking about a bear in the middle of so weird.
Damn.
Yeah, imagine thinking there's a raccoon in your garbage and you see a fucking black bear.
Yeah, that's insane.
Those are the animals that scare me, because like now I know alligators climb. They can run fast, but not like fast to the point where like if I run my faster, they could catch me. But like a bear, no chance. Lion, no chance. Tiger, no chance. Like so many animals would, unless you have like a gun, you're just fucked.
But see, I don't like seeing a snake. Snake scares the hell
Snakes are
out
the
of me.
hardest one, because it's like, what do you even do? Even if you try to shoot it, you could miss because it's so slippery.
Snakes are fast.
Yeah,
they're
snakes so are slippery.
And they can like jump, like not jump, but like they can like launch themselves.
In Nigeria, there's like a lot of snakes, but where I lived, they weren't poisonous, so I wasn't too scared. Like I've seen loads of snakes, but not poisonous ones. If you go to like parts of Nigeria, it's like black mambas, bro. You want to stay away from those.
That's a no.
Those can kill you in like a minute.
Yeah.
I never
think
saw
it's wild how different people get used to different animals. Like
I'm not getting used to these snakes. I never saw them before until I came to Florida, and I was walking around my neighborhood, and then there's like this brown snake. That's at least like 2 meters long, and it's in the middle of a street. So I don't know what to do. I just freeze to death, and I call my boyfriend, who's like literally away from me, maybe around like 3 minutes walking distance, and I'm like, pick up the car, pick me up now. Dude, I could not walk. I was scared.
Shut down.
So, I don't know. It's just like it's sleazy and like it moves and everything. Hell no. Oh,
hell no.
No way.
Yeah, it's crazy though, because like in England, we barely have anything. We have foxes and pigeons, and that's it. So like me moving to Nigeria, bro, I was shook. It's a tropical country. There's too much stuff. Like there's just lizards, like red lizards and green lizards that just walk around casually. I'm like, yo, like there's actually just lizards just walking. Like, why are you guys acting like it's normal? Like it took me so long to get used to like all that sort of stuff, like lizards, snakes, rodents, different like the ants in Africa are huge.
Oh yeah,
like they are enormous, and some of them have wings, bro. These ants just fly. Like,
get out of here,
yo. Like, but you get used to it. It becomes normal. Like now, it's just normal.
Speaking of rodents, you next time when you go to New York and go to a Subway.
Oh God, bro!
There is a whole animal kingdom of rodents,
bro.
Down there.
There's nothing like a New York rat. Like,
dude, you're walking up the stairs and there's a rodent, like a rat, walking with you, and I'm like, you're not supposed to.
But the thing is, like those rats and pigeons in New York, like they swear they're humans. Like they act like it's just as much their house as it is yours. Because like most animals, if you like jump at them or you pretend like you're gonna go at them, they'll fly away or they'll run away. New York rats, like they'll just look at you and be like, "What?" Like,
New York rats are like, "Come at me, bro."
You gonna do something?
Yeah,
what?
Do something, bro.
That's like London, but not quite. Like if you go to a central, like underground in Central at like 1 a.m., there's just mice all over. But like if you take a few steps, they're all gonna disperse though. They're not just gonna stay there. Bro.
Not in New York, bro. That rat will look at you like, I dare you.
It would probably fight back if you tried to attack it.
Oh hell yeah!
There's a video of
New York was the first time I saw a rat's teeth. Like rat's teeth are huge. I will never mess with one ever.
Isn't there a video of like a New York rat carrying a slice of pizza up the stairs?
Yeah, I'm exactly what you're talking about. New York rats wear Timbs. I'm not kidding.
Wait, what?
Yeah, there's like a video.
Slice of pizza.
I know exactly what you're talking about.
Yeah, this is not a rat. This is like, you know how Ninja Turtles like became Ninja Turtles? This is the master of Ninja Turtles. They're like the rat,
bro.
That's them. It's
these shits are. I'm just watching the video now. God damn. That's some hench rat. What the hell?
Dude, it's not even like, I'm not even joking. That's the first time that I like.
New York rats be like, that ass B.
Yo. New York rats
wearing Timbs. Jeez.
Dude,
see, London rats are they're mellow, man. If you just step on the floor, they disperse.
Yeah, I never really saw any animals besides rodents in London.
Yeah, it's rare. It's rare. No. There's like disgusting areas in London that rats are rampant, but if you're in any like semi-decent area, it's fun.
Here, there's a lot of, just what you said, like a lot of lizards, but like you usually expect lizards to be like small and like tiny. These are like, you don't know if it's a turtle or a lizard at this point. They're really big and then they're fast, but like you get used to them. It's not like, you know,
like in Nigeria, lizards are harmless anyway. They don't touch humans. They don't. If they touch you, it's by mistake because they're so shook of humans. They're just trying to eat insects.
What's the difference between gecko and a lizard?
Oh, so lizards are outdoors. In Nigeria, at least, geckos are indoors. So, like, in Nigeria, you'll just be, like, chilling in your room. Because they can go between, like, windows. You'll just be chilling. And then you just see something running up the wall. And you're like... And then you realize it's a flipping gecko. They just, like going in the house and just, like, running around walls. Lizards don't do that. They never go into a house, yeah. Geckos go up walls and shit.
Oh, okay.
But they're harmless, but I'm just so scared of them because I don't want that shit to touch me. So, like, if I see one, I won't sleep till I see it, like, leave the room or something. But like sometimes I have to kill it. Like I use my slipper and just slap it, and it dies. Or like I get some sort of spray and spray it with something, and then it gets confused, falls, and I smash it.
Yeah, I'm one of those. If I see a bug or something in the house, like I gotta kill it. I can't sleep until
I can't sleep. I actually can't.
Yeah.
Like,
bro, the other day, I was actually watching one of your videos. I swear, it might have been one of your lives, right? And I'm like laying in bed, I'm just kind of chilling, and I see movement in my peripheral vision, and it was a fucking spider that crawled out of my pillowcase. And, bro, I almost dropped my new laptop. Like, I flipped out. Mind you, it was like 4 o'clock in the morning, and I had to get out of bed. The last thing I want to do at 4 a.m. is get out of bed. And I did that. Get out of bed. I turned on all the lights. I woke my sister up. I was like, yo, I'm not going to sleep. This house is not sleeping until we find this spider.
Did you find it?
Yeah, I found it like an hour later. It was hiding behind my bed frame. I had to move my bed and smack it.
Oh, wow.
Bro, do you know what happened to me in Nigeria? One time, right? Because my sister's like, she hasn't lived in Nigeria. So when we go to Nigeria for like Christmas, she does dumb stuff because she just doesn't know how things work. So like, obviously all these rodents are attracted to light. So if you open the door for like, just like give it like 1 minute, your house is going to be flooded with all types of creatures, bro. You're gonna be fighting them for the rest of the night. So like she left the door open and I'm like, close the door. Because I was like far from the door. I was like, close the door, close the door. I was shouting, close the door. And then what do you know? Some massive frog just jumped inside.
Whoa.
I can't
Some huge frog. And then obviously my sister's scared of frogs. So I then had to kill it. And I hate frogs as well, but I just have to be the person to kill it. So then I had to like, I hit it like 20 times. This thing didn't want to die. It's like, it just didn't want to die.
The worst is I already got to build up courage to kill something. So the worst is when there's something that like just won't die, and I'm cringing like a mug. Like,
bro, that frog was weird. It had like special powers. Like basically, when I hit it, it did this thing where the impact was less. It would like spread itself out when I hit it, so the impact wouldn't be much. It's like every time I go to hit it, it like anticipates that I'm gonna hit it, and then it will just like spread its body really wide and like flat. It was so weird. So I was like trying to hit and it wasn't working.
Dude, there's we have frogs here in our last place. We used to have we lived on the 4th floor, and on our doors we had, you know what a ring is?
Yeah.
Like that camera.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So like let's say that this is the ring. So the first night we came home, you see this frog on top of the ring, right? Just like standing like chilling. So every time you want to approach the doors, you see that it's a frog, and you're kind of like pissed off because you don't know if it's going to jump on you. So I like throw something at it and like it disappears. Next day, we come there again, same place, the same frog. It did that like 3 or 4 times in a row, waiting for us to come home on top of a ring. And then what I figured out after Googling, we put salt on top of the ring, and frogs don't like salt. So we put some salt on it. Never saw that bitch again. I'm like, go. You know where the position is. Go.
Yeah, salt like stings reptiles. So if you put salt on any reptile, it stings.
Well, good to know. I didn't know that.
Yeah. But those are ones that don't have hard skin. So like a crocodile's not going to do nothing, bro. Don't fight a crocodile with salt.
You just got a donation, dude.
But yeah, like snakes literally get stung by like salt and stuff. Like even that's if you can get salt onto a snake though, which is probably extremely hard.
Yeah.
Which is why people don't do it.
No, I
Someone said, have you guys ever been to Canada? Yeah, I've been to Canada once.
Yes.
Actually, no, twice. So once last year and then once when I was like a child.
Where did you go in Canada?
I've never been, if I haven't.
Yeah, never.
I went to Barrie, Toronto, and there was one other place I went to, but I can't remember what it's called. It was like more of a rural area, but I can't remember. But Canadians will know where Barrie is, and everyone knows Toronto, of course.
I went to Vancouver. Vancouver is gorgeous.
I heard Vancouver is really nice.
Yeah. I wanted to go to like Montreal.
I want to go to Montreal. They have gorgeous botanical gardens there. Yeah. They have beautiful botanical gardens. But Vancouver is definitely oh my God, that place is beautiful. That place is so beautiful. We flew to Seattle. Then we went to the Space Needle, and then we drove to Vancouver. Vancouver is definitely a really, really nice place. Gorgeous. And the best part.
Falls.
I'm sorry.
I've only been to Niagara Falls.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, I went to Niagara Falls. Canada has the better view of Niagara Falls, bro. I feel sorry for the New York guys.
100%.
New York have the crappiest view of Niagara Falls.
100%.
When we went to Vancouver, we went, I think, in August, and then we did not know, but they had a competition in fireworks, like international competition. Yeah. So they would bring like 3 teams, and everybody would show off their fireworks in the middle of the sea, and it was such.
That's crazy.
Wait, hold up. Is Damien from Australia or something? Because he said a jumping spider's landed and he said it on
Since he's from Australia.
I mean, that's at least one thing we can all agree on. We're just like that. We just aren't. We're just grateful to not be in Australia.
Yo, I heard Australia is so good, but I'm just so scared of like all the stuff that's in Australia, bro. Like with me and spiders. I'm like low-key scared of spiders, but I just build the courage and like fake that I'm not scared of them, and I have to kill them because I know everyone else won't, so I just have to do it. Yeah. But bro, if I had a choice, I'd run away from spiders, bro. So in Australia, where they have the ones that can jump, nah.
Have you seen that type of spider called a gladiator spider or something like that? It's huge, dude. I think Goliath spider.
Bro, any spider with hair, I'm not going into that room again. Any spider with hair, hell no. Hell no.
It takes me about 10 minutes to build up the courage to kill a spider when I find it. Like, my biggest problem is losing them because I get too scared to kill it right away.
Same.
Same.
The courage to do it, I lose it.
I'm not that scared of them. But I mean, like for me, like it's more psychological. If it's that small, there's more chances that I'm gonna kill it than it's gonna attack me. But the fact that 9 out of 10 most dangerous venomous spiders live in Australia, that's a no for me.
Yeah, it's just
I don't know about else, but I'm not.
It's just like spiders like that would actually just give me a heart attack. I feel like if I open my like glove compartment and I saw a massive spider with hair, I think I would just have a heart attack at that point because I wouldn't know what to do to like in that situation. Like, what do I do?
Scream.
Like,
pray.
See, if I'm in this room, I can never get caught like by a spider. Do you see how big and heavy these books are? And like, if it doesn't kill it, at least I don't have to look at it because it's just being covered by a giant ass book. So,
bro, I'm so scared of rodents. It's insane. Yo, what's up?
Yo, what's good? You guys are crazy. Thanks, man.
Nice.
I've been watching the stream earlier. Like, I went to go watch Spider-Man Into the Spider-Verse. Came back. Now you lot are talking about spiders and shit. I was like, what is going on here?
This is the rodent stream. This is no longer about fashion, bro.
I was hella confused.
See, that's the way.
Someone was asking about like if I liked Canada. So yeah, what I'll say about Canada, my review is it was one of the best times ever I've had in recent memory. But you guys, your food is so expensive for no reason. Like, just even, like, normal groceries in Canada is just, like, extortionate. Like, the Canadians think food costs a lot because, like, coming from England, I'm like, yo. And mine, like, currency is even in my favor, and I still thought it was expensive.
But Canada is like, the reason why I like Canada is very organized. Like
Yeah, for sure.
take everything that is America and flip it around. That's Canada. You know, as far as the healthcare goes, as far as like police goes, as far as like a lot of things go. So I love Canada, honestly.
I could live in Canada for sure. Like when I was in Canada, what really stood out to me was the people are so nice. It's insane.
Yeah.
The people are just so damn nice. It was crazy. And like also I didn't there was like you know, like if you live in like a different city, if you're like in an interracial relationship, for example, you get looks. Canada's the only place I've been to that I noticed where people just didn't get looks for that sort of stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Like their way of thinking there is just so ahead of like a lot of people.
Yeah, it's funny how like in America, like we always stereotype Canadians and we always have like mad hate for Canadians.
They have their shit
Think
together.
about it, like Canadians, but like Canadians in general are a lot nicer, and I'm not like I feel like the country is just more for the people than America is.
Yeah.
Even recently, like what I really like about them, I like their prime minister Justin Trudeau is like extremely smart guy. But the thing is that like the stuff that America cannot pass, they pass. And like for example, wasn't it the ban on assault weapons or something like that? Canada not so long ago had a guy who dressed up as a police officer, had a gun, and he would stop people because they thought that he's a police officer, and he would just kill them. So he killed I don't know how many people. It wasn't like 300 of them. I don't know how many. But what they did exactly when that happened, Justin Trudeau went to their Congress or what I don't know what they have, like Senate or something, and then they made a ban on assault weapons, I believe. And in America, we get 49 people killed, we get 53 people killed, we get like all the people killed, but it's still legal to have weapons.
The problem with America though is that there's so many laws that are set in stone historically.
Correct.
And government pretty much bases everything off of our Constitution and our Bill of Rights. Right. That if any kind of legislation even flirts with that boundary of contradicting the Constitution, it can't get passed. Like we're so on this piece of paper from 1700s.
Exactly.
Oh, you didn't know that?
These guys said they're getting $2,000 a month. Chill at home. What?
Huh?
To Canada.
Has to be nice.
That's got to be your coronavirus like stimulus check or something.
Yeah, that's a high stimulus check. Jeez.
But that's the thing. Like just what you said. Like this was written in 1776. Like the things change.
Right.
Like
lobbyists.
If you really think about it, like 1776, like that's not that long ago in terms of human history. But people are so obsessed with sticking to their traditions and shit. They don't want to move on.
True.
It's not that long. Like as far as history goes, it's a long time as far as if you take it from a perspective of progress. Like you know, like we used to have slaves. We don't have slaves. Like things change.
Yeah.
So I get that it's like the lobbyists and the gun lobby and everything. It's just like I don't get it. America's like.
It's just there's so many historical like
the founding fathers.
Yeah, there's so many historical institutions that have so much power, money, and influence over our government that let's just say, for example, if we were to like try to get rid of the NRA or something like that, Americans would not be having it. Like the NRA has way too much power in this country for gun laws to really change. For example.
Dude, for me, it was a shock when I came to America for the first time. We went to a store. I think it was a store. First of all, who names their store Dick's?
No, Dick's is crazy.
Dick's Sporting Goods.
Come on.
Yeah. Hey, they got some good prices, dude.
Dick's is
They sure have some good prices, but like that name, like no. So we go into Dick's and like there's like sporting goods and then like sneakers, and then on the left side there's like a whole section that is just weapons. And I'm like, what are you? And that's when I like started reading about it. It's so easy to get a gun here.
Yeah, bro. I went to Oklahoma for the first time a few months ago. And like the thing is with America is like 5 different countries in one. Like when you go to a different part of the country, it's like a completely different culture.
Yeah, man, that place is too big. It really shouldn't be considered one country. That place is crazy.
Coming from the East Coast, when I went into like Middle America to Oklahoma, man, I went to Walmart one time to get some like grocery stuff. And first of all, Walmart where I'm from closes at like 10. This Walmart closed at like 12. So I went to get some like late night shit. And when I walked in, literally the entire back wall of the store is all weapons and ammunition. Yeah. And I went over there to see how easy it is to get a weapon because I was curious. And the dude was telling me that Oklahoma's an open carry state, so you can have your gun on your hip at all times, anywhere. And not just that, but the only requirements that qualify you to get a gun are a valid Oklahoma driver's license. So literally, if I was from Oklahoma and I showed him my ID, I could have bought a Glock 40, which I looked at was like $35.
Wow.
Ammunition, like a full clip ammunition would have been like, I don't know, let's say 50. So I would have walked to Walmart, spent under $100, and I could have had a fully loaded pistol on my hip.
That's absurd. That's absurd.
This comment is like low-key accurate.
True.
Because I feel like in America, the average level of education is so poor. Like I remember when I was in America, and just it seemed like the average person didn't have any common sense. It was like, really? Like even uneducated people in England have more common sense than this. Like when I was in America, like
I don't know about
that. To find the like the coins. Because I'm not used to like the cents, so I was trying to figure out which one's which, like the denominations, right? And this woman was like, she was like, you don't spend dollars where you're from? I was like, no, I'm from England. She was like, no, you don't spend dollars there? I was like, no, we don't. And I was just like, really? In England, no matter how dumb someone is, they know that you spend dollars in America, pounds in England, euros in Europe. Like, come on.
The next time you're in the States, I bet if you find the right person on the street and you ask them, what language do they speak in the UK? I bet you they'll say British.
Yeah.
No cap. I bet you that's the answer.
Well, you know what? The issue with America is that, I mean, I hate to say this, but it is true. America is very egocentrical. You know, Americans are very, like, a country is a huge egomaniac. So that's why, like, America is the best. America has everything best. So they don't care about other countries. Like, for example, like here, even when you turn the TV on, it's only about America. Like when I go back to when I go back to Croatia and I turn the news on, the first thing that you're going to see, first 5 minutes, you're going to see the news from Croatia. After that, you get the world news. You get what's happening in America, what's happening in Germany, what's happening in Dubai, like all these, like from everywhere. That's why you need Europeans, I think, are more well-rounded.
The only time you hear about world news in America is when it's world news that affects America directly.
Yeah, damn, that's crazy.
Or if there's a tsunami or like a fire or something, there's like some kind of a accident going on. But America is like that. And as far as the education goes, it's funny to see that the person who's in charge of a public education or any kind of education in America is a woman that has never been to a public school. You know, like Betsy DeVos came from extremely rich family, and she was like in the private schools all her life. So you cannot expect her, and she's a moron on it,
to know how to reform.
Exactly. So you cannot expect her to make improvements on public schools when she doesn't know how a public school works.
Facts.
So
You could say the same thing all around, though. I mean, why is she, the head of public education? Why is Donald Trump somebody that was born into money? Why do so many poorer Americans think that he can make them rich? He doesn't know struggle. Why do so many police officers in America police communities that they've never been in or lived around? So, like, this whole thing about, like, how are you supposed to be in charge of people that you don't relate to?
Exactly. I've been watching a lot of right-wing media stuff, and it's like explaining how Trump relates to Middle America, because like a lot of people seem to forget that Middle America is such a large place, it's a large demographic, that he persuades them to vote by going to those like rallies and shit, and I'm being like, oh, I'm here to help you,
right?
And they don't get a wider understanding of what else is like going on in the world. They're not actively on social media looking at all this other shit and news and stuff. They're taking it directly from the word of mouth of like the president himself, and they're taking that for the truth.
It's just so weird, though.
I will say
the
though,
general
campaign
understanding in America.
Yeah, I feel like his campaign strategy was genius, though. Like, I don't agree with damn near anything that comes out of his mouth, but in terms of as a strategic person, he's a genius because he targeted the same kinds of people in America that are often looked down on and often feel underrepresented and ignored, and he made them feel empowered. So when he holds those rallies in Texas, Oklahoma, Kansas, Missouri, Kentucky, they feel like, oh, finally somebody that cares about us. He's going to make us rich because he's rich. All right, bullshit, but he makes them think that.
Exactly. I mean, that was his whole policy. I mean, the stuff that he said during his campaign is like, it's like the greatest hits of Donald Trump, and you don't know which one is like more ridiculous. but I think what he did is that he activated such a huge number of people that are like in the middle of the country and don't know a lot about the world. I mean, I don't want to call them ignorant, but they are.
It is true.
Yeah. Exactly.
It's not like it's hidden. Like, even Donald Trump is ignorant. The guy states facts that, facts that aren't proven. There's no studies about it. He just makes it up and then wants someone else to back it up afterwards.
Exactly.
That's true.
And the thing is that he's surrounding himself. My huge problem with it is that he surrounds himself with people that are loyal to him, not the people that know the best.
I mean, he's doing the same thing with the media right now.
Yeah,
correct.
That's kind of smart, though, if you think about it, though.
It's genius.
He moved on to AON, AON News. They've been like pushing him entirely. Like, it's obviously biased, and they run like crazy news stories. They've been pushing him entirely, and he's just like, yeah, that's a reliable news source. They're great news. That's real news.
Going back to the whole foundation of education, like kids in America. Education literally revolves around America. You might get some European history because we were colonized by the British and, certain parts by Spanish and French. But because American education is so stuck and obsessed with American history, people grow up only knowing about America. So then when you have somebody like Donald Trump campaigning like America first, fuck the rest of the world, of course, a lot of Americans are going to be like, yeah, facts, not understanding the consequences of our global position.
See, and even like to come back to education, I moved here 4 years ago, but I want America to do the best as much as I want Croatia to do its best. But what I don't get is that how much you're spending so much money on military, and I know that military is important and protection, but why are you not spending 1/3 of that money to education? You know, like you can make wonders with these kids. You don't know who can come up with like any kind of cure, but like it matters that we have 44 helicopters in Washington D.C. Like come on, it's just ridiculous that like it goes to that extent. Like, you have so much money, you can make wonders, but no, let's send more kids to Iraq. Let's send more kids to Afghanistan. Like, come on, like these are the kids that are younger than me, and take it from somebody who's been through war. I was born in the 1990s. Like my parents lived war. I lived. When Americans take the word war so easily, you don't know war because you never had war here.
Facts.
It's not about like it's easy to go to Afghanistan when you're fighting your battles in Afghanistan. You're not fighting them in Oklahoma.
That's actually a really good point. Like when Americans talk about war, I can't think about the last time that Americans themselves have experienced war in their own communities. Like America always seems to be the aggressor. Like we occupy other countries and just fuck shit up over there.
Yeah.
Interesting.
And then everybody's like talking about like war. It's not the same thing. Like I don't know how old you are, Malik, but you seem younger than us. But like it's like like guys that are like your age and younger that are like being deployed, and it's these kids are set up for failure.
Yeah.
Like it's stuff like that like irritates me. I want America.
No, it's crazy the way their system's even set up. I was watching this interview that a guy was doing with a guy who used to work a couple of years ago as a private contractor for the military.
Mm-hmm.
He was signed up originally because he had the idea of going there. He was from a low-income family, very poor, middle America, and he was like, "Oh, I've got nothing like going on in my life. I need like money. I need to help my family. What am I gonna do? Join the military?"
Yeah, a lot of people.
The recruiters lied to him. They lied about what he was gonna be doing.
Yeah. Someone said in the comments, "Trump's the Demna of politics."
Yo, like the education system in America is so messed up, man.
Yeah.
Like even in the UK, for example, like public schools aren't perfect, but it's definitely a way higher standard than American schools. Like, and ultimately in England, obviously the poorer you are, the more money they give you for university, and then university, you have a loan which makes it free. And then on top of all of that, the way you pay it back is like, first of all, after 25 years, the loan goes anyway. And then they only charge you 9% of what you earn over 25,000. So if you earn less than 25,000 for the rest of your life, you're never going to pay your loan back.
And
so because of the way it's set up, that's why so many English people are educated.
Yeah.
On average. So then when I go to somewhere like America and barely anyone's educated, I'm just like, Jesus Christ, the average person is just not smart at all.
The British system,
and it's the educational system.
They make it like the British system makes it worth being educated. A lot of like Americans, they want to be educated, but they don't have financial means. And like the biggest difference I found going to school in the UK is like the school that I would have gone to if I didn't go to school in England was, what was the tuition? It was like $59,000 a year or something like that. I mean, I got a scholarship, so I would have been fine. But for the person that didn't get a scholarship, I can't even imagine paying that kind of money. And then I go to the UK, and I'm looking at these really good schools, and they're like 9,000, 10,000, 15,000. I'm like,
bro, even if you go to Cambridge or Oxford, it's the same 9,250.
Really?
That's
but like if in America, if you're going to Harvard, Jesus Christ, I don't even want to think of what they pay there. You can't tell me that like Harvard is just way better than Cambridge, that it costs 10 times the amount.
Yeah, I live near Princeton University, and Princeton's over $70K now.
So
jeez.
I don't know if anybody knows. I've been reading a lot about that lately. Do you know what's the happiest country in the world?
America.
Is it? I'm gonna guess it's a Scandinavian country.
Probably like Sweden.
Finland.
It's Denmark. So
okay, yeah, I knew it was a Scandinavian country. I just knew it.
I started reading about why they the happiest. Number one, so they pay 50% in taxes, right? So why, I'm like, if you're paying like so much money in taxes, why are you so happy?
Oh no, my dad explained this to me one time.
So they are doing like, they're a socialist country, it's a kingdom, but they have their stuff together. Their healthcare is free, their education is free, their pension and everything is like on such a high level that these people don't have nothing to worry about. Their kids are like, for example, like maternity leave, for example, you can take maternity leave up to 4 years. Like, so if your wife is like going to deliver, like she doesn't have to go to work for 4 years, and she's paying like all these taxes, and this is the time to use that that privilege. It's just like when you see that like everything in that country is so well thought of, and yes, you pay higher taxes, but you gain so much because you pay those higher taxes.
Yeah.
And then that's when I cannot realize why America, for example, cannot look at other countries and
America
be like,
is way too capitalistic to even think about.
That's the problem. I mean, like if you see that like something is working somewhere else, why not be like, hey, let's try to figure out.
Americans are like, I'm gonna get mines. That's what Americans are like.
Yeah, it's hyper individualism. Like they're too focused on their own like selves to realize that there's something greater if you actually work together.
Fuck you and your family. I'm getting my money.
Exactly.
Bring me my money.
Damn.
But I mean, like, there's like so much potential, like in America, to be better, but it's just like not being used.
Like, bro, we take so many things for granted, bro. Like, if I play basketball and I break my leg, I'm going straight to the hospital. I'm getting treatment and I'm dipping. If that happens to you in America,
you can chop off your own leg. You'll be better.
Dude,
good luck paying that healthcare.
In America, calling an ambulance in an emergency situation is already like $5K.
Yeah.
Jesus
if that
Christ.
happened to my friend, I would just give them scissors and be like, "Do you want me to do it, or will you do it yourself?" It's absurd. It's
For
absurd.
example, obviously with the whole COVID situation, there's obviously been like hella hospitalization, and I saw on the news that the U.S. healthcare system is fucking a lot of people over because these patients, they're on a ventilator for however long, right? They wake up, they recover, and they're so thankful to these healthcare workers, but they got to hand the patient the bill. And these people are seeing like $400,000, $500,000, $600,000 bills. And it's like, yo, I mean, I understand you like saved my life, but you also kind of fucked it over because now that I'm alive, I got to work the rest of my life to pay this off.
Exactly.
Like you probably should have just asked, my family, should we just pull the plug?
That's the thing. It gets glossed over because since it like gets covered by healthcare and like the healthcare like pays the bills for them, it gets glossed over. But they don't realize that even if they got rid of that and then had universal healthcare like we do in England, like they have in Canada, they'd be paying less regardless.
They would,
right?
Like, even if we quote unquote pay more tax, we save way more money in healthcare than we would pay even if we're paying a tiny bit less tax, but like paying for our own healthcare. That's what people don't understand.
Plus, like in the long terms, it would be like you'd have a healthier like population because less people would be risking their lives like staying at home even though they're sick. They would go to like actually go visit the doctors and see if they're all right, instead of worrying about having to pay and think about if their health insurance covers what they're doing.
Yeah.
Yanni, you're from UK?
Yeah, I'm from England.
Oh, nice. Where in England?
I'm from Leicester. It's like a couple hours north from London.
London, right?
Okay.
It's so funny how anytime you say a city that isn't London, you have to say where it is in respect to London.
Yeah.
That's not true. Yeah, we know a lot of.
You guys probably know Manchester. Manchester's like
Manchester.
Quite big.
Then there's Leeds. There's
Liverpool.
South Liverpool.
Okay, you know the big cities. Okay, that's impressive.
Yeah.
Most people know like London, Manchester.
No, there's a lot of them. York.
Yeah, there's a lot.
York. Yeah.
England.
Is there
New Jersey.
Stanford, right?
I'm like just south of New York.
Bro, when I go to America, I'm so lucky that I'm actually from London. So when people ask me where I'm from, I just say London. If I was from like somewhere that isn't as popular, like even Leicester's still a bit popular. If I was from like, where's not really popular? Like if I was from Wolverhampton or something. People be like, "Where's that?" What?
Isn't Wolverhampton like near London?
It's near London, yeah, it is. But it isn't. It's like near London, like kind of like Watford. It's one of those neighbouring areas.
People from there say London.
What?
People from there probably just say London when they're in the States.
I would.
Can you imagine if you're trying to describe Stoke-on-Trent to someone who isn't from England? Like Burton.
Bro, that's just not gonna happen. Or like Bristol. They're not gonna know like things like Bristol, Norwich.
Where?
They're gonna be like, where's that?
But see, the first time that I went to New York, I did not. Okay, all my life I thought that New York and New Jersey were like far away, right? I never thought that it's going to be, anywhere close. So the first time that I went to New York in 2016, we're like on the shore, and my boyfriend goes and he is like, and that there is New Jersey, and down there is the Statue of Liberty, and I'm like, whoop, 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 whoop.
Yeah,
like literally, it's like across the river.
Yeah,
and I'm like, this does not make any sense.
The body of water that the Statue of Liberty is in is technically in New Jersey water, but everything that New Jersey has to offer, New York claims. Half the sports teams in New York actually play or train in New Jersey.
When he said that's New Jersey, and like you can see me being like,
that's the thing. Like people who actually live in New York never claim New Jersey. They were like, those are different people. They're not with us.
Yeah, but the funny thing is, and I'm sad to say it, but like so many people from Jersey, especially North Jersey, like right across the bridge, they'll claim New York when they go abroad. Like people be like, where are you from? They're like, New York area. Like,
well, that's what my family was. We go back to Sri Lanka and they're like, oh, so like where do you live right now? I'm like, London. Yeah, London.
No, but that's when I asked my boyfriend. I'm like, why did they name it? I mean, like it's across the river.
Yeah.
I'm like, why did they name it New Jersey? Why isn't it like New York also? And he goes like, I don't know.
Totally different demographic. And New Yorkers hate New Jerseyans that claim New York. Like even my parents, they still won't act like me and them are the same because they're both from Brooklyn and I'm from Jersey. So like when we go to New York, especially like family shit or we're hanging out with friends or whatever, they make it very clear, no, our kid is from Jersey.
but it's funny because like you have to like when we drove and we were driving from Jersey to New York, and then I guess the Holland Tunnel.
Yeah.
And then like in the middle there's like a little like sign that separates Jersey from New York. And every time that we would drive, my boyfriend would be like, we left Jersey, we're in New York. And I'm like, how do you know? And then, like after 3 years, he told me about the sign. After 3 years of doing that. And I'm like,
yeah, you can't tell. Because you can't see outside. Literally in the tunnel.
It is so weird.
Yeah.
It is.
So you don't have any of that stuff, like apart from like London, I don't think anywhere else in England has that kind of stuff where it's like, oh, they're different people. They're like just like, even though they're just a couple minutes off, it's like those are different people. We don't talk to them.
Yeah.
In London, it's like north, south, east, west. That's it. Anywhere else you go,
London because it's so big. Like London is so divided. So like I grew up in southeast. So like when I grew up, there was no real reason to go north. So I never went north London. Obviously now I live there, but like growing up, never. You just stay in your area in like London. It's weird.
Cities like London and New York always amaze me because it's like they're so big and there's so many different like communities and demographics that like you go to New York, for example, you can have, I don't know, the black dude from Brooklyn or the Spanish kid from Harlem, literally minutes from the white executive from the Upper East Side, but they claim the same city. And I think that's crazy to think about.
It is.
Yeah,
that's true.
It is. I agree.
I mean, the city of London itself is tiny. It only covers like most of like, was it Zone 1 or something? And then the rest of London is just boroughs that are like linked together.
It's like the Greater London area, right?
Yeah. So that's technically not London, but it's considered London.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What's the most London thing you know? Like only the people from London do.
Oh, okay.
Phone booths.
This guy thinks it's like 1970.
If you see someone in a phone booth, that's suspect. Do not go near that.
Yo,
if someone's in a phone booth, bro, that is so sus.
So honestly, as an American, if I were to show you my photo album from the pictures of London, you would hate me. Like the first thing I saw was a telephone booth. I was like, "Yo, I'm in London." Like, oh,
did you go inside?
Yo, do those things even work?
Oh no, you don't want to be inside of them, man.
Do those things even work? I swear.
No one knows. No one wants to touch the actual phone. It is a health risk. It's a hazard. If you see like on the walls, you can see like all the porno stickers and stuff that people have stuck there from like the 70s. It's not a good vibe. You don't want to be in there, man.
I'm sure he took a photo next to the phone booth and the bus that's like 2 levels.
That's the base.
The most London thing is like Oyster cards and like I don't know what else is really London.
Wait, what?
Oyster cards. It's like what you use for public transport. So for like buses and trains.
Oh, like the Metro card.
Yeah.
Yeah, basically, yeah.
Oh, okay, I see. Oyster card.
Yeah, that's
it's a funny name, isn't it? Oyster.
Dude, I thought that like it means like a hot dog stand, but you sell oysters. I'm like, what?
Yeah, same. I was like,
English people come up with very, very funny names.
I think the most London thing that I know is it West End, the theater, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, that's very Londony. I'm trying to think from a cultural standpoint. What's something that only London people do though? I'd have to think about that for a while.
One thing I noticed,
you know what it is? What ends you from?
What?
Where you from?
Oh my god, that's jokes.
Oh, these.
I feel like a really British thing is like giving everybody a nickname based on their name. That's something.
Is it?
Yeah, like when I was over there for 3 years, maybe I don't know, maybe it's a sports thing or something. I don't know, but everybody on my team, our coaches called them like they made some nickname up based on their name. So like, my name is Malik, so I didn't have one because I go by MJ. But like for example, my friend's name is Daniel Schultz, and they always called him Schultzy. And like
they do that. Yeah.
Everybody's last name is like a
Schultzy.
Yeah, exactly.
Schultzy. Definitely. Yeah.
Wait,
Brits are just funny.
Where's Theo from? Theo, where are you from?
I'm from Mexico.
Oh, okay, cool.
Yeah.
What's the most Mexico thing you think that people think?
Like outside people or like Mexican people?
Like both.
Like
outside people just think of sombreros and all that crap.
Yeah, exactly. That we have a sombrero and poncho like. Nah.
Probably white tourists saying some racist shit.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
I feel like Americans view Mexico so weirdly. Like, we see like Americans see Mexico the way Hollywood portrays it.
Like all orange sombreros and guns everywhere.
I genuinely know nothing about Mexico, so I just like in my head it's like Red Dead Redemption. This is like the Wild West. Everyone's on horses.
It's Narcos every day. That's
it's really different.
You really think about it, that's so racist. Like
I know, literally.
Yeah. It's not okay.
People literally think that you just like step in Mexico and it's just warfare.
Like warfare. Uses like sombreros in like the 1910s, dude.
If you just look at the border between Texas and Mexico, if there wasn't a wall, you could not tell the difference.
Yeah, that's true.
Oh, you know what's a very London thing? I just remembered. Shops that sell London souvenirs. you have like so many shops along the roads that just sell like shit like I Heart London and like little.
Yeah, that's facts.
But don't you have that? Don't you have that everywhere?
That's like there's so much New York.
Any like major city, yeah, they rent that.
I hate that shit. That shit is so corny.
Yeah.
Can you imagine
You know
like
what? I
you're
would
in
not
Mexico
mind.
and that shit like they're just perpetuating the stereotype, selling sombreros and shit.
Yeah.
Yeah,
The good
exactly.
thing about London is that it's so like rich in terms of history. So there's so many like historical buildings, things to see. That's the good thing about it, though.
Yeah. That's the
But then
same
everyone
thing.
just goes to Madame Tussauds anyway.
Yeah, everyone just goes to the London Eye Madame Tussauds anyway. But yeah, it is what it is.
One thing that they don't know, like as an American speaking to a Mexican, like I feel so bad for Mexicans who are portrayed a certain way in America, because when you think about America, right, or Americans in general, when they want to vacation somewhere and they bring up Mexico, they could not really tell you one Mexican city that they actually want to visit from like a cultural standpoint. They
Yeah,
go to
yeah.
Cancun. Like
Yeah, Cancun is like the first like
Or like
destination very American.
or that
Yeah,
or like Playa del Carmen.
Yeah, yeah.
like those are the only.
Or
Not gonna lie. I know just from watching Narcos. I know so many. I know like Tijuana. I know like what's it, Guadalajara or
Monterrey,
something.
Guadalajara.
There's so many just off like Narcos, bro.
Yeah,
Wait,
that's true.
I don't know if this one exists, but I'll give it a try.
Even Culiacan, that's a city in Mexico, right?
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah, I heard that in Narcos.
Yeah, Culiacan is like the epicenter of the narcos, like
Yeah, that's why.
yeah.
That's why.
Yeah, like we are portrayed like narcos in all over media in the United States, to be honest.
It's bad.
I mean, shit, even not till that long ago, there was still like gang warfare going on there, right?
Yeah,
they were,
like
fighting for like fuel and stuff.
2008 to 2012, it was like a big bloodshed of like people just killing another people because they rep another gang.
The thing is,
I've heard good things about Cancun.
It's pretty good, to be honest. It's beautiful.
though, like the way Americans look at Mexico, like that happens in America every day. Like when they show all these gang wars and drug shit, and like it's like you can go to any major American city and see the same exact stuff.
Yeah, exactly.
That's true.
But like Mexican people are like pretty good with American people. Like they love visitors and like tourists in Mexico. But I don't know why American hates us, but it's okay for me.
No, we don't hate them, all right? It's Donald Trump and company. Those people.
Yeah,
that's it.
Not all Americans.
Yeah.
Definitely.
Don't worry, the Brits welcome Mexicans with open arms.
I will say this: I've never seen more hardworking people than Mexicans. Honestly.
Yeah.
Hardworking people that get disrespected.
Correct. Correct. Because like here in Florida, like the jobs, unfortunately, that nobody wants to do, you always have a Mexican guy do it, and like they get like not even minimum wage, and it's sad.
Yeah, it's like the American minimum wage is like higher than Mexican minimum wage, so that's why, because a lot of people migrate to LA or Texas to get a better life.
Where do you live in Mexico?
I live in Puebla. It's in the center of Mexico, right next to Mexico City.
Oh, damn.
Yeah.
That's a big city.
My guy's in the main area.
Yeah, exactly. Like besides the main area.
He's an epicenter of everything.
Facts.
Yeah, but Mexico is pretty good with like outside people, like tourists. We like tourists a lot.
Yeah.
It's pretty fun to like invite him for some tacos or some tequila, dude, and just watch him go nuts over there. Yeah, like, it's fun.
Oh my.
And yeah, like a real stereotype of Mexicans is, yeah, we like tacos a lot. Like those shits are fire.
Bro, what's the stereotype of Brits that we drink tea and eat crumpets? That's hilarious, bro.
Like, you drink tea, dude.
Yeah, I definitely drink a lot of tea, but bro, I don't know anyone who eats crumpets, honestly. I don't know anyone
My
who
mom
eats
loves
crumpets.
crumpets. I have no idea why. They don't taste good. They don't taste like anything.
They taste like paper.
I drink only Japanese green tea. That's it.
They taste like paper.
Wait, crumpets are like a cookie, right? Like
No, they're more
like a biscuit.
How do you describe it? Not a biscuit because it's not crunchy. It's not like it's
a
soft.
weird bun. It's like a bread.
It's like a bun bread thing. But
Yeah,
it's just
nice.
tasteless. But English people don't have a sense of taste, so it doesn't surprise me.
It's spongy. Like think of like like a dishwashing sponge. Imagine if you like bit into a hard one of those. That's what a crumpet is.
That's weird. Like Twinkies, dude.
No, Mary, not doing that.
Gamu thinks in yellow teeth. You're wrong for that. You're wrong for that. My teeth are nice.
No, that being said though, I can't lie. Most Brits have terrible teeth because most Brits drink loads of coffee, they smoke a lot, and like they don't care about their teeth, bro.
So
But
it's
you know
true.
what? Yes, bad teeth, but the accent, British accent, yes.
The British
You can
accent is
fix teeth, but you can't fix an accent.
You can fix all the teeth you want. If there's a nice British gentleman with a nice accent, dude,
Yeah.
talk all-
She
I
said
don't care.
receding hairline and large ears.
Damn.
Who are you coming for?
And
Who
worse,
hurt you?
large ears, yellow teeth, receding hair.
At this point, they're definitely talking about white Brits. So I know I'm not part of this insult.
Okay. Whoever said that
This is
is
someone
shady
named
as
Toby.
hell, and I love it. Emma, yes, girl. That's
Most people don't care about oral hygiene.
Oh my god!
No,
I don't care about oral
I'm
hygiene.
gonna give you this. The white socks all the way up to knees with slippers with sandals. British.
That's old British, man.
Yeah, still British. Still qualifies as a British. Check his
I don't know
person.
about that.
Oh,
No, as soon as there's a little bit of
British
sun,
stereotype?
these British guys love to take off their t-shirts. Like everything.
Yeah,
off as
it's
soon
so
as the sun
annoying,
hits.
bro. And they have pot bellies, like, and it's always those, like, yeah. Alex said Cockney accent. It's always those guys. Oh, mate, it's sunny outside, mate. I took off the shirt, mate.
Big belly,
I hate
Stella
those
in
guys,
hand,
bro.
Foster's in hand, sun out,
Yeah,
belly
Foster's.
out.
Oh my, Foster's is the perfect drink for those type of guys.
British flag tattoo.
Foster's in, English flag or English dragon tattoo. Then they have beer belly, Foster's in hand, chanting some football chant, like
hooligans type beat, dude.
Yeah, fact.
You do have like football, like your football fans are crazy though.
Yeah, those are the exact guys we're describing.
People will be doing football chants in nightclubs. Like,
yo, our football hooligans are fashion icons. You need to understand, our football hooligans started the trend of like Stone Island.
Yeah, that's
Stone Island, Adidas Gazelles.
Facts, Adidas Gazelles, Stone Island.
That like normcore look, like the jeans, the gazelles, the OGs, rioters.
Facts. Yo, these guys resell gazelles. Like it's deep in that community. Yeah, like the special gazelle, like St. Patrick's Day type gazelles. Like those things go for loads of money.
Brits have free healthcare yet terrible teeth. Well, got free healthcare. A lot of dentistry doesn't actually get covered by it though.
Yeah, so
after a
that's
certain age, you
also
have to pay
the
for it,
reason.
right?
Yeah. Like I want to go for a checkup at the dentist. It's probably going to cost me like £800.
Damn.
That's expensive.
Yeah. So if you want to do anything with your teeth, do it before you turn 18. That's all I'll say. Because once you turn 18, you have to pay. Like when you're before you turn 18, everything's covered by the government. Then once you turn 18, it's only like necessities. Like if you break your leg, then obviously, but like anything they deem that isn't a necessity, so like anything cosmetic you have to pay for, Anything to do with teeth, you have to pay for, like dentists.
Guys, you heard that. So fix your teeth, because afterwards, after you turn 18, it's gonna be wire bummer or teeth. Like you gotta choose which one you want.
That's crazy.
Yo, everybody's talking about Daniel's books, dude.
I think it's the same amount.
Look, bro, they were saying that your shelf is like bent because of the books.
I said it earlier. The shelf's not bent. It's gonna collapse.
It's gonna collapse someday, dude. Too much.
You guys feel like your shelf is gonna fall down, bro.
No,
you can make another shelf out of the books you have to store books. My fashion icon is Jay Cartwright. Hot.
Top shelf is just printing paper.
Actually, yeah, a lot of it is.
I haven't seen any Australians with bad teeth.
Over there.
Yeah.
Americans, though, as much as Americans have good teeth, I swear, some Americans have the fakest ass teeth I've ever seen in my life.
Oh,
bro.
yeah.
They look like cartoon characters. It's like, bro, this is not a good look. Your teeth don't look nice.
No, I didn't even realize that. Like they would have like their teeth shaved down and then like put like caps on top of it.
Yeah.
I only found that out recently. I was like, that shit is crazy. Why would you do that?
Yeah.
And it doesn't last forever. You have to like get them like new ones in.
Yeah.
What I love about America is like in the building where we live, there's like a couple of these ladies that had like, I love seeing obvious plastic surgery, but like not that it's obvious. I like when it kind of like goes overboard. I don't get why, because I find it so fascinating. But like these women in this building are just like, you're just waiting for the skin to be like, okay, I'm out, and for the whole thing to collapse. It is so skin tight. I love that about America.
Right.
Like if I ever run for a president, that's going to be my slogan.
Eastern Asians perfected plastic surgery, and like they've done it on such an incredible level.
Crazy about that.
Eastern Asians are insane with the plastic surgery.
Yeah.
Bro, Koreans.
Korean girls, right? Like as a graduation present, their parents will give them like money for surgery. Like they'll get the whole eyelid surgery or like get chin surgeries and stuff.
Or they get the facelift so that it pulls their face back. They get all type, and it doesn't change their appearance at all. It doesn't make them look like funny.
Type of it, dude.
They just look normal after it. Like you won't even know that they've had the surgery. Like those surgeons are pros. Like they need to start teaching like Western surgeons, because they'd be making people look like cats.
There's that cat lady in New York.
But literally,
people are flying. People even like a couple of years ago were flying all the way to Korea or Japan to get surgery.
That's smart, because if I had to get plastic surgery, I wouldn't get it in the West. I'm going to Korea. Yeah. I don't trust these Western plastic surgeons, bro. They're gonna make me look like some bear.
No, you're coming out looking like a freaking Kylie Jenner. It'll build like Kylie Jenner next. Next up, Fashion Nova sponsorship. Here we go.
Oh boy.
No, my favorite people are like these people are like, they want to get some plastic surgery, but then they go to Mexico and to get it like cheaper. And no offense.
Oh, we are bad.
Plastic surgery is like.
Yo, the comments are killing
dangerous.
me, bro. This guy said, "Have you seen any Brazilian footballers?" I said, "New teeth looking like hotel pillows." Oh my god!
Disgusting. Oh, my days, man. Now there was a guy from England who flew to Korea to get plastic surgery. Went like crazy overboard because he wanted to look like his favorite K-pop star.
Oh no!
He looks completely different, and he's still getting more surgeries on top of it.
Why do people get surgery to look like someone else? That's at that point, I think you should see a therapist, not a surgeon.
Yeah.
I think you're going to the wrong type of doctor at that point.
I just want to look like Gunner.
I have to find that guy. There wants to look like Justin Bieber.
Bro, they'll have to dye my guy's whole skin, bro. They'll have to tattoo your whole...
I'm gonna get the reverse Michael Jackson. Let's go.
So it was this guy that paid so much money to look like Justin Bieber?
Oh yeah, I saw that.
Yeah. See, okay. They at that point he looks like a doll.
Dude, I would ask for a refund. This is not.
Bro,
yeah, but even then, like, wasn't he like 16, 17? So why would you want to look like a 16-year-old?
You were super young. I'm like, dude, it's not
That's
working
so
out.
I told you, they're seeing the wrong type of doctor. Doctors, those plastic surgeons, though, they're mean because what if, like, I was a plastic surgeon and the patient came to me like, can you make me look like Justin Bieber? I would refer them to a psychiatrist. I wouldn't do their surgery. I would actually refer them.
By the way, speaking of nothing with the plastic surgery, I don't know if you saw the Diet Prada post with Philip Plein background that looks like Dior.
Oh no, I didn't see that.
The goat.
The goat's Plein.
Oh,
Lord Plein.
Praise to the Plein.
Sir Plein.
Yeah, I stock with my full wardrobe with Archive Plein now, so I'm just waiting for the price to go up and now I'm flipping. Stock market, let's go.
if that ever happens, dude, like it will be insane.
Wait, let me see this Plein thing. Damn. Mr. Plein.
Getting the surgery to look like a rig. That's tight. Black Magic, you do that, bro. I respect the grind.
I said I'm getting surgery to look like Rick Owens. Bro, you're gonna need, like, bro, we're all gonna need flipping ab surgery because Rick Owens is jacked.
Bro,
You don't even need to do that. You got to convince a doctor to put you inside the rig chair. You know where like they molded him. You just gotta go inside that. Wear like a skin suit.
Even
yeah, this is true because everyone does the surgery, so the pressure, yeah, it must be real.
It's really normal in Asia at this point.
That's why Koreans confuse me on gram because sometimes I get confused if they're human or they're like, they're like virtual characters. Because some of them have had so much plastic surgery that it's really hard to even differentiate.
But it's
and
like,
then also, it's the way they do makeup.
Perfect.
Yeah, the way they do makeup as well, like Korean makeup. This is what my Chinese friends tell me anyway, that like Korean makeup also adds to that look of like looking very like artificial almost.
Yeah,
it's crazy. I watch these like shows and stuff with like relatively like young people from Korea. They're like teenagers and like in their early 20s and stuff, and they're like fashion related videos. These people will like they'll post their like Instagram photos on the videos and be like, oh, these are the people coming up, blah blah blah. They come up, and then you can see what they actually look like, and they look so drastically different to what their like photos are.
Yeah,
so you can tell what kind of like hyper image focused like place it is.
Yeah, I've heard. Yeah, Korea's all about image and stuff like that.
But I mean, like, if you're
like,
gonna, if
beauty
you're gonna
is the most important thing in Korea.
Don't change the whole look, for Christ's sake. I mean, like,
I've heard in Korea, like, there's a standard of beauty, and you can't deviate from it. Like, it's not like how in the West, like, people like what they like. Some people like thick women. Some people like. In Korea, they don't have none of that. It's either you're the standard of beauty or you're not. So, like, everyone just aspires to one very specific, narrow standard of beauty. It's crazy.
He wanted to look like Jimin from BTS, and he ended up looking like Kris Jenner.
That guy Let me find a picture of the guy.
Oh my god!
Some of you are shady as hell.
Who the hell said that?
Oh my god! Alex Zevallos.
Oh, Alex Zevallos. He's a joker. Wait, this guy said Ronaldinho teeth.
Yo, don't diss Ronaldinho. He may have top teeth, right, but that's the goal.
Ronaldinho has some of the worst teeth I've ever seen.
That's
my days. I love him though. He's a legend.
Yeah, so this is the guy.
Wow.
And
Wow.
this is what he wanted to look like.
Yeah.
Dude, not even close.
Why are people? What I don't understand about people like that is like, what is the need to look like someone else? I don't get it. Like that's another human being, just the same as you.
Well, I think it's more about like if you find somebody like looking perfect,
Right.
I would think that like their idea of
But like no one's perfect though, so maybe like that's in their head.
But that's the thing, like he like goes around, he's like, oh, I want to marry this guy, I want to marry Jimin, I want to be like Jimin, I want to look exactly like Jimin. I'm like, that's insane.
I told you he needs a psychiatrist at that point. He doesn't need a surgeon, another like more surgery. He needs more therapy.
His surgeon don't care. That's the bag.
That's what surgeons. I feel like surgeons have a responsibility at that point.
This guy's had like 14 something surgeries now.
Don't just take their money. Like you have a responsibility as a surgeon at that point. That's what I feel anyway.
But that check though.
Like that's so unethical. Like you're just like, you want another surgery? That'll be another 1 million. Thank you very much. We're just gonna deconstruct your face and reconstruct it real quick. Yeah.
But I mean, like I think like that they're supposed to tell you when something. It's not about like if they're going to tell you if it's going to look good or bad. They should tell you when it's going to be like your health and concern.
Mm-hmm.
I think that they.
I watched the video with him like going to get the surgery and like redoing certain surgeries, and they fully explained to him like it's not just going to look different and it's not going to be like just way harder. It's going to affect your health dramatically.
Okay,
and he's like, don't care, do it.
Wow.
I respect that.
Wow, because it's like, even as a surgeon, I feel like part of it is like, so it's a different thing saying like you want to change a facial feature. Like, I don't like my nose because some people have really genuine reasons. Like, some people have some crooked noses. So they're like, I want my nose straightened.
Are you saying like that?
Because I know exactly who I'm talking about. Like, so I have a friend whose nose was so crooked she struggled to breathe, so she had to like have plastic surgery to like it even helped her health actually. So like there's many situations where people just want to fix a couple features, but if someone comes to you and says I want to look exactly like someone else, I think at that point they need therapy.
This guy, he got his surgeries from one doctor and then got referred, well, didn't get referred, but he got referred from a friend to a different one because the original doctor was like, yeah, I'm not doing it anymore.
Right.
And the thing is, like, there'll always be someone who's a bit more deprived just to get a bit of money out of someone.
He was probably like, I cannot help this guy anymore.
He's like, I made so much money, I'm retiring now. You can go somewhere else.
Go next door. Is there anything that you would ever do on your face or on your body?
What, me? Nah, I'm not the plastic surgery type.
I'm gonna get the Chinese leg lengthening surgery. I'm gonna get like an extra 3 inches. I'm 5'6". Living every day is pain. I suffer every day.
Oh my
Daniel,
god!
what about you?
I'm only just injecting like 40 pounds of Synthol into my arms, making sure
Nice. Leo.
Yeah.
I have like a pretty
I'm good, dude.
frame. I'm like 6'4", maybe 6'5", but like I'm still like average build, but like it's just a lot less work, to like work it out to fill it out, so I'll just
Actually, I take that back because I am getting surgery. Actually, that's a lie. So I have knock knees, so I need to get corrective surgery at some point in my life to fix my gait. Otherwise, I'm gonna have like health issues when I'm older. Like I'm gonna have bad knees and shit. So that's not really cosmetic though. That's more like functional surgery. Yeah.
Theo, what about you?
Nothing, to be honest. Like I'm good. Yeah, I'm risking it.
I'm risking it.
What's knock knees? Is it like when they go like inwards?
Yeah.
Ah, okay.
Mine isn't like severe though, but like it's still like it gets worse with time. So I've heard and so I've read. So I need to like correct it before it's like crazy bad.
5'6" man. Who's calling me a manlet? I dare you. Come say that to my face in person. You will hold the smoke. I am Sri Lankan descendant. That is, you're historically small. You can't hate on that.
Yo, fucking Alex, dude.
Alex said I want to get a Wi-Fi router installed in my body.
Sky, I swear, Alex.
That's kind of drippy. I respect that.
Oh my. Our guy's gonna have 24/7 Wi-Fi regardless of where he goes. That's literally some Black Mirror shit.
I'm down for that, dude.
I just seen what Black Magic said. The Ayo getting surgery to permanently attach the cold ball hat to his head.
Oh my god, man. Oh my.
No need for a hairdresser when you.
Yeah, no more need, bro.
Oh man, no one's worrying about haircuts anymore. It's done and over with.
At that point, that'd be just.
Alex said Johnny is king.
Doesn't respect my fucking name. Oh my days, man. This shit is too funny.
The king of the smoke. Clearly not.
I'll be right.
Yeah, nah, Theo is a Chad. He said he wouldn't change a single thing. That's Chad behavior. What else is going on here? Damn it, I need to check my bids. I'm trying to buy some Helmet Lang stuff. I just don't know what to buy yet.
God damn, this guy's flexing. That must be that quarantine check hitting.
Yeah, that stimulus check.
Quarantine has only done me wrong. It has fucked up all my bags.
Damn. Regardless, my guy still has the Peter by the Helmet Lang though. I rate it.
No, it's not even crazy expensive. It's like some vintage pieces. But I was like looking to get some stuff from 1999 because I was like, I just wanted something from 99 because I've been looking at a lot of vintage items. I was born in 99, so I was like, it'd be cool to have something from them.
Yeah.
So I've been looking at again either a pair of like painter jeans.
Yeah.
Any
aren't those quite expensive?
Yeah, the painter jeans are expensive, dude.
Painter jeans. Thing is, I've actually come across a few that are like around 200.
Oh really?
Oh, nice.
Damn.
So I'm like, I'm gonna put in some offers and see what they say. I've been also looking at a few because those are still expensive, but like I'm thinking relative to like keep as an investment piece. Like if prices do go up on it, I might get rid of it. But I've been looking at light blue denim jackets as well from 99.
That's fire.
Those are pretty cheap because there's a bunch of Helmet denim jackets around.
Did this guy just say Johnny is sponsored by Cactus Plant Flea Market?
Now I'm taking the shit off until I get the peas. I will only shell out for brands when they sponsor me.
Free sponsorship for Cactus.
No sponsorships for me, man. Remember when my friends asked me where I go with some of my stuff? I was like, I ain't saying until they pay me a check first. If they want promotion, then they're gonna have to pay me.
14-year-old me, painted jeans for $200.
We were talking about some stupid shit. Like, I can't remember who it was. I was talking with earlier, like a couple hours ago in the chat. Talking, about poop stain Helmet Lang jeans. Some guy was like, I haven't watched. He's like, I bought a pair of jeans, haven't watched them in 5 years.
Calm stain, bro. People be shaming me. Like, there was one time I wanted to get Gats, like years ago. Like the ones with the paint splatters. And my guys were just like, bro, that looks like cum. Why'd you wear cum? I was like, jeez. Damn, you guys need to chill.
I mean, aren't there like ones that like actually look like that? Wasn't it also the Margiela sneakers that were?
Yeah.
Okay, those ones were fucked up. There's like no excuse for how ugly those were.
Those were ugly, boy.
The Gats were nice though. I prefer the multicolored paint.
Yeah.
People were
Those,
still.
people are flexing with those. I call them the cum sneakers because you know the ones that they use like glue to like stitch everything back together. They look terrible, bro.
Yeah.
People are trying to wear it as like an ironic way of wearing like ugly sneakers, but to me it's just like no, they're just ugly across the board. I'm sorry.
Those are just plain ugly, dude.
The culture's suffering. I'm like, wow.
Mate, someone said, "Do I have houseplants?" Nah, I live in London. Like
everything dies here.
Yo, it's just blocks and towers. Like,
dude, houseplants are an investment.
Rich people have houseplants in their back garden.
Now, rich people and just girls, they love having plants in their rooms.
White girls, dude.
I mean, I live in an apartment, so I'd have to grow the plants indoors or on the side of my walls. Wait, what do you say? Last Kings with my creative recreations. Bit confused. Hey guys, want to see my archive IG collection? Yeah, guys, do you want to see my fashion collection? I have the Raf Simons Riot Bomber, the Helmut Lang jacket.
Oh, shut up, dude. I have the Painter jeans. I got some tabby boots.
Where did you get that Riot Bomber from?
Where did you get that Riot Bomber from? Oh no, bro, it's mine. Like, obviously,
it's mine. It's not 50-50, dude. It's mine. It just got stolen, you know? But it's okay.
Oh my god.
I did some embezzlement out of a copper Riot Bomber jacket now.
This guy said I have my Tamagotchi attached to the corner of my phone. Bro, Tamagotchi.
That will be a flex.
That was the flex in primary school. If you had a Tamagotchi in primary school, you were the guy.
It's only a matter of time before we see Demna's Balenciaga Tamagotchi.
I literally won't refute it. Like, Demna is the type of guy to have a Tamagotchi, like Balenciaga type thing.
I will buy it, dude, to be honest.
You're going to spend $100
like cases and shit for it as well. I got like
for
this
a Tamagotchi because it's from Balenciaga.
Yeah, hell yeah.
Tamagotchi in the case.
Jeez.
There you go. That's what we need. AirPods are over. We're over it. Tabby boots. Yeah, I gotta wear the tabby boots with the Painter jeans and the Riot Bomber.
Do you know Raf Simons? Yeah, I love Raf Simons.
I love Raf Simons.
Oh my god.
You like New York? I love New York.
Oh yeah, I love New York. I got the sweater. You know that sweater?
You know the Empire State Building? I love New York.
Yeah, I love those.
When the I Heart New York sweater with a pair of Timbs.
Oh, do you know Rick Owens? Like, bro, I got the sweats, bro.
Bro, you're slacking, bro. I've got the fake Nike Dunk, bro. What are you talking about? I've got the fake Air Force Ones.
No.
What do you know about Rick Owens?
It's not about that. It's about the Rick Owens Vans.
Yeah.
I don't actually know what's harder to get, the Vans or the Dunks.
I think the Dunks.
Maybe.
The Vans used to be in production, but they're not in, like, those Rick Van looking shoes. I forgot what they're called. They're not in production anymore. So they're quite hard to get right now. But I feel like aesthetically they look a lot better than a lot of Rick shoes.
I just like Ricks anyway, to be honest.
The like slip-on Ricks with the big like front panel, like shit's huge.
Oh, well, we only care about real artisanal footwear anyways. So Velo and Air Force Ones, Grail.
My guy said artisanal footwear. Jeez.
Artisanal Air Force One, that's what it's about. We're getting the CCP collab Air Force One.
I will be dead if I saw that, dude.
Horse leather Air Force One. Get ready for it.
CCP is so weird, dude.
Bro, my guy's making jackets out of pigskin, bro. It's crazy.
Yeah.
Wait, can you wear that if you're Muslim?
No.
Oh, bro.
No.
That's a
That was
big
just
no.
a genuine question.
You can't wear CCP if you're a Muslim.
No, like regardless if it's like pig leather, like if it's horse leather, doesn't it have to be killed like in a halal manner?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, like nah, you can not wear like anything made by CCP, dude.
You're so pissed, bro. You're into
That guy
artisanal wear
is-
and you're a Muslim.
I love his clothes, but his practices are so grim.
Yeah.
Like so damn grim.
And I associate it with like fashion elitism, so I don't like that.
Well, yeah, he is from a rich background, so
Yeah.
that's that. He's definitely a rich kid. That's what I can say about Carol Christian Powell.
What's wrong with CCP? What do you do?
Mighty Morpher. Mighty Morpher. Yo,
We're
Mighty
just
Morpher.
talking about how he makes clothing out of like pig skin and stuff.
Oh, all right.
When we come back, like these guys are.
Like he skins animals alive and then uses them for his jackets.
Yeah,
Alive?
like, alive, yeah.
Yes, literally, genuinely.
And then he
Wait,
kills
who
him.
Who does that?
CCP.
CCP, Carl Christian Paulette.
You ever seen
The
Texas Chainsaw
avant-garde
Massacre?
brand.
Is there a reason why it's alive?
But no, okay, so from
Like,
what
am I
I've heard
feel
from
like
people that
other
are
kids-
now, from what I've heard that people that are CCP fans, how he achieves very, very unique dyeing processes is like what people normally do is they treat the material first and then they dye it after. But he takes like the opposite approach,
Yeah.
which is harder. So he has to dye stuff as it's just fresh off the animal, which is why he has to have very gory methods of like taking the skin off. But then it allows him to have that sort of effect because of how he dyes his garments. So it's a bit gory, but like the end result is like,
Yeah.
I don't realize it was that
Why
gory.
the animal activists love a little bit of CCP.
they hate him.
Yeah, they hate
Anyone
him.
who's an animal activist cannot like CCP. It's not possible.
Damn.
Yeah,
Human
CCP.
leather boots. Bro,
Yo,
chill.
He
Chill.
about to make that, dude. Like, he's
Baby
capable
and
of.
chill. Nah, Alex, you're right. CCP is definitely the real Texas Chainsaw Massacre shit.
Like, I
Like-
forgot what designer made a human spine bag. Like a child. human
Yeah.
spine
Oh yeah,
You.
yeah. Was that CCP?
I
Nah,
don't
it's a
know.
different designer.
A different one, but he got
A
into.
child human spine bag.
Yeah.
Ethically
these
sourced. It said ethically sourced.
These people
Yeah.
be wild.
He's in jail, by the way.
People wilding for real.
Genophig. We should cancel CCP for real.
I don't know about
He
that.
also does this, by the way. He does dye animals before he kills them as well. He does do
Oh
that as
yeah.
well. He does.
So die and die. Shame.
Don't dye it.
Alex said, I want Klein to make my skin into a pair of hideous sneakers, and I respect that. I
I'll
feel
put
cool.
it in a Ferrari, dude, and just take a picture of them.
I
You
can't
Yeah.
wait for Ferrari to them. And they took me all the way.
Fine.
What happened to Plan?
I said you reduce your life value to that. That's the brand you want to make your sneakers?
I think it's a statement. It's a political statement.
Political
CCP
statement.
is literally the least ethical thing in the world.
Yeah.
Like for sure.
CCP is wild, dude.
It's crazy stuff, bro.
Like, I like that he's making like innovative stuff and like the highest
unique
quality,
stuff.
but I don't know about the methods to like.
This is just
show-
the beginning. It starts with animals, then it moves up. This is a tale of all serial killers.
That's true, dude.
Ted
Next
Bundy
thing
collection.
you know, there's like actual human skin. Like you're wearing a jacket of human skin you didn't even know until it
That's
comes
like-
out when the police finally catch
I mean, shit, like that's what like the story behind Texas Chainsaw Massacre, like the actual like
Yeah.
murderer. You just like dig up dead bodies, remove the skin, and then stitch them together as clothes.
you.
Mhm.
Yeah, that's
Original
the actual story.
artisanal designer.
Fashion.
That's fashion.
Like
That's
I
real
wouldn't
fashion.
imagine it would be durable.
That shit would be expensive.
Yeah, like
Yeah,
20K
human skin is
expensive.
not the most durable thing. Our skin is thin as hell.
That's facts, though.
That jacket would rip into shreds.
Yeah.
That's what makes it artisanal. It's art. It's art, not clothes. it's like com. It's like Ray's com.
Facts.
Facts. The jacket smell like that.
This guy said if someone owns a piece of land and they own it all the way to the center of the earth. What the hell? Wait, why am I letting the jacket smell like a sweaty American?
Yo, maybe that's why there's such an obesity problem there. They're just readying up double XL jackets.
Damn.
Yo, chill, bro.
That's going in. To be fair, though, America does have an issue. Do you know what I noticed about America when I was there? Bro, your portions are out of this world.
Huge.
Like, our large is like your like small to medium, bro.
Yeah,
McDonald's medium drink here is like this big. That shit is wild.
Yeah, it's really equivalent drink sizes. It's ridiculous. Like, how
Because
did
in English, you know what like an English like large looks like? Like even an extra, like if you're going large. Like, bro, Americans.
The thing is, though, I know we have a problem, but I would still be mad when I went out to eat over there in the UK. I'd be like, bro, I just paid 20 pounds to eat out, and I'm still hungry.
Dude, that's why in America a hamburger is $1.95, but the salad is $5.99.
Yeah, that never made sense.
Even then, like they've got like a serious lack of regulation there about what they can put into food.
Yeah.
Like mass manufactured food.
Is
oh yeah.
crazy.
During coronavirus, Burger King was like advertising their new like dollar menu, and part of it was like you can get, I think it was like 10 nuggets for $4 or some shit like that. And then so when I did the math, I was like, all right, so if each nugget is worth this and you're claiming it's real chicken, I know that's a damn lie, because how does that even make economic sense?
I mean, a dollar menu should send alarm bells to your heads.
Literally.
Like, how can food be that cheap?
Bro, let me tell you something about Mexico, bro.
It's not
like
food.
they sell these tacos, dude, in like street corners. It's pretty normal here, but for like 10 pesos, 10 pesos is like 25 cents of a dollar, dude. There are 3 tacos, dude.
I mean,
how
like it's relative to like where you live, but like here in like I feel like in America and like England, it's like food is relatively always expensive. When you travel outside, like into any other country, you find food is relatively cheaper. My girlfriend, she's from the Philippines, so she's like street food there is ridiculously cheap. You pay a couple pesos, you can get like so much stuff.
Yeah.
But that's why
remember when we were
problem is because it's a lot more expensive to eat healthily.
You remember when we were talking how like the phone booth is such a British thing? Nuggets are such an American thing.
Yeah, and hamburgers.
Yeah, facts.
Honestly.
Nuggets are not human food. Why would you consume that?
Yeah, it's not. Yeah, nuggets is just you're eating GMO. Like you might as well just like find the chemical and just like swallow it.
But that's some tasty GMO there. That's some tasty GMO there.
Yo, I think
nugget, dude.
Alex said we just big bones.
You keep saying that.
Big bones.
I have never tried poutine.
But I think like in American schools are also, it's not like the stuff that kids eat in American school is not that healthy.
Nah.
I've seen American food meal horrendous.
See, the good thing about EU food is it's regulated, so at least we know that like whatever we're eating, we're not just eating straight poison. So like literally, that I'd rather have more expensive food if I'm eating like food that doesn't compromise my health.
Yeah.
My cafeteria food from like secondary school, which is like middle school and high school, and my college like education as well. We had like one cafeteria there, but like everything was freshly made. Everything was super high quality.
Yeah.
We paid a bit more, but it was worth it for like what we were getting.
Yeah.
Yeah. In schools here, they make an effort to make sure that you get healthy meals.
Not in America, man.
Not
So I remember how excited we would get when like the school or like our teacher announced that she was gonna get some like outside food. I remember one of my favorite teachers, she got McDonald's for the whole class. We were hyped. Like
that's kind of
that is like a real value. Like the worst food in America is viewed the most.
It says something when like getting Lunchables is such a crazy cool thing for like kids in America, because like those aren't even good.
Yeah, facts.
Like if that's a high standard, then like the food there must like not be that good.
Just think about how crazy it is when like McDonald's or Burger King every year or so come out with an advertisement saying now our burgers, 100% beef. It's like, so what the fuck were they before?
Yeah, exactly. And I think they're making like school food now, like McDonald's did.
All our meat 100% sourced from CCP.
Wait, McDonald's are making school food?
Yeah,
Jesus Christ. They want to get these kids early. They want to get them obese early.
That's wild.
They're trying to make them fat early.
That's messed up. If they're making food, that sucks.
That's messed up for
food is the most uncultured food ever. Do they serve like different types of like different countries like foods in schools in America?
Huh?
Do they serve like different like countries' foods in America, like their schools?
If you're having like a themed party, yeah.
Yeah. Mexican week, dude. Italian week.
What's the like standard? What's the standard meal in an American like cafeteria?
Chicken nuggets.
Mm-hmm.
What?
Oh damn!
As a standard meal.
Yeah.
Some like fufu, like mac and cheese or French fries.
Yeah.
French fries and chicken nuggets.
Yeah.
As your standard meal. God
damn.
Yo, that's setting you guys up for failure, bro.
Yeah. It's either water or a carton of milk for a drink.
What?
Do you get like multiple choices of what you can have, or is it just like that's what you get? And if you're like vegetarian, you get something else.
Any given day, it's probably like 2 or 3 choices though, as far as a meal.
Yeah.
What?
America is so weird, dude.
Here we go. Like we got 3 different choices.
They get microwave burritos.
That's only all Mexican now.
Frozen pasta.
Here, well, at least in my school, we got 3 different choices, and then like a vegetarian option as well.
Oh,
so
really?
Like freshly made pasta with like a salad on the side and a dessert and a drink. Like
rich ass preparatory school in the States, boy.
Bro,
that's a regular public school here.
Vegan option.
That stuff.
Vegan option.
Yeah, you get vegan options here.
Vegan options, 3 choices.
Yeah,
you can bring your own food as well. Yeah.
Yeah, you would have to do that in America.
But the thing is, like, I pay like what £1.80, but they raised it now to about £2.50 or something.
Yeah, for school dinners, it was so cheap. It was like £1.80 or like £2 or something.
Oh wow!
Insanely cheap. Like
you get like freshly made paninis. They'd have like different flavors every like day of the week.
The choice of like desserts too was so nice. You have like custard with sponge cake, or like you could have so many.
Lemon
apple
cake
crumble,
is killing my people.
Apple crumble,
sprinkle cake. Ugh.
They're having.
Then you always have like some sort of veg. There's always like fruits on deck. I remember in school like there's always fruits on deck. Always. Like there's always you could always go to a cafeteria and just like take a banana or something.
They'd be giving away for free by the end of like the lunch periods.
Yeah.
Because they'd be like, yeah, just have them.
Yeah. Like because they just want to get rid of it because they're gonna like waste it otherwise. So they're like, anyone want apples? And then people just start scrambling.
Oh, that's cool.
One thing with like British schools is that, or not just schools, but just the UK in general, is you guys cook with a lot of vegetables.
Yeah, that's true.
Which is good.
It's a culture. I think the UK has more. I think Europe in general has more of a culture of like cooking food, whereas America is very much like fast food, like takeaway, manufactured stuff. Like that's the culture of food.
You need to drive around like America around like 4 p.m. when these moms get off work, and then like you see that like KFC has such a huge line in a driveway.
Whoa.
every day. It's so sad, and like these kids are like, that's what they're eating.
Yeah.
I want to hang out with Guy Fieri for a day and see what that guy eats.
Yo,
He's wilding out all the time.
You'd get fatter eating with Guy Fieri than you would in an American public school.
Yeah.
It'd be good though. That shit would smell.
This is so funny. You said, Johnny, did you go to school?
Nah, bro, that's just the level of like just a regular public school.
That's actually standard though. Like I won't lie to you, that's standard here.
Yeah, it's not like a custom panini, but like it'd be a different flavor for every day of the week.
Yeah.
So panini would be a standard there, and then it'd be like one day would be like chicken tikka, the next day would be like barbecue chicken, like cheese, blah blah blah. Yeah.
You were living the high life over there. Like,
Yeah.
we did not.
That's just
in high
normal.
school, in high
To
school,
us, it's normal. That's what's so funny.
Thing is, not. It was like it's publicly funded, but like it's in a white neighborhood. It's like very like.
Oh, okay.
They made a lot of money from like other things as well. They have like big events and stuff that would pay a lot of money.
No, in Croatia, like you bring your own food, and that's it. Elementary school or high school, like you bring your own food.
Also, there's no like culture of like school dinners or anything like that.
No.
Oh.
Like what you do, like what I did, for example, like my mom would give me like money to go grab something. So like always close to the school there would be a bakery. So you just like go there and get something like to eat, and that's it. But like we didn't have like filet mignon like some of you.
No, our philosophy is that like, you know, like anything that you would need to take on a packed lunch with you, if it's not like fresh food, it's going to be processed to some regard. So like, if you take a sandwich, if it has like stuff like ham, that's processed food. So like, they're just trying to encourage you to like not eat processed stuff, to like get used to like eating like cooked meals, hot meals. So that's why most Brits like even like cook their food. Not younger people are getting worse though. They're starting to adopt the American type of eating habits, but for the most part, they still try their best.
Daniel,
they've started opening up a lot of like American fast food places, isn't it?
Right? Yeah.
I saw the bookshelf before, but now it really looks like it's going to break.
Yeah, it looks like it's about to snap.
Like, do you have any space?
Much, dude.
I think like, it's the angle of the camera.
Try to find a place.
It looks bent, like literally.
Yeah, like the one to your left, dude. It looks pretty bad.
Honestly.
Okay, I could kind of see it there.
One more essay and you'll get hit like it's a tsunami. One tiny little book, one piece of paper, and you're done.
Honestly, that would make a nice viral video to see how many more books could I add to this already immense collection and see until...
It's like that video of the guy with the rubber bands and the watermelon. He's just pushing it to see how far it can go. And then...
My favorite new videos, hands down, are the people that are exercising at home, but then something like breaks or like, or they have like those, I don't know how you call it, but like those bands when they're exercising.
Oh, yeah.
But then the band slips and just like whips them on the back.
Yeah, bro. I had a huge mark right here for like a few days.
You were one of those, dude.
Yeah, I put one of the resistance bands on like the hook above my door frame, and I was pulling too hard, and it snapped, and it all just came right.
Damn.
Shit was not cool.
But you don't work out. You don't look like a fool.
That's a good way to do it.
You just be lazy as shit.
Yeah, there you go.
Dude, but some of those videos are hilarious, especially women. But when it slips and then like it just whips them on the back, and all you hear is like, oh.
I don't know what it is, but women seem to fall a lot harder than men. Like,
yeah, that's true.
Because they're top heavy.
I don't know why. This looks so much worse.
They're top heavy. There's nothing holding them down on the floor, so it's just.
But even falling backwards, it's just like,
I don't know. Those are my new videos that I prefer.
They're talking about Ty Lopez. That guy's a legend.
Oh yeah, like damn, it's Ty Lopez, dude.
It's Ty Lopez. I just realized what you're on about now.
Yeah.
Nah, Ty Lopez is a legend in the scamming scene, man.
Yeah.
Scam.
Johnny and Molly got matching babies.
Yeah, I came to match with the bro. Nah, the hair situation is real bad with the lockdown.
Oh no, my hair's not coming off. Shit.
I think my friends are gonna come over, like visit my place soon before I move out. So I'm gonna ask one of them to shave my head into a mullet.
To a mullet, dude.
Yeah. I'm gonna look like a redneck. I'm gonna infiltrate them. We're gonna do it like that one movie where the guy infiltrates the KKK.
Oh yeah.
Oh, the Black Klansman?
Yeah,
that's
that's
the
like
one.
yeah, that's good.
I've been watching thingy, was it? The Watchmen TV series.
Oh yeah.
That shit is really good.
Yeah.
I haven't seen The Watchmen yet.
You should definitely check it out.
After Game of Thrones, I kind of like, I don't know what's. I have to finish The Witcher.
Oh, The Witcher,
I haven't got
that's dope. I've watched that.
I never played any of the games, so I never was like, oh, I should probably watch it. But I've heard really good things about it.
It's pretty good.
Yeah. See, like, what I don't like about Netflix, as much as I like Netflix, I don't like the fact that it gives you a whole season at once. Like, what I like about Game of Thrones, for example, is like you have to wait for next week. So
it depends. It depends what show.
Oh, I hate that, dude.
Hell no.
Why?
I want to watch it right now.
Are you
It
serious?
depends.
Yeah.
It depends what
Fuck that,
shows.
dude.
Some shows like give it to you one episode a week.
Like, for example, like, wouldn't you prefer, like, what I like about Game of Thrones, like, it gives you a week, like, you speculate, you talk to everybody, you're like, okay, this person's gonna get killed, and then when it happens, you're like, okay, everything that I
Bro,
thought.
read the fucking donation, dude.
That's true.
But,
I
like,
feel that way about I feel that way about Walking Dead.
yeah,
That's like one of my favorite shows, but I like the one episode a week kind of thing. It gives me something to look forward to.
exactly. But, like, Netflix is like, oh, you waited 2 years for us to record? Oh, why don't you watch it in 2 days? And, like, you don't appreciate it that much, I think.
Okay, I get that.
Yeah.
I don't know. I feel like I just take my own time when it comes to watching things, anyways. So like a lot of Netflix stuff, I'll watch 1 or 2 episodes in like one sitting, and then I'll like go off and do something, and maybe watch a few more later on or like next day.
I see.
It's like when it's weekly releases, it's like because I'm on Twitter quite a lot most of the time as well. If I don't catch up like as soon as it drops or like a couple hours after it drops, someone is gonna spoil it. It's gonna be it's gonna be like trending. Someone's gonna spoil that shit.
Even though the last season of Game of Thrones could.
Yeah, we don't talk about it. We don't talk about it.
Nah.
Smart.
It's like the last season of Scrubs or the last season of How I Met Your Mother. We don't speak about these things.
I still haven't watched.
Did this guy say he was in a Kush comb?
Respect. That's Canadian.
Yo, the Matty Boy Chrome Heart stuff is not my cup of tea. I won't lie to you. It's just like
I haven't seen it. I'm gonna check it.
just like teeth and lips mixed with the Chrome Heart like motif on hoodies.
Yeah, I don't like it.
There's not really too much to it, to be honest.
I don't care for any of the Chrome Hearts hoodies and stuff, man.
Yeah.
If it's not like high quality leather with the sterling, like with the actual silver like stuff on it, I don't see the appeal in it because like the whole thing is like their jewelry, right?
Yeah.
This guy, what did he say? I'm Jake's ghostwriter. Trust me, I got money in the grave.
Yo, he's Canadian, dude.
Oh my god, yeah, these Canadian kids be rich as hell. Where does Jason? Do you live in Montreal? If Jason says he lives in Montreal, bro, I'm out of here, bro.
Yo, he's gonna say it, dude.
My mom was asking me if I wanted to go to Canada. Apparently, we got some like friends, family that live there.
She's like, "Oh, man, it's so good."
Yeah, she's like, "Oh, if you want to go work out, then go."
So cheap. I think maybe because I spend money in pounds, but like I remember I hopped into an Uber in Toronto and went some far journey, like a 20-minute journey, and it cost me the equivalent of like £3.
Oh wow.
£3.
I was like, yeah. I was like, man, I'm at Uber everywhere. I was Ubering everywhere.
Oh wow! So Hype Beast is reporting about Philip Klein copying.
Oh no.
Oh,
damn. Since when did Hypebeast start calling people out for copying?
There you go.
Sheesh.
Everyone wants to be Diet Prada.
Yeah.
Well,
Everyone wants to be
got it
Giz.
they got it from Diet Prada.
Like I said, everyone wants to be Giz.
Yeah, Diet Prada posted it first, but
Oh my god.
now Hypebeast also is calling them out.
What?
Oh, he just answered where he lives, dude.
To be fair, no, he lives in Ottawa, but traveled to Montreal for a lot of Essence.
A lot for Essence and no promise for. Oh, okay, that's fair. That's cool.
Nah, I'm dying, Alex. Chrome Hot is just darker aesthetic Ed Hardy. Respect that. Ed Hardy's the OG.
Yeah.
Ed Hardy is the OG, bro. You can't be hating on Ed Hardy, bro.
To be fair, I'm looking at this picture of Philip Line on the Hypebeast thing, on the Hypebeast article, and he just looks like a more like Chad version of Rick. He's just a cooler Rick Owens.
Wow.
He's pretty young though. How old is he?
Let me check.
Didn't
I
like
think
one of his girlfriend or something like came out and like exposed him or something?
For what?
Like just in general, like because she was his ex and
What
she was
the
just talking
fuck?
about
He's
like
42, dude.
messed up stuff he's done.
He's
He's
42.
he's 22.
No, 42.
Oh, I was like, what? How's this man 22? This old man.
He's just got a suspicious look about him. He has a similar vibe to Epstein.
Yeah.
You know when you look at that face and you're like, yeah, you probably did it.
Yeah. Wow, they posted Diet Prada's post in this
Yeah.
Hypebeast stuff. This is what I mean. Like this article is so pointless. How many words is this article?
Yeah.
Are you
it's like
kidding me?
43, yeah.
It's like 7 lines. Like what is the actual point of this article?
I'm reading the article. It says, "Is Philip Klein the most hated man in fashion?" Yes.
Yes and no. He's hated by like maybe
you think
people
is
that care a little bit more, but he's not hated by like celebrities and.
Who do you think is the most hated person in fashion?
Minimal.
That's a good one, actually.
I think maybe
give us
I'm
the
not
top
going to
three.
say now.
ASAP Bari is up there.
Bari, Ian Connor.
Those guys are up there. They're fighting for the top position.
Why is Bari so hated though? Is it just because of Ian Connor?
No,
yeah.
Bari had the sex scandal thing.
Oh yeah.
And then Ian
He
Connor
assaulted
has
that girl and had to settle in court.
Ian Connor has like hundreds of rape allegations against
Oh yeah,
him
I
at
know
this
about
point.
Ian Connor. For sure.
Yeah.
I think at one point, I think Galliano was the most hated.
Oh yeah, Galliano as well.
Yeah, he was. At some point he was. I think people have like kind of cooled down on it.
Yeah. True.
They gave him the fits of fire. Let's just let this go.
Yeah.
The clothes are amazing. Let's just give him a pass.
Oh, he's
Wait,
beyond talented.
wait, someone said Philip Klein's girlfriend was talking about it on Kai Bentley podcast. Okay, there we go. Also, he's a Toronto YouTuber. Supposedly he banged Lindsay Lohan. No clue how he hasn't been cancelled yet. Gives me Harvey Weinstein vibes. Damn.
Damn, he has bad taste in fashion and Lindsay Lohan. I don't think we can forgive him. Come on.
I feel like that's discrediting Mean Girls. Put some respect on Lindsay Lohan. She's had a rough life.
Put some respect on her name, bro.
Now, I've seen Kai Bentley's podcast, so there's like him and his friends' stories are insane. That's like that high, like super rich level, like life.
That's the hey.
I think they're all scammers as well.
Yeah, Alec, do you want to talk about the Bentleys? Is Nico there? Because if Nico, someone said who's most loved in the industry, Jack Moose by far. They love that guy so much. Like
every
Jack
single
Moose.
model like is friends with him, dude.
Yeah. I've never seen anything negative about Jack Moose in my life.
Yeah, big facts.
Top 3 most loved: Jack Moose, who else? Yoji. I feel like everyone loves Yoji.
Yoji's respected. I wouldn't say he's like loved.
Yeah.
Like people don't go to Yoji. Like,
Oh no, man!
I love Yoji so much. Like that's
You seen the
more of a
picture
Jack
of him and
Moose
Gunner?
thing.
Tight. Boys.
Jacques Moose could put out like a Chanel pandemic collection and would get fire reviews.
Say facts.
Yeah.
That's fact. People just love him. Like something about him. There's just people like that.
He's just a handsome guy. He's a handsome guy.
Yeah, let's just.
He hangs out with a bunch of models.
Why do I not know how he looks like?
He looks pretty good, to be honest.
Just Google
But
it.
yeah, Alex
Porter.
said he's not with Nico, but she'll go off. Facts. She would go off on the Bentleys.
Yeah, I don't know too much about them. I've seen a few podcasts and stuff.
They're like rich kids. Their dad is like a famous chef who's like has Michelin stars and all that stuff. Like
yeah.
In terms of like bad stuff, I've heard that they were scamming people from their like restaurant businesses.
Yeah.
Like not paying people that work there.
Why do rich people scam? I don't get it. You already have money. I just never understand it.
To get more money, dude.
It makes no sense. Yeah, but like, why do you have to scam to get more money when you're already rich? Though, like, you're already rich.
They want more, dude.
I think that it was the brothers that were taking it off of the workers. Like the dad wasn't involved, so I assume it's just they didn't want to go to dad to get the money, so they wanted it for themselves.
That makes sense.
And then I think it happened twice. They closed down 2 different restaurants because of it.
Yo, earlier for the most hated, Alex said Gosha, but like
Gosha Kinski.
Gosha, I don't know. I've like been seeing a lot more information about Gosha since then, and it seems like what actually happened was blown like way like over the top.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah.
I'm not that educated on Gosha, so like somebody got to fill me in on why he's so hated.
He got a controversy on like asking a kid for like not nude pictures, but like him on his ribs.
A topless photo. But apparently, like from proof that they had, basically they used to have an informal way of casting models, which was that process. Like they want to see a topless photo because they want to see like what your build is and kind of decide what clothes are going to look best on you based on your body shape. But this guy that they asked, he like blew it out of proportion and was like, "Gosh, he's a predator." He like asked me to take my shirt off, yada yada. But that was actually like what he had been doing. What they learned from it though is that you follow company policy and you don't make informal castings because that's what happens. But a lot of people did blow it out of proportion.
Like ended up just being like this kid was just like ended up being jealous because wasn't casted. He was rejected at the end of it, and he's just like, you know what, fuck these guys. I'm gonna go like show everyone this and claim this, that, the other. And
then by the end of it, Gosha just like made a new brand to get away from the stigma. So it has a new brand called GR Uniforma, which is quite cool.
Yeah, I seen the Dover Street Market sales. They've got some nice stuff on there.
I'm looking at one of the shirts, GR Uniforma shirts.
I want one of their windbreaker jackets. They look really nice.
So
Alex said Gosha was asking for their OnlyFans.
There's a Huffington Post article that's naming 7 most hated people in fashion.
Okay.
So the first one is Anna Wintour.
Yeah.
Of course.
The second one is Victoria Beckham.
Actually, that's believable. That's believable. That's actually very believable.
I'm not a huge
Like, remember that time she made a YouTube channel and then like it was too hard for her and then she quit real quick.
Yeah.
That was hilarious.
She would talk about collection and then the start of the video would be like, yeah, this was inspired by women, and then for the next 7 minutes she would not be in the video at all.
Yeah.
Somebody else talking about.
And then her YouTube channel flopped, and then she like quit.
Damn.
The third
Oh
one
my
is
God.
Olivia Palermo. I don't know who that is.
I
don't know.
Miranda Kerr is fourth one. Joan Rivers, fifth one. Galliano is sixth.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
And Kathy Horn.
Oh yeah, Kathy Horn is really. Oh damn, yeah, she's so hated.
Why?
That's so true. She's a fashion journalist.
Yeah.
But like she has the most outlandish takes. But like you can disagree with like not like a collection and be respectful. She's just outright disrespectful about it.
Oh,
So
wow.
like brands hate her. Like she's been banned from so many brand shows.
Are you serious?
Yeah, and she writes for like the New York Times, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's
she's
for New
He used to work.
Times.
you know, in my video that I made about Alexander Wang, she was one of the people talking about, like, if you watch the video, she was one of the people talking about the collection. Like, I put a snippet where there were journalists talking about his debut collection. She was one of the people.
Oh wow! I did not know that.
Yeah,
I just watched that video as well. The one about Alexander Wang.
yeah,
I've started to like get into the Wang stuff because like before I was like kind of judgmental and stuff. It was like he was more of like a socialized celebrity designer.
yeah.
It was like, oh, he hangs out with models. Like he's not really putting in effort to like what he's
Yeah.
making. But I feel like that's just because I've seen like some of his like more recent collections.
Hmm.
And it's just like boring. But I've like gone back to see like his older stuff, and I'm like, yeah, this is pretty good.
Yeah.
Oh, Wang, I think my favorite, I loved him in Balenciaga. Oh, I think that he was amazing in Balenciaga.
Wait, who's that?
Wang.
Oh yeah, for sure.
I
I
think
think the example you showed in the video was really nice. The one with the, it was like it had a theme in the back with the razor blade stitching.
Yeah.
That was so nice.
That being said, though, it's not like I haven't seen that shit before, though. Let's be honest. Like Victor and Rolf. What season was it? I've seen them do it anyway. Let me see if I can find it. But it was still like interpreted in a Balenciaga silhouette, which is why I didn't have too much to say about it. But to be fair, I'm not gonna pretend like it was the first time I've seen it.
Someone said Siberia Hills. Yeah, the people from Siberia, like, well, the guy who ran Siberia Hills, he's fucking definitely hit it on.
Oh yeah.
Wait, because I don't know much about Siberia Hills. Like, what exactly happened with those guys?
He stole
There was one guy.
design seed.
Siberia Hills is a weird brand.
Yeah,
Siberia
he stole
Hills,
designs
what
for
about
like
it, though?
the internet.
It originally started as a Tumblr blog that then one guy bought from the original guy who started it, then ended up copying designs that you just get off the internet, like drawings of anime girls and stuff like that, and marketed it like, oh, these are like super limited hoodies printed with anime girls on the front of them that just says Siberia Hills.
Right.
Sell them for like crazy prices, get his like friends and stuff to like push it further and like promotional. It just like it kept happening. It'd be like, oh yeah, we apologize for using these like pictures that we just got off Google and we didn't like credit the artist, didn't pay them at all, and just do it over and over again, and just people got fed up with it.
That brings up like a relatively deep question though. Is like if a designer's making a collection, right? And obviously a lot of research goes into a collection. I mean, at least for good designers. Like if you find a picture on the internet, what makes it okay to put it on the garment? And like in what situations do you have to find the original photographer or artist and get their permission to put it in a garment?
To use the exact one, you have to like get it, like
get
get
permission
regardless.
Yeah.
If you want to go about,
what if it's a picture that is like widely spread? Everybody has a different version of that picture. Let's just say it's a picture of like MLK. I don't know. Like
that's kind of what Raf Simons did, isn't it?
Yeah, I'm thinking about that. Like, how do you get that? Not permission, or do you even need permission?
It's how you do it. It's how you do it. So
some
the
things
way
are
Raf
like
Simons did it was
public
smart.
use, so they're like publicly licensed. So you can like, there's some images and stuff that you can just like use in general. There's like no one you have to pay for it because it's public, like it's publicly licensable.
Yeah.
But like a lot of images that like you'll find anywhere else, you have to find the original owner and then pay them or like do something and ask for permission from them.
So, like, let's say, for example, I found a picture of somebody online. It's like a pretty popular picture, is widely spread. You could find that picture anywhere on any website, on Google Images or whatever. And like, I went on a Photoshop, I rendered it a little bit to my taste, and then I put that on a sweater. I feel like that would be fine.
Nah, because you see, the issue is other people that post articles with the image in, the photographer that owns the rights to the images won't feel some type of way because they don't see like people earning money from it like that. But like if you're selling clothing with then they're gonna have an issue. Like, what? Who's this guy making all this money? And then they'll like seek legal action.
Right.
So you have to be careful about it.
Because it's considered a property, but you can do it for yourself as long as you're going to be the only person that's going to be wearing it.
Yeah.
The problem starts when you start making money off
reproducing
it.
Yeah.
Technically, it's not your property. You didn't make the picture.
That makes
sense.
But
like you can Photoshop it all you want. It's still it's still not your property.
That makes sense.
But, yeah, as long as you don't make.
But if you do it smart, then you won't have to face that hurdle. So like what Ras Simmons did, where he put that missing band member's picture on his sweater, on his collection, and then in newspapers they were like, "Who's this fashion designer? Who's putting like insensitive stuff and missing people on his sweaters and yada yada yada." And the band itself that the guy was from, they found it so funny that they were just like, "Nah, like he's just like expressing himself." And then they owned the images, but they just didn't care because of how he did it. So it's like how you can do it can also make someone just not even care and just let you do your thing.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, Siberia Hills were using like anime characters from like pretty like popular anime. So it's like they were already like commercial licensing for using these like these drawings of girls. So it's like if you really wanted something of a similar aesthetic, it's not hard to find an artist that's willing to like draw something for you, as long as you like pay them.
That makes sense.
Mm-hmm. And to answer the person's earlier question, Midnight Studios 200%. Someone asked like Midnight Studios or Siberia Hills.
That's not even a question.
Yeah, exactly.
I just finally got the thing. The T-shirt from the Orc Midnight Studios collab. It came in yesterday.
Yeah. Oh, really? That's a good one.
Oh wait, let me get it.
I actually also recently picked up something from them too. It was because they had a sale on their Fall Winter 19 collection.
Oh, that one. That's a good one.
Yeah, with the upside down pocket.
This guy loves smiley faces.
No, I got these at separate times. They're just arrived. Plus, I don't know if I'll be holding on to this. One of my friends asked for it, so might give it to them.
Yeah, copyright is a complicated thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely.
More in fashion, dude. Like a lot of fashion design can't be copyrighted.
Yeah, because they say if you just tweak 4 things legally, it can't be a copy.
Yeah.
I think it's also hard too, because like if somebody's inspired by something created by somebody that's so high level or so famous, it's hard to even reach that person for those kinds of licenses. So like, for example,
facts.
If I wanted to take a screenshot that I took from a movie that I saw in theaters and I wanted to put that on a garment, for me to get permission to use that photo or that screenshot from the director of that big Hollywood blockbuster, it would be damn near impossible.
Yeah.
I mean, shit, some people just do it.
Yeah, like you can risk it. But
you know what? I don't think it's worth that risk because you can see 5,000 profit from
exactly.
Yeah, I'm not
for 50,000, and now what?
Yeah, I'm not a risking type of person. That's why my magazine, I'm shooting every single image in that shit by myself. I can't take any chances for that.
Plus, you could probably find something really good if you go through like really old movies because those are like public domains. So I'm sure you could probably use something from there.
Yeah, like you can use Citizen Kane, dude.
Yeah.
Like, but I think if you want to like take a picture of something, just like have a drawing of that. I don't think that somebody can copyright your drawing of a picture. So
How do you
for
prove that
example,
you're drawing though?
well, that's what you do. That's when you that's when you kind of like license it or copyright it yourself
Yeah,
because that is your drawing.
true.
But at the end of the day, if you want to have something that is similar to that, one way to go around it is like create something yourself.
There's loopholes anyway. If you by the time you're opening a brand, you have to see a lawyer. Like even for my magazine, I've seen a lawyer to know like what I can and can't do and like what I can. Like it's just easier that way.
That's why I'm always like shocked and baffled by a lot of these like upcoming and I'll say streetwear just because it's kind of like a certain aesthetic. I like these kids who start these brands and they have no idea about anything business related, and I'm just like, that takes a special kind of boldness to just do shit and just deal with consequences later.
But the whole thing can just go straight to the ground if they get hit by some huge company. Yeah. That's the thing.
It's not even boldness; it's just arrogance.
Yeah.
But when you're young, you don't think about that. You know, like when you start like getting mature, you're like, well, I could actually get sued for this.
They don't have enough sense, and they're just like, hey, you know, streetwear is all about. They just use whatever excuse. It's all about like, you know, taking things and, you know, reinterpreting in their own way. And their idea of interpreting it is like taking the exact same and then just changing like the color scheme of it or something.
That's the thing. Like the beginning of these streetwear brands is like not how it used to be. Like a lot of like small brands before, it'd be like, oh, it wouldn't be. You'd be selling it to like a mass market, like to anyone who wanted it. It'd be like you'd be selling it. You'd be making it yourself and selling it to your friends. So it's like not like a commercial thing, but now it's just like make something, print it, send it out to everyone.
I feel like online for purchase though, that changes the game. Like now you're visible, you're clearly a brand in it for commercial purposes. That's when the legal stuff starts to take place.
Yeah.
There's a smiley face collector.
This is fact. Someone said, look at one in the chamber edge on the one from Trevor. Nike didn't sue him probably because it was a relatively small batch. That's true. That being said, Nike are pricks. They could just come next year and decide to sue him.
Big fact.
So like, don't think he's safe. That's all I'll say. Because Nike be hitting people with all types of lawsuits.
There's another company who's making like a minimalist version of Jordan 1. It's like, I'm surprised they're not getting sued. I've been seeing a lot of stuff in there.
If Nike sued Rick Owens to the point where he had to make Geo baskets, then trust me, no one's safe.
Who was that brand? There was a brand that they put like a Mickey Mouse graphic or something like that on the sweatshirt, and
it was
and Disney sued them or something like that.
Wasn't that Gucci that had a Mickey Mouse bag?
No,
that was their actual collab.
That was a collab.
Yeah. No, I'm talking about like a smaller brand. I think they put a Mickey Mouse graphic on the sweatshirt and they did something to it, almost like a cause effect. Like they put X's on the Mickey or some shit like that. And Disney got a hold of it and they sued them for it. And that brand.
I need to Google that.
Yeah, it was like a thing. I forget who it was.
I feel like it might have been Obey.
I understand why Disney would sue. They really do need
the
money.
Maybe Obey.
Yeah, that was kind of fucked up on Disney's part, but hey.
True.
Like, Ayo, I don't know if like you remember this, but like for me, like a couple, it was like it's so many years back now, but it's like the Obey sweatshirts used to be such a massive thing with the Mickey Mouse like thumbs up.
Oh yeah. Fuck Mickey Mouse. Yeah.
Please don't take me back then. No.
That was like secondary school for me. Though, like middle school.
Same.
You with the freaking Obey snapbacks with the
people are so dumb though. It's like they don't understand how huge these like companies like Disney are. They'll run into the ground.
Yeah,
they are saying the brand in the chat. Dude.
Was it
Crooks and Castles?
What brand?
Crooks and Castles.
Crooks and Castles. Okay.
Maybe it was them.
I haven't heard that name since like playing Saints Row.
Guys are so dumb though. Like, why do you use anything Mickey Mouse without permission? Like, bro, do you know how big of a company Disney is? Like, some companies are actually so mean because they know they have money and you don't. So some companies, to hurt you, instead of just suing you, they just prolong the lawsuit. because as time goes, you're losing money, and they can afford to do it because they just want to be spiteful.
Like
and then they just run you to the ground, and then you're just broke by the end of it.
Shout out to Jason for talking about real fashion, doing comma loopholes. That's where it's at, man. Shout out to Jacob J. Keller with the comma loopholes. Real streetwear. We copping Obey, we copping 10 Deep. I'm waiting on the new 10 Deep drop. What's it? What's those bead necklaces called? I can't remember what they're called now.
Oh yeah. Shit.
They were so big. I don't remember what the name is. Oh, Jacob. Jacob was wearing them all the time as well.
Yeah. Jacob was wearing them in their videos.
I don't remember how old that was now.
Like 6 years ago.
Damn, shit.
Like 6 or 7 years ago. Yeah, when he doing like snapback reviews, dude.
Snapback reviews. That's where it's at.
Yeah.
10 Deep baseball jerseys and snapbacks. Let's go. That's real off-pad fashion. I'm waiting till all these losers get over Helmut Lang and start collecting that.
I said these losers. Jesus.
I'm one of the losers. I'm looking at buying painted jeans. I'm one of them.
Oh yeah, Goodwood.
Goodwood, yeah.
Bro, they are so pissed in the chat.
I know Keezy's about this life as well. He's definitely collecting Goodwood right now.
Oh yeah. He's the OG.
He's definitely collecting Goodwood. He's got that Chrome Hearts X Goodwood collab.
The only
Keys is the OG.
The only thing I want to share is like, because like I'm not a fan of like Crooks and Castles like pieces really at all. But they had a collab with Pro Era that I've literally wanted since I was like 12, and to this day I'm still looking for it. And it's like super limited, and it's sold out. And it's like at this point I don't even care that much for the design anymore. I just want it. Like it's just something that like I want.
Yeah, that happens.
Like I might as well.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the thing that happens with a lot of old heads. They get money and then they go like spend a bunch of money in finding something that they really wanted when they were younger.
Facts.
That's what like the whole SB collecting scene became.
This is facts. You know
Look
something.
at the chat, dude.
To be fair, Helmut Lang is known for copying a lot of things. To be fair, though, like if you go to Austria, like Austrians will tell you themselves that like nah, like Helmut Lang copied a lot of stuff. To be fair, so I think people that know, like know, I guess.
Also, who hasn't copied the Supreme Bogo?
Oh, you haven't seen the new Helmut Lang like Bogo, dude? That shit is
Helmut Bogo collecting. Let's go.
And it's even uglier though, because like it's like a rectangle, and it's like
the Helmut Burger is the ugliest thing I've ever seen in my whole life. That thing is so ugly.
Oh, dude. They need someone to fix Helmut Lang.
True.
Oh yeah, we were
I
messing
don't
around
know who
talking
would
about.
be a good pick.
Wait, what's up?
You said Blazing Dariana and my life.
Jesus.
Who will be a good pick, dude, on
For Helmut
Helmut Lang, dude?
Yeah, go on.
Yeah. I actually don't know.
Yeah, that's tough still. That's tough.
Fuck it,
Yo,
throw Matthew Williams on that
shout
one
out
as well.
NY. Shout out to you, bro.
Hey, chat, what's up?
No, I'm saying throw Matthew Williams on that one as well. If he can handle like 17 different tasks, then he can handle Helmut as well.
At this point, the Helmut is so dead and gone that like anything you do will be an improvement.
Yeah.
So like, you can put anyone there, and it's like people are going to be impressed because like, at least it's not like Bogers and Taxi Collection.
People will lose their mind if they got a roller coaster belt in the letter H.
Like
So
you
we
can
need-
put anyone there that's like half decent, and they'll do a good job.
We need
Because it's
someone like
just
who's like a
it's so
great
far
minimalist designer.
gone. Like any male designer at Helmut Lang.
Fuck it, catch me there after I graduate.
Any menswear designer, just get like a CSM graduate to just design that Helmut Lang at this point.
Yeah, please, anybody.
I'm gonna sell my graduate collection to Helmut.
Like, no. Forget the collection. Did you graduate? Please.
Yeah.
Because at this point, it can't get any worse.
If they have internships, I'll fly out there.
No, dude, like, you don't want to be making bogos.
Helmut Bogo looks like something sold at Walmart.
Hey, did Keezy say he has a mullet?
That's the beginning of fashion. That's where everything starts.
No way. No, that was Alex, sorry. He said he has a mullet. What the hell? I'd like to see that.
Keezy the mullet? That's crazy.
Nah, Alex. I'd like to see that.
Yo, he looks funny, dude.
That's crazy.
He sent me a picture, dude, and he looks like the character of Narcos, dude.
I can't imagine Alex with a mullet, bro. That's so weird.
I'm just thinking what Keezy would look like with a mullet. I feel like he look like Japanese rappers right now.
Bro, I don't think I've ever seen Keezy's head. Bro.
Wait a minute.
Well, yeah, I'm thinking about it. You're right, dude. Yo, we need a hair reveal, dude.
Yo, Keezy, we need a hair reveal.
Head reveal.
Keezy, I know Keezy hit 10K recently. Wait, hold on. Let me check how many subs
to
he's
do
on.
it on his
Keezy, you're approaching 20K. So when you hit 20K, we need a hair reveal.
You put how to style mullet with Goodwood chain. NY saying you've been on for 8 hours. That's wild.
Yeah, you know what? I'm literally about to end it in a minute anyway.
I was on the stream last time we were doing 8 hours.
Yeah, because I'm moving like today at 10, but it's cool. Like I'm planning to sleep when I get there, like when everything's sorted.
I didn't even realize it was 4 a.m. man. Fuck.
Yeah.
It's 11 over here. East Coast time.
My sleeping pattern's been fucked anyways.
Yeah. But anyway, I should probably end it now because to be fair, I need to pack. But shout out to all you guys that came on, as always. And shout out to everyone that viewed the live stream.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yo, I'm gonna try to join more because I'll just be bored in the house.
This is your entertainment.
Nah, dead ass. All right, boys, it's been real.
There you go.
Yeah.
Have a good night, everybody. It was nice talking.
See ya.
Bro, I'm gonna illegally stream some movies now and fix Helmut Lang.